was a change. Well, it has been a long time since I've got to say this. Good morning, folks. How are we all doing today? It feels like a long time since I've done a morning stream. In fact, it's probably been over 2 years. I think the last one would have been one of our Sunday morning RPGs back when that was a thing. See, straight back into the default. Good morning, chat. How are we all doing today? Hopefully you are as rested as you can be, or at least as relaxed as you can be. I know a lot of you will be heading to bed shortly. But yes, it is that time. It is finally time to start cracking on with some of the incentives from the WWF and Jingle Jam charity. And speaking of, let's pop the notification in the chat right now for that one, so you guys can see the amazing work that the community did in raising $700 for someone who was like, we'll maybe get $100, $200 tops. Nope. Community knocked it out the frickin' park. And yeah, all I can say is thank you, and we've been invited back this year. So, yes, hopefully you guys are having a good morning, evening, good night, whatever time zone you are in. Grumpadal, welcome. Pilot Guy, hello. Katie Zender, that's me. Rain, don't throw food in the oven. Place it gently. It cooks much more evenly if it's not splattered over the back wall. And Zoe from Space, thank you very much for joining me all this morning. So, I have played this before, but I played it on Game Pass. So, as you can see, we are new game special at the moment. And it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day. If we do manage to get through all of the main campaign, we have every single DLC, other than the soundtrack. So, yeah, it's going to be... we've got plenty to do. So I think we start in with the career. Co-op hosting available once a job is started. Okay. Well, let's just jump straight in. And while we're talking of jumping straight in, I shall also, and I forgot to do this, jump into the chat. I know we have one called streaming somewhere. Voice Droid Trap, Squad Games. I am going to bogart the archipelago chat and rename it to streaming. Ye be warned. So, if anybody wants to join me, that chat is open to all. People are free to come in. They don't have to play. If you want to just jump in and chat, talk shit, we can do that. It needed to be thrown, unless it's a cheese disc. It doesn't need to be thrown. Okay, great news. Finally found a van for you at the auction under your budget. Don't freak out when you see it. It looks like it's just been dredged from the bottom of a lake, but it's a good thing. It meant no one else bid on it. They missed out. Underneath this hideous layer of gunk is your perfect workhorse. Engine's a dream, no rust. There's even equipment in the back. Just needs a good hosing down and you're in business. You'll certainly earn your pressure washing stripes getting this going. Oh dear. So, how are we all doing? Hopefully you're having a good day. As I say, I have played this before, but it was Game Pass, and it was probably, again, about 2 years ago, to be fair, so it has been a while. Alright, let's start with the wheels, shall we? There's a hubcap done, and a wheel done. We'll get through this one as quick as we can, because this is only a 2-player, so if people do want to join us, we can get more people in on the later levels. Why is that got me muted? Because I've muted myself. That did ding, didn't it? What is it? It's tab to see the dirt. I remember pressing that in the Final Fantasy VII one, the Sector 7 slums, the 7th heaven bar. Can we? Ooh, power washer. I haven't got any more yet. I wanted to move this if I could. Oh, we can right click to turn on automatically. And then whoop! I was holding the trigger like a plebeian. Yes, I know I'm currently muted, Discord. That is by design. You don't need to tell me every 4 seconds. Right. PowerWash 05. Sorry, PowerWash 50 FIA. Just the top. And the headlights. This game is probably not one of the best ones to be playing when you're not overly awake. Imagine by the end of the day I'll just be asleep in my chair pointing at like... I don't feel like that was done. I'll be fair, I actually need to do this with my car. I had a look and there's... it's been very wet and windy. And so in the roof rails, it's quite grimy. Switch nozzle. 40-degree nozzle. Okay, so that does wider, but not as much pressure, obviously. I suppose there's something to be said about just spraying it down all over first. Getting a little bit of this and that. How's the game music compared to... There's a removals van outside my Nightmare neighbour's place. They're finally going. Whoever moves there is going to need a quality pressure washer. I forgot the question I was going to ask. Nope, it's gone. There was a question I was going to ask, and it has vanished. Get off the van. Imagine if someone did this. Imagine if you hired a pressure washer guy, and he did this to your car. Oh, you can go prone. That's cool. Also, it's not really that high a pressure at the moment, but I can see this like getting a bit too close and stripping the paint off your van. You're gonna go with that business name, or do you need to make it to think of something up? Phenomenal. I thought of grouting Thomas for that tiller, and she's never looked back. Okay. On reflection, Bonnie Tiller might have been a better fit. Especially if she was Scottish. And we should probably have like a God damn it, I need to pee counter as well, with how much water we're spraying around. Do-do-do. Oh, it's right in the edge there. It cost him a fortune at water bill. I have a pressure washer myself, and just to test it once, it came with a direct feed, so it's not you can if you want not fill it from a tap. You know, you could just put it into a water source. And I filled the bucket up, 6-litre bucket, and it went through it in under a minute. In fact, I'd be surprised if it wasn't in under 30 seconds. It just spewed it out. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Music. Is the music too loud, too quiet? I can barely hear it, to be fair, so it's probably about the same for you. Let's turn it up a scooch. That's probably better. Why would you use it indoors? Are you mad? What were you using a power wash indoors for? Like, what prompted that? Have to show dirt. We've done that. Aim. Oh, so much better. I've just seen it in the top where you can see roughly how close you are to the finishing as well. There. Right, 98% cleaned. What have we got left? I'm guessing it's this door. It was a job, the high school... Oh, okay, fair. Like, I thought you meant in your own home. Ta-da! Oh no, we've got something left. What's left? Wing mirror. Let's have a look. It was a job. The high school had some commercial flooring that was glued down on concrete. Myself and another employee used a mixture of tools, including a power washer, to do our best to remove the glue. Yeah, no, I'm with Rain on that one. That's a pain in the ass. The first time I ever used a power washer, my stepdad had bought one for our caravan. And he used it on one of the flagstones outside and was like, yep, cool, that works, no problem. I'm going to go for a game of golf. And I'm like, do you mind if I have a thrash with it? It looks quite fun. Is this the extraordinary Dr. Power Wash? Is this... I've just seen the... Sorry, I've just seen the icons in the bottom right. I don't know if you can see them because Rog's in the way. Let me... Text box. I'm sure there is a VTuber stand-in. That's the one. Get rid of that. You can see in the bottom there. Oh, actually, that's... Oh, because that's over the other one. Okay, we're going to have to get rid of that overlay. That's annoying. Give me 1 second. I'm going to find the bloody thing. Get rid of that. Yes, so in the bottom right, there's the prone, standing, and crouched. And it looks like a guy with a gun. It's like a full military one. But yeah, so my stepdad said, yeah, no problem, you can have a go with it kind of thing. Just put it away when you're done. I'm like, yeah, no problem. And when he came back, the entire patio had been done. Because I just got into a groove with it. I just got really... I got really zen about the whole thing and was just... It took about 3 hours. Did the whole thing, so he did 18 holes. And he came back and got pissed at me. He was like, have you done the entire thing? I'm like, well, I've done the patio, yeah. Well, what if I wanted to do that? What, this chore? Plus, you've got the rest of the frickin' caravan you can do. He did eventually thank me. But, yeah, I just got into this really zen mode of just cross-eyed going, ooh, make the pattern, write your name, get rid of the name. Make a pattern, write your name, get rid of the name. It was great. Job complete. Open the tablet to continue. Ta-da! We should do. You know what we should do? Tell you what we can do. Let's get rid of that. Let's clip that. Let's have a little clip. Oh. I imagine we'll get some rather long-winded ones. That was less than 10 seconds. There. Save. In Steam. Okay. We may as well, right? Right, we have £150. Van looks fantastic. I told you it'd be fine under the grime. I've pinged you the 100 left over from what you gave me, so that should help you get off the ground. Also, just met the new neighbour over the fence, grumbling about his dirty backyard, and told him to give you a shout. Looks like you've got your first customer. I've had to use chisels to get rid of that before. Yep, no, that sounds about right. We had long metal poles with 6-inch razor blades mounted to them to scrape the floor with. Oof. But because of having experience working with Power Washer, I sometimes have a hard time watching this game, or certain people playing it, to remind myself it's a game. I don't pretend to be efficient, shall we say. Allow other players to join you and assist in this career. This can be turned off at any time. Yes. It is on friends only. So anybody who wants to join in, now we've done the tutorial, can. Hey Doc. Hope you like a challenge, because I'm pretty sure I've got the dirtiest backyard you've ever seen. That's not me bragging, by the way. I had nothing to do with it. I've just moved back to town for a bit to help my folks, who were a bit down in their down to their last knee, who are both down to their last knee, and rented what I thought was a great little place. Should have questioned why there weren't any garden pics in the ad. They must have bred rhinos here or something. Anyway, my girls are itching to get out there, and I don't want them still itching when they get back inside, so please do your thing. Thanks a lot, Cal. Yes, top to bottom makes sense. Top to bottom, because then the water washes down and does some of the work for you. I understand that. That is very logical. Funnily enough, my first girlfriend, Florenza Perez, used to live here back in the day. Those were good times. So if I did this, so I went across here like this, and then like this, just a little bit there, and then we'll do this. Look, we'll start at the bottom here. This is the most efficient way to do it, right? Oh wow, that is nothing. Even if you hold it on it, it barely touches it. I know there's strength of dirt and everything in this one. So certain ones will be good for it. Right, so what we do is we park ourselves here and go. What we should do is do that so we can see the whole thing. And then sure oh, you can't. Oh, it turns it's a time splitters. I see. I see. Ta-da! Right, that's done. Top fence is done. Spray it right into next door's garden. Water the petunias for them. Turn that off. What am I missing there? What am I missing there? Oh, right, okay, it's the whole thing, right. Ta-da! Pew, 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 pew. Right. Ooh. There's a cat up there. Get out from there. The house is nice and clean, at least. I wonder if we can... How do we get more of these? How do we buy things? Oh, this one's got... We need multi-purpose soap for this one. Right, open and close tablet. Shop. Cleaning liquids. We need multi-purpose 1 litre. Buy. Okay. Cleaning liquid, no cleaner attached. Oh, I see. We also need shop. Okay, can't do that. Oh, I can get gloves. Some of the gloves are free. Oh, the shiny purple gloves. Right, we need a cleaning nozzle. Pop that on with a cleaning liquid. Okay, so that's the entire doghouse, not... Just want to get the hard-to-do bits with this. Can always then come back later. Like that. Damn, we used most of our liquid already. Makes sense. That shit goes fast, like I say. I keep putting that nozzle on. I don't want that nozzle for this bit. I'll be honest, unless you've got a dog, why am I cleaning this bowl? Also, I want to figure out how to move this. F. You said F to pick up. Okay, right. Over there for me. Right. One wall. Doghouse roof. I think that's the other side. Very ominous music, isn't it? What's dirty on the roof here? Not seeing anything. Might just need a bit of a spray. That's done. Oh, but I know what it is. But it's under here. That's all the... There we go. Right. Is that done? Doghouse clean, clean, clean. Right. I guess we get to work on the stones then. This is where an analog stick comes in handy. That one. Boop-a-da-boop, boop. One of my apps is ready to update. One of my apps can shut the fuck up. Let's... No, I keep pressing E for that, and it's not. It's that. It's 2. That. Why am I walking slower now? If you aim down, you walk slower. That's kind of cool. Perhaps you get more of a clean sweep on it. An interesting way of doing the modularity of a gamepad without a gamepad. God damn. I really want you to get in every nook and cranny on this, don't they? Got to remember to stop left clicking. If right click it does it on its own. I guess the underneath of these is considered too low to get to. Because you don't need to do that. Well, the music has certainly also been relaxing so far. And then it goes straight into Zero Divide. There really is a lot to clean on this pool area, isn't it? You not clean. The hell? Where are you dirty? Right down the back there. Go. Right. Can you over there for me? Right, so let's go clearing all these stones off. Not gonna need too much pressure on these. Clean, clean, clean. Make things clean. So, what are your guys' plans for today, then? Are you, I imagine most of you are probably ready for bed, to be honest. I could genuinely just zone out and not say another word for the next 20 hours. Just like, oh, clean, clean, clean. On that smaller stone, there's a real satisfaction in just watching the bar in the top left just vanish. Right, let's go over here. Surprised you don't have to get the stepladder and go on the top of those. Down a little. Annoy Grump by going bottom to top. Like I said, I know that song. That's the intro to Shadowbringers. I plan to hit the card shop when I wake up. If I can find the hub at a few stores. The hub? What's the hub? The light, two-toned echoes tumbling through time. That line is such a goddamn spoiler for the entire fucking storyline. And like when you finish this expansion, you're like, okay, what's up? You like bikes? I could do with someone running their thing over my deadbeat dirt bike. Okay. Yeah, when you listen to this for the first time, you're like, oh, that makes sense. Flora and I would climb up and down that rock garden all day, pretending we were on Rambling Mount Rushless, and the pond was the crater. But yeah, you listen to this, and you're like, oh, it makes sense with the expansion, and you know this, that, and the other. And then when you get to the end of Endwalker, you're like, motherfuckers had a dual meaning. Baited us in. Okay, so that's two separate trellises. Can you move out way, please? Did you get this dirty? Actually quite impressive. You can't see it's difficult to see the dirt on the trellis because the garden behind it. It sounds like a phone call coming through to your when your old phone next to your speakers. Really need to get back into playing this some. That looks good. A little bit down there. Could sit and listen to the Final Fantasy XIV OSTs all day. So good. Right, one down. The second time I ever used a power washer, my grandma asked me to clean some patio furniture when I was living with her for a little while. Like, yeah, no problem, I'll go out. And it got a bit warm. So I took my shirt off. No problem, right? It's a nice sunny day. Not going to be a problem. Yeah, that's a lot of water vapor in the air. That's a lot of UVs. I couldn't sit down for 2 weeks. I was burnt to a goddamn crisp. Yeah, it's not cutting through the grease enough. Oh, we got 0 degree nozzle. Pinpoint. Yeah, no, I was in tears level of agony. You know, obviously people say, "Oh, I was in agony. It was horrible." I couldn't sleep. I was crying. I was in so much pain. So horrible. I must have been out in it for 2 hours. So the person I was watching play this game that I had an unexpected reaction to was taking it very seriously. They were RPing doing the job, but my automatic reaction was that they were doing it wrong. Okay, I mean, if you're playing the game and you're just pissing around, and someone goes to you, you're washing that wrong, they're a dick. If you're playing the game and you're full-on RPing, and someone says, you're doing it wrong, maybe listen. Maybe there is actually a good way of doing it. Didn't say anything. Okay, I'd have said something. And we're like, nope. There's grime under there, isn't there? Yeah, there we go. Final Fantasy XIV, straight into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It is ninja, not hero. Stupid. With UK censorship. You've had second degree. Yeah, the sun doesn't fuck about. Like, I've not done much outside work, especially for work. It's always been, you know, helping someone out kind of thing. But I used to work with a guy who... Everybody was bitching and moaning. We worked in a call centre. This older guy got a job with us. I say older, he was like 50 or something. And he fucking loved it. He came into work every day with a spring in his step. He bounced into work, chatting with everyone, having a lovely time, never shouted at the customers. Absolute legend. And someone said to him one day, why are you always so cheerful? How can you be cheerful in a job this shit? He says, shit, this job's great. What do you mean it's great? He says, I used to work on building sites. I used to work on tin roofs. Like, the whole joke about you can crack an egg and cook it. It's not a joke. We've done it. I'm indoors. There's air conditioning. I get to chat with people. I have a natter with my mates. I've got scheduled lunch breaks. This is one of the best jobs I've ever had. Really makes you kind of look at it a different way and go, yeah, each to their own, I guess. We're going to need some cleaner on that, I think. I don't think that's coming off. No, it is. See, even that's like proper power wash. Like, is that gonna come off? No, that's not gonna. Oh no, it has. That's great. That's conversations I've had in my own head while power washing. Ding. And that little satisfying ding to let you know you've done. They knew what they were doing. They really knew what they were doing. Oh, left and right's a bit sensitive there. Also, the fact it's not 100% completion you need 99% completion on any object to complete it. So on bigger ones, you're not looking for those tiny little bits. And on smaller ones, it's kind of easy anyway. How far away does it actually wash? Alright, it's not accurately simulated, but it's not bad. The fact that you can do this without, you know, giving yourself nausea as well. Love that. And that. Evil burning ball of gas in the sky. Damn right. We don't obey Big Sun. All I'm saying is, if Big Sun is such a natural part of life and is, quote, needed, why are there things that live so deep in the sea that they are at least 4 degrees removed from the sun? You know, the amount of energy that an animal gets, that a plant gets from the sun, is then, that's first step away from the sun. That is then transferred to whatever eats that plant. That is 2 steps away from that's 2 degrees away from the sun. Whatever then eats the herbivore is 3 steps away from the sun, 3 degrees from the sun. It's 3 degrees of separation. That's why you should never eat a meat eater, because the amount of energy that they're getting from the herbivore is only just enough to keep them going. That's why they're usually, one of the reasons they're usually pretty lean. For you to then eat them, you are getting no energy because they have burnt it all. That's how they work. They metabolize what little they've got, essentially. Well, there are things that are 4 degrees of separation away from the sun. They live in volcanic vents at the bottom of the ocean. They don't need the sun. Sun's bullshit. We've been lied to our entire lives. And if you... Oh, I unclean dog bowl. If you were to remove the sun from existence, the universe would still exist. It's not like the universe goes away. The natural state of the cosmos is darkness. Bumped into the park warden, he definitely needs your help. The sun is evil, and I can prove it mathematically, logically, ethically, and cosmologically. The sun is evil. Does the darkness burn you? No. You can get moonburn, but that's actually just sunburn from a second. That's just a, you know, a reflected sunburn. Cannot get darkness burn. Doesn't happen. We get carpal tunnel doing this. Left and right so much easier than up and down. Someone who's had Californians move into an area and leave after their first winter. The sun is necessary, but we can adapt. The sun is only necessary because we let it be. We could live in pure darkness. We are self-sufficient enough. We could live in darkness. It would suck. Don't get me wrong, it would suck. But we could live in darkness. I'd go full Frostpunk. It'd be great. Do I have to clean the do I have to clean the umbrella? That feels wrong. I'm fine with it, but seasonal, whatever disorder hits. Yes, no. Yeah, seasonal associated disorder is rough on some people. I have it to a limited extent, but I'm trying to kind of try and get on with my life if I can. As with most things, I just brute force it. Feelings are for the weak. That cleaned. Ah, so the garden table is the entire garden table. Roger that. You just turn the table over. You just take the umbrella out and you turn the table over. You wouldn't do this. You wouldn't get down in this shit. And yeah, okay, it's fine after you've cleaned it, but then it's soggy because you've cleaned it. There's a comedian, Irish guy, Dara O'Brien, and one of my favourite nighttime-daytime arguments comes from him. And it's the argument for why the night is better than the day is this. If you are a night person, do you know, if you are a day person, do you know what the night doesn't do? It doesn't sneak in through a crack in your curtains, bounce off of 3 objects across the room, ricocheting back and forth, directly into your eye and wake you up. That's why the dark is better than the light. Haha. Right. Parasol top. Whoop. What time do you even call this? It's 7 a.m. Well, it was. I don't know what it is now. It's been... Time has passed since 7 a.m. Got to get up early if you want to get these jobs done, Sliver. You can't be laying in. Missing best part of the day. You got to get up. You got to get your lawnmower going. 7 a.m. Really piss your neighbours off. They've got to know that you're up because you got to shame them. You see, the whole point of mowing your lawn isn't to have short grass. No one cares about that. No one gives a fuck about short grass. The whole point is to be up before your neighbours because they were going to do it as well. But now you've got up and started it first. If they do it, it looks like you're copying them. So now they can't do it. Now they've got to wait a day or two. They've got to wait a week. And then it's difficult for them because the grass has grown more. That's the only reason. Sliver is aware. Sliver was invited, but he has a wedding this weekend. Not his. I said he shouldn't go. PowerWash Simulator is way more important than some random person's romance, as far as I'm concerned. The lying in Sliver will have bacon and eggs for brunch instead, while laughing at the neighbour mowing his lawn. No, see. No, you have failed. You have failed the task of embarrassing your neighbour. Shaming your neighbour. That's what it's about. You've got to shame your neighbour. Now let's line that up. I keep getting distracted. I've got to pick an object and do it and stop getting distracted. Hey, Lydia. How's it going? Make Sliver make you some bacon. You say you want bacon, eggs, black pudding, tomatoes, sausage, beans, and hash browns. That's what you want. Good hearty breakfast. Ooh, I could order an egg McMuffin. I didn't think of that. I could genuinely order an egg McMuffin. I have just eaten, however. It would kind of be silly. Right. Sometimes you can't get a good angle. McDonald's breakfast sandwiches are the best thing they ever came with. It's the only thing from McDonald's I enjoy. Double sausage and egg McMuffin is the only thing from McDonald's I ever actively enjoy. And what I will say, it's wasted on the morning crowd. You do not appreciate a sausage and egg McMuffin until you're having it for supper just before you go to bed. That is peak time for a sausage and egg McMuffin. Fries in the UK are shit. No matter where you go. People rave about, you know, KFC is better, McDonald's is better, Burger King is the best. They're shit. They're all shit. KFCs used to be amazing. And then they turned them into chips, not fries. And now they're rubbish. Am I on the tightest nozzle? I'm not really. Aiming at this is really awkward. That was a bad choice. Oh, I nearly cleaned chat away. That's my bad. The hell's this? I don't recognize this one. Freezing Breath from the soundtrack of Magna Carta. Sometimes you hear a soundtrack for a game and it instantly intrigues you about the game. And this is one of them. I've never heard of Magna Carta. Unless it's the Shin Megami Tensei cross, where they did all the Bible games. Could be, but I don't think it is. Okay. Looking good. Hi, chat. Wait, where's... Oh yeah, I'm wondering where the dirt is on the patio. Duh. Switch that out to a slightly wider beam. Is that dirt there? Yes, but it does come off with this. Hello? I thought we'd cleaned you already. Apparently not. Have you guys ever actually sat and watched a speed run of this game? It's mad. The 4-player speed runs of this are freaking crazy. You've got one person who's just going around doing like that kind of stuff, the really fine detail stuff with the number 2, the 15 nozzle. You've got one person just spraying soap everywhere, just like soap everything, and then the other 2 like focusing on big projects. Okay, we have to check these rocks. before we leave them on it. Magna Carta had 3 games. 2001 for the PC, 2004 for the PS2, 2009 for the Xbox. God damn it. I just love it when games do that. Right, I'm going to clean the tops, and then I'm going to come back for the sides. Cleaned it. Ding! Actually, what we should do, let's have a look in the shop. Power washes. Professional only. Oh, we need rank 15 for that, and we're only rank 7. Okay. Ooh, we can have fancies. The Alice's Adventure, the Halloween, the Summer 2004. We have a Final Fantasy one. Space Cadet. Carbon's quite nice. I'm not paying 250 for that, though. Oh, it'd be nice if there was a Final Fantasy one. That'd be great. Research Edition. Let's have Alice's. We've already got gloves, but let's have Alice as well. Let's go full Alice. Cleaning liquids we don't want. 0 degree. Improves range while still being able to be used quite close on surfaces. Improves range of the washer, but cannot be used when close to a surface. Oh, what's that? A V2 bigger tank. 0 degrees, 0 degrees. I don't want a 0 degrees. I want a 15 or a 25. Why are these all 0 degrees? Why are there no bigger ones? I can't buy that anyway. Why can't I buy that? That's right. I guess we should probably own the Prima Vista 1500 and 3 of its attachments. Right, so can't upgrade that just yet. Can increase our range. We've now got a turbo nozzle. Ooh, it's one of the spinny ones. Oh, I see. But we kind of don't want that on there. We just want the stubby. Magna Carta game series. South Korean role-playing game. Well, now it's on there. Is it an RPG? Or is it a... that feels like an RPG title. What was the... Didn't we had to look at another spinny one? If there's a bigger spinny one. Can't buy it yet. Yeah, if it's an RPG title, stick it on the RPG list for me rather than the Re-Retro, if you don't mind. Re-Retro is for shorter games. And I will... Where are my channel rewards gone? Channel rewards. If I reject that, you get your points back. But then I add that. Wait, what? No way. This is it. City of the Raging Tides. This is my intro music. This is the proper version. The not slowed. I have mine slowed down by 10% to make it last a little longer for the intro. This is my intro music. This is the one I stole for my intro. Oh, I have no idea how excited I am about that. Nobody knows this song. That's why I was like really confident about like, yeah, no one's going to copyright strike me for that. For a start, it's perfect world entertainment. They don't give a shit. And secondly, it's like a really random city in one of their random games that no longer exists in the expansion. Is this the Dirt Finder General? Got your details from a certain Harper Shaw. There is an alleged dirt problem at the local playground. Is that because I went up? Or right? Yeah, because I went to 8. No, you're all good, Grump. It's, that's what they're there for people to add stuff to. But I could have transferred it over either way. I wouldn't know whether to... Saw my dream RV at the auctions, all creamy like a toffee pie on wheels. I don't know whether to drive it or lick it. Harper, please don't ever message me again. You are an offence. Fortunately, it sold for a crazy amount, but the dream lives on. Good. You deserve that. This is really freaky in my head. This is Pavlovian at this point. Can't believe it. This, genuinely, I'm so happy that's come on random. That someone has voted for that. In fact, I need to add that to my favourites. I need to favourite that. Good morning, folks. How are we? Sorry, no, song's finished. I've gone into auto mode. Rog, why have you got that wrong? Let me go and fix that before I forget. Actions. RPG. Night shift. Add RPG. Twitch message. New orders are in. Wants us to play user because I've missed the raw input. Question thing off the end. There we go. So if those games do come up, they look like a disc hunt. They aren't even on GOG. Yeah, I mean, a Korean game from 2001. My first thought was, well, that'll be abandonware. You know, I'll have to look at abandonware for it essentially. What's this one? That sounds a bit like Tales. Yep, I recognise a Tales song when I hear it. You can tell it's a Tales song because it sounds like a Final Fantasy song. If it sounds like it's Final Fantasy's airship theme, probably a Tales game. So what time you guys setting off today, Liver? Are you about for a bit, or are you pretty much off first thing and trying to get there early? And I will apologise for the slight change in schedule. We were meant to start at 7 PM. But then I realised that if I start at 7 PM and then do 24 hours, I have a Daggerheart, quote, D&D game, starting at 6 PM tomorrow. 24 hours doesn't let me finish in time. So I jumped it forward a little. We're already nearby, so we just need to get to the venue about 11. Oh, nice. Ah, so you went last night. I see. Well, I hope you get very, very drunk and have a good time. It's a brewery, so probably. It's the whole breweries now being pubs as well has kind of ruined the old joke of, you know, guy's so dumb he could fuck up a piss up in a brewery. Because it used to be that, well, actually, oh, sorry, you couldn't organise a piss up in a brewery. Well, actually, it's quite difficult to organise a piss up in a brewery because you've got to get past security. They don't allow that shit. But these days they do allow that shit, so... A friend had his wedding at a vineyard. The hard cider and that white wine they had was so good. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a wine drinker, but I imagine there is something to be said for fresh wine. You know, not aged. I bet a really crisp white wine is so good. Right, let's stand up. Let's... We're doing this a bit too precision at the moment. A bonus from here, I'm filling up the pool. Ding! Right. Lydia and Sliver, you've played this way more than I have. While you're in this mode, where you're free gunning, as it were, is there a way to... Is there a command, a key binding, to turn your character without turning the mouse? You know, like... You know, without... I don't want to have to go to the edge of the screen or press C. Is there a way around that? I mean, for this kind of work, to be fair, just pressing C is probably the way to go. But, no, you end up pressing C a lot. It sucks. But I get it. I get it. There. And jump onto the outside. Not that you know of. Thank you. Worth an ask. Because if, like, I know, I wonder if there's a binding for it, to be fair. Okay, just change screen on me then, why don't you? There you go, it's back over here. What am I looking for? Reset to defaults. No, graphics. Go on there and stay there. Controls. Yeah. Yeah, there's no turn left or turn right. Okay, that's fair. I get why not. That would just be extra bindings. Beyond Good and Evil. God, I haven't played that in a long time. Keep meaning to buy the remaster. Number 2 is gonna suck. Number 2 is gonna suck. I've been waiting for number 2 to come out since I was at college in 2006. That's like when it was first announced. And it's still not out. The project's been renamed and rebranded and changed and... Like, go back and look at the original announced trailer for Good and Evil 2. And then look at the more modern ones, the more recent ones. They're not even the same goddamn game. It's going to be so bad. Wrong button. Yeah, pushing the camera, that's kind of what I'm doing. This wall is going to be a pain in the arse to get, isn't it? Okay, I didn't realise all of this was considered part of the same wall. Right, let's do a walk around then. let's get rid of all this first. Maybe we'll start from the outside and work in. That. Go. Right. After a few hours, you're not thinking about it anyway. Yeah, and you know what I will do, actually. I meant to do that while I was in there. Options, controls, second binding for aim mode. Oh, you can't add a second binding? Why is this here if you can't add a second binding? Sucks. Much more intuitive to have that under my thumb on my right hand than under my finger in claw position on my left hand. Just to irritate me. Okay, that's fair. I respect that. Alright, let's get in here. Oh yeah, up there's going to be a pain to get. Wonder if we can do it without. Yeah, we can. Nice. Right. Number 2 nozzle for the win. Go. Right. You. This season. You. The angle's just a little bit off when you walk in that. Yeah, that's not doing great there. A little bit more power. Zoop. Yeah. Okay, right. Reorganize, reorient yourself. There we go. Right. Switch that over to that one. Make sure you get the angle right, and then just follow it along. Nice. Cool. We are making progress. Hey, bird. Bambi, it's a rock. Rock. Bambi, it's a bird. Bird. You ever say something, and then you're like, Probably nobody's seen that animation. Nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about, you weirdo. Yeah, that's fair. It could be the controller bindings. Doesn't want you to unbind those by mistake, I guess. Birdhouse done. It would have been wiser to do that from that angle to begin with, to be fair. A kind of faux Imperial March isn't really appropriate for PowerWash Sim, is it? Child of Light. I've heard good things about that. Yup. Get off me fucking barbecue! What are you doing, you Egypt? Again, if someone did this while cleaning your barbecue, you would have a conniption fit. You wanted it clean, didn't you? Yeah, I wanted it untrod on as well, to be honest, mate. Nah. Be fine, I've got really good balance. I can stand on top of the barbecue, it's fine. I like this. I love this. It's got a set of doors in the front and a hole in the back. I get that it's for if you've got it up against a wall or something, but it just seems silly. Clean, clean, clean. Mr. Sheen shines, uncleans, thing cleans. Oh, God. That advert's now going to be stuck in my head all goddamn day. This feels like a job for Zero Nozzle. He spins, he cleans, he does everything. gas is not quite done. What am I looking for here? Go. Right. Is there anything left on the barbecue? Oh, it's all listed as weird, isn't it? Right, let's ignore that and we'll come back later. That's not going to be a job for you. Ping, and the dirt is gone. Hi, I'm Barry Scott. You guys hear Chuck Norris died? This is one of those times where it's not a joke. Chuck Norris, this is not a Chuck Norris joke. Chuck Norris is dead. Nobody knows, well, his family know, but they haven't released the details why. Just that he died suddenly, surrounded by his family. Now, is it suddenly, or is family invited? Because those do not equate. Doesn't sound like it's suspicious circumstances. Chuck got a job change. Now he is dead. Chuck Norris's favourite Chuck Norris joke was, at night, the boogeyman checks his closet for Chuck Norris. And I recently found out that in Japan, they don't have Chuck Norris jokes. They have Tommy Lee Jones jokes. And I feel like we got gypped. I want Tommy Lee Jones. They got the way better deal on that. Didn't die. He decided that this plane of existence wasn't enough of a challenge. One of my favourite Chuck Norris jokes is in the back of the Guinness Book of World Records, there is a disclaimer saying, oh, hang on, looks like you're almost done. My girls can't wait to get out there. There's a disclaimer saying all records are actually held by Chuck Norris. This book contains information regarding the people who have come the closest. Hey, I stand on a bush. Baron's chat, yeah, you always had Chuck Norris jokes in the Baron's chat. And then somebody would say the line, did somebody say Blessed Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? I miss old school Baron's chat. I miss flying from Ogrimmar down to Tanarus and cutting through the Barons and just being like, what the fuck are they even talking about? What is this madness today? You'll never get an experience like old school Baron's chat. It came back a little bit in WoW Classic, but it kind of felt a bit forced. Yeah, you'd fly through, and there'd be people having a discourse about Pokemon or something. And then you'd come back about 20 minutes later, and it's just rage bait. Everybody's slagging everybody off. You know, your mum's this, your mum's that. And then you come back 20 minutes later, and the Alliance have been raiding, so now we've got to go deal with that. And then you come back, and there are people discussing raid strategies. And you're like, what even is Baron's chat? It's just this null zone of what the fuck? People games differently, play games differently now. I think there's part of the reason for that is that back in old school WoW, you didn't have all these separate places to chat in. And I'm not saying this is a bad thing or a good thing. I'm just saying this is a thing that I've noticed. If you play an MMO now, you've got this chat turned on, you've got newbie chat turned on, you've got your zone chat turned on, you've got your guild chat, your party chat. You can create your own little lobbies across servers for people to come and join, so you and your friends can talk, and everything's segregated. Everything is for you and you alone. So you don't really get that You don't get that level of community. Switch 2 will only share screenshots through an app. No thanks. The Nacilla is just a normal Nacilla. The skin is just white. Can you take a picture on your phone for me? Oh, no. Okay, right. I see what you mean. When you hatch it, a Nacilla is white. But then when it's grown up, it has the skin of a Gypsaros on it. Okay, that makes more sense. If you go and look at it when it's grown up, it should have a purple coating over it. It's wearing the skin of a Gypsaros. Nacilla themselves are white, you are correct. Grey purple, yeah, it's a darky thing. But yeah, take a photo on your phone if you can for me. And I remember the Switch 1 originally was really awkward to share screenshots on as well, to be fair. I had to transfer them to an SD card and then put them into the PC and then convert that type and bizarre. Ding! Right, sofa swing. I've got to get underneath it, that's why I'm wondering where it all is. It's under here. Right. Roof done. Chains not done. Why have you got cobalt tungsten chains? How big was your family? A little bit on there. I can't see where that is. Ah, there we go. It's most of an entire side, that's why. Okay, swing set seems to be done. We're good to go there. Right, you bastard. Oh, that's where the hanging plants are. Okay. Kind of expected them to be on the house, and I didn't remember seeing them. Window. Music's on point today. Oh, wrong button. Oh, apparently I cleaned a star. Remember to go back and do that planter in a second, because I just realised I forgot to finish that. Some doranges. Clean them doranges. Okay, a bit close to you. This is going to be a pain in the arse. Back for this bit. Am I... right, let's step back as far as we can. opens the roof. Quite close enough for that to be effective. So that felt like that should have gone, and then it just didn't. Secret of Mana. Shed cleaned. Oh, I'm wondering what it's telling me I can pick up. It's that from all the way over yonder. Right. Nearly done. 95%. Really don't like that bit, does it? Cleaning it, but not well. Because it's stripping metal, plastic. Done. Right. So, lawnmower engine, lawnmower handle. Lawnmower handle. One more engine. Right. Patio shed roof. Apparently I haven't done the shed roof. Right, let's remember my controls. Grab that. Down. Missed those bird droppings. I did. I really did. All the bird droppings are new. Fucking birds. Right. So anybody can't trust them birds. Can he trust them? Must be the tiniest little bit that counted as being down here. Yep, there we go. Shed roof. So, now it should just be patio. Bye, chat. Ta-da! What have I missed? Oh, oh. Right, I was looking at the earned section. As soon as it had an earning in it, I was considering it cleaned. We need to go and find the fence posts. It's those ones that need doing. To do. Swing sofa cushions. Did I not do those? Swing sofa cushion 1 and 2. Done. Fence tops. Vertical part of the stairs. It says swing sofa cushions. That's those, right? Right, okay, well, let's do it this way. We've got that to do. Aha, that's that one. Just completely missed that. Switch over to 25. And a little more to the right than you think you need. Fence tops. Is that these fence tops? I think so. Ha! It's these fence tops. Let's get turbo swizzle on. Where the hell are you? Come here. I require uppies. Where? Super slow or Discord is being a bitch? Things could be two things. That one was going up the top and I needed to be underneath. Swing sofa cushions. Oh, it's these ones. Okay. Job complete. Hey Doc, Cal here. Got a new job for you over at my folks' bungalow when you can fit it in. Yep. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. There. And that one there. Save to Steam. Discord is a bitch. Got it there in the end. Well, okay, two things. First of all, I meant, can you show me a picture of the Nacilla, the actual spider? But given that the hue is... Oh, you've put that in anyway. Yeah, so that is a standard Nacilla. So it's a white exoskeleton draped in a purpley grey gypseros colour. Yep, I see it. Thank you. It's because when I think of Nacilla, the first colour that comes to mind is that dark purpley grey. So when you said I've got a white one, I was thinking it was draped in white, and I'm like, well, the only one of those I know is a shrouded, and there's definitely no shroudeds in the first zone, not unless you've done a lot of something that you shouldn't have done yet. And even then, as I haven't done that, I don't know if that's how you get a shrouded Nacilla. Hey Doc, hope like a challenge, because I'm pretty sure I've got... Oh, that's fine. I always thought they were a different colour. Okay. You might be thinking of Rachna-Kadaki, because Rachna-Kadaki is the opposite. That's a black frame with a white webbing all over it. Right, let's go and knock out this job. This should be a nice quick one. Got to be something up with my dirt bike. You see, I'm one of life's winners. Every morning I put 4 slices of bread into the toaster, but only eat the slice that pops up first. When I have coffee, I only drink the bit that wins the race to my mouth. But on this bike, I always finish dead last. I'm wondering if there's mud stuck in the manifest or whatever it is, slowing me down. I'm also kind of superstitious, so I haven't cleaned the thing in over 15 years. Never won a race in 50. You've always come last in every race in 15 years, and you're still using it. That's why I was surprised when the baby was white. Yep, out of context. That's something. I think the whole point, Grump, is that he doesn't know what he means. You know, this is a man who wastes 3 slices of bread every day. I don't think he's really that smart of a person. Alright, let's give it a quick once over on there. And a quick once over on this side. And then switch to a more thorough go at it. What else you got for me? It's got to be up under the back trim there, hasn't it? Quite get in there. Fairings? What the frick is a fairing? I don't know what I don't bike. I don't know what any of this is. The wings on the back, I got it. Maybe I also have only fought Nacilla in Wilds. Never really took the time to look at it. And in Wilds, the colour looks off because it's in a cave in the snow. So even if it is a white Nacilla in Wilds, it's in a darkened environment that doesn't show its colour properly anyway. But it could just be a different colour in wilds. That does happen. Bedtime for me. Be back at some point again to say you miss spots. I will miss spots on you. For you. That's what I meant. Not on you. I'm not going to sneak into your house and spray you in the face. How do you... Is there a way to... Yeah, you can play again. Okay, cool. That's when I go over there. Oh no, I need to wait for that to finish because it's the second run that does it. Oh, it's... there. So this is Legend of Zelda Lon Lon Ranch. Kakariko Village. Close. Why can I not find the end of that? Go. Pop that one there. Save that in Steam. Okay. Clean the bungalow, clean the playground. We are level 15. We can buy new stuff. So we can now afford a medium... We cannot afford it, but we can certainly have a look at it. What's its difference? Surface, encrusted, embedded. It's just better on everything. So, we need 900. What about any other nozzles? No, I still can't get that until later. Doesn't say when later. Right. Career mode. Let's go and clean the bungalow then. Hey Doc. You know I mentioned my folks? Well, I think it's time their bungalow met your pressure washer. It's so filthy, it's hard to tell where the ground ends and the house begins. When I mentioned to Ma, her eyes lit up. Pops moaned and said the browner the porch, the warmer the torch. Which clearly means nothing. So he's overruled. If you can give the place a good clean, I'm sure it'd give them both a lift. Sure. Okay. Doesn't look like too big of a job, right? Getting on the roof was a ladder to do that. So, let's guess. Park ourselves here. Put old extendo nozzle on. And get some soap on the go. We could probably do some... Oh, that's how we change those. Right. Yeah, when? How do you change the colour of that? Because we did buy a different one. Right, we're going to need some more cleaning liquids. Plastic, metal, glass, stone. So glad you're here, Calvin. Such a good boy. He's a volcanologist, you know. Right. And then back to you. One of the real problems with power washing is a lot of people actually kill their flowers off with it. Apart from using the soap, they do shit like this where they're just like, nyeh, and they like slice heads off the flowers and damage stems and stuff. But they also don't even think about the fact that they're overwatering their plants. Like, even that is watering those flowers, and it really can overwater them. Right. Might be better with a 25 on that. Don't like how that's going. That's probably going to be better if I switch back to the 15. Oh shit! Light. Where's my ladder? Where's my ladder? I want to do something. Let's knock off the nozzle. We don't need that. I'm having fun. I'm having lots of fun. Right. Can you just go out of my way for now for me? Thank you. Right, start with the driveway. Get this one cleaned out. Oh, hello. Finish one job before you move on to the next. Thank you. Right, let's get your door cleaned. Start with the frame, actually. For those who've never actually used a power washer on a front door before, this is wood, so it won't be as bad. But holy hell, does that make a racket! Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Controls on this are really rather nice. Right, guttering. Just run along the guttering. Actually, no, let's not do the guttering, because that's going to be all the way around the goddamn house, and I'm going to have to go up on it as well, aren't I? We'll save that for later. Clean what we can see down here, but I'm not looking at finishing that just yet. Oh dear. Right. I'm glad your van doesn't get dirty. Although, I suppose that would kind of be kind of fun, really. Oh, let me just readjust position. If, because your van's there kind of thing, the more you clean, the dirtier your van gets, so you can take it back in and clean off it again and earn a little more. You could do it in little bits and be like, I'll just give it a quick once over, or you could wait and be like, I'm going to do the whole thing again. I'm guessing that's all going to be side of the house. Let's stick the extendo on. Doesn't get all that very well, does it? Not at this distance, anyway. Right, we'll get that when we get up there. What if there's a TAS run of this? I bet there is. I bet there's a TAS speed run of this. But it kind of must be tatsable. I wonder. Let me just have a quick look. That is considered multi-purpose. So if we just went in and was just like, you know what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Switch you over. Get some multi-purpose on. I'm touching it. Okay. So there's some bits that are just so caked that will not help. Yeah, never check for a TAS. Well, there you go. I bet there is. Right. Window. Or window frame, rather. Let me switch that off. Okay, so there is ways of just switching that easily. window frame. I mean, if there is a task for it, I kind of imagine it uses, if there's a mode for it, I don't know if there is, I imagine there is, you know, it uses the infinite cleaning supplies kind of thing. Can't see someone physically buying upgrades and stuff like that, though again, it's tasks, it would be possible. Occasionally I'm right-clicking when I mean to change... Well, I'm right-clicking when I mean to press R, if I'm completely honest, and it's... You'll just see this, it just suddenly stop. I'm like, no, start again. Right, window's done. Right, front of the house, looking good. We'll deal with the roof later. Still some of the wall to do. Right. There isn't an infinite supplies bit, but all leaderboards have a no soap mode. Okay. Okay, makes sense. Right. When you say there's no infinite soap, or infinite cleaning supplies, do you mean in the game or on the leaderboards? If there's not in the game, I'd be surprised. You know, once you've completed the campaign and you're just doing the DLC, you would think there'd just be a, yeah, you've done enough now, you can have as much as you want. Extendo. I didn't miss a spot yet. You can't miss it if you never intended to get to it. In the game, PowerWash has infinite soap and only one type. Okay, that's kind of boring. I would have thought there would have just been an infinite mode. Well, yeah, that's fair. How do you get it this caked up? What were you... I want the backstory. That's what I want. Like, on the first one, we got the backstory. You know, they were rhinoceros trainers, apparently. I don't think they were, but that's what we're calling them now. Yeah, I want the backstory of how this house got like this. Lydia said Power Wash 1 used to have infinite supplies. Not sure why they changed it, but it was during early access. Okay. Well, they clearly thought about it then, which is all you can really ask. If they thought about it and went, actually, you know what, infinite supplies is too much, you've got to respect that. Yeah, I would have thought once you've completed the campaign and you're just doing DLC stuff, it would make sense to be like, yeah, you've clearly, you know what you do. Crack on. How's the loading bar simulator, pilot guy? Going well, I hope. Okay. Side of house complete. Let's go do the other side. I mean, this does feel like... oh no, what we're going to do is we're going to put that on. This is early or late? It is early. It is very early. But also, just to confuse things further, late. Because I haven't been to bed yet, and I won't be going to bed 24 hours. And how's Kremlik doing this glorious morning? Mark keeps messaging me. They're getting really excited with how it's looking. Sounds like sounds like it's going great. I got you covered, boy. I got you covered. Right, let's pop that there. That one done. So it's a late, early show. No, it's an early, late show. Let's go and switch to vertical to do that. So does weather settle on the temperature? No, apparently freaking can't. I was without a boiler for like a week, and the day I finally got my heating back, I turned the sodding thing off because it was too warm. It was like it'd been raining. Get my boiler back. Oh, sunny now. Bye. Right. Okay. Back to the house. That sounds like Final Fantasy as well. Battle on the bridge. Everyone else get that? Where you just your left finger's hovering over your click because you don't want to press it, but then you just spasm and press it anyway. Happens to me quite a lot. There's a little tremor in my right hand. Never happens in my left, just my right. Well, yeah, understandably for you, Craig. Don't want to be mean, but maybe that wasn't aimed at you. Yeah, no, that's understandable if you get it. That's not unexpected. But it's just annoying, right? It's just really annoying. You're just in the middle of something, like, click. Oh, great, now I'm gonna... Right, start again. Whoop. Is that part of the wall? No, it's part of the post. What can be... There we go. Right. Did you see they announced the dates for the final content patch for Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail? They're coming to a close. Next expansion due to be announced in September. I'll trade you. Left home at 34C, dropped off freight at 5C, currently at 17C, will be landing at 25C. How's the new plane? Is it today you get to play with that? A lot of the time, switching back to the close nozzle just isn't worth it. Just be further away. That's going to be something, maybe. Hope it's good. I can't imagine what it must be like to fly a brand new plane. To know that you're one of the first people to ever actually fly it. There we go. I know I could get it from this if I just... A little bit of patience. Right, let's switch to a slightly shorter. We are going to need to be a little closer in here. I bet it's a weird feeling. I bet there's a certain personality that cockpits get with use. And by being one of the first people ever to fly the plane, it'll be weird to not have that personality, that it hasn't developed one yet. You know, some planes will be quite neat. I mean, I imagine all planes are relatively well cared for in the cockpit. But you'll still have little things that are different. You know, this one's got more wear on this button, this one's got less wear on this button, and this one will just be pristine. Everything where it should be. Door. Fuck you, neighbours. Catch you later. Enjoy the wedding. All right, let's get the patio done. 100% of personality in current cargo plane. Most of it's just being a bitch because it's nearly 50 years old. But that's what I mean. I bet you know, as they get older, certain bits stop working right, and certain levers move a little more easily, and certain buttons move a little more stiffly, and I bet they just develop a personality. I know cars do. Cars obviously do. Mine's cranky on the second gear. It's ranging from first to second. She's real cranky about. This type of plane is infamous for being difficult even when new. Oh, really? Good. Was he flying at the moment then? I'm guessing it's not an Airbus if it's freight. No, by George. Clean patio. You said you were cleaning patio. Clean patio. Really? Okay. That didn't feel like a very long extension. Apparently even Pops is out of his rocking chair now and having a look. Monster Sanctuary. This was a good game. This was like a Pokemon Metroidvania. It was really fun. Well, these windows are really cranky, aren't they? They do not want to be cleaned. Alright, let's go into standard mode. Might make that angle a little easier. Go. Nice, right. The wall done. No, the wall's going to be a longer project. Let's get the barriers done. Now imagine you're on a second set of engineers. Power levers don't line up or equal for equal power. Door seals don't always seal as well as they might, and occasionally the nose power wheel steering just fucks off. No. Oh no. I would have thought they'd have been much better cared for than that. That's irritating. So, guys, I suppose the question is, with all the crossovers that that this does, what would you like to see as a crossover? What do you think would be a cool PowerWash Sim crossover? One that would be a nightmare, and that's just triggered it in me. One that would be a nightmare would be a football stadium. God, no. C-130 Airbus could do that. That is the good care. Parts are starting to get scarce. Okay, well, I mean, it's a 50-year-old plane. You would hope they're going to try and replace it, but that's not always the case. Also, this bit of music, Donkey Kong, aquatic ambiance, absolute banger for a Donkey Kong game. Like, out of nowhere. Great bit of music. Alright, I'm doing this silly lip. Do that. Nintendo exclusive, sadly, Splatoon pack. I could see them doing that. If Nintendo were willing to foot the bill, I could see them doing PowerWash 2 Splatoon. I don't think it'd be a very good one. I don't think there's much you could do with it. But a Spyro the Dragon one could be done. Could be good. Getting rid of all the burn marks and things like that. Ripto's Castle or something. A dragon statue. Right. On to you. New door seals are 20 grand. Oof. Yeah, I imagine things get a bit expensive up at when you're dealing with planes. How am I going to get that? Gotta be just really close to it. Yeah, okay, got that. Some of our competitors flying this plane don't even have power steering. Ah, good. So you can outmaneuver them in a dogfight. I now want to see you dogfighting in that freight plane. That's the footage I need. At this pressure, at this distance, with that frame, you'd put that window through. That single pane, you would absolutely put that window through. You don't have the strength for that. Nah, you can do it, man. I believe in you. Just think of it. You could be the next hit show on CBS. Cargo Freight Dogfighting, World Thunder League. There's a whole series in there for you. That's a franchise. You can sell the rights, make a video game. Tony Hawk's Pro Cargo Dogfighting. How did the ball end up over there? Right, hang on a second. What's your physics like? Spins the right way when you hit it. That's actually impressive. Does it automatically just come out of corners? Sorry, testing physics. How fast can we get this thing? Over. Nozzle. Ding! Ding! Dee-dee. Right. That's most, if not all, of the ground floor done. So let's run around the gutters. We're probably going to need a shorter nozzle there, and that. I want to move slower. You go over there for me. Now you know, and knowing's half the battle. Is there like a hardcore mode for this, where you have to pay for your water as well? No, it's not that one. It's that one. Yeah. Or hosepipe ban. You get arrested while playing. Right. Let's grab you. Get you up there. Switch to a close range nozzle. Go. She's looking good. She's looking good. Right. Now, this, I'll be honest, this is something I do need to do. I need to get up in my gutters and fucking clean them out. Hell, I don't want to die. Oh, that's it. Workman's accident. I've been injured in an accident that wasn't my fault at work. I'm calling claims direct. Let me do. I feel like it's easier to do this way, and I know that's really weird. but I feel like doing it from the top is easier. Better angle. Did he die? But did he die though? But did he die? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Unless it's scoliosis. Or spina bifida. Does tonsillitis make you stronger? Because tonsillitis doesn't kill you. Because could you, like, EXP farm that? If tonsillitis doesn't kill you, it's not exactly going to make you much stronger. You know, it's low EXP gain. But if you just keep farming tonsillitis, surely you can get stronger and stronger and stronger. That's like surely a built-in EXP gain, right? Does the common cold make you strong? I mean, to be fair, Essa, and hello, don't get me started on that, because men with the cold are fucking annoying. Absolute whiners. Pun intended, to a man. Left click spasm. How's we doing? Ironically, Fall Guys music. Right, this is the entire roof we're looking at here. So let's do that last, because that's going to be a while. Let's get the short stop on that. Also, did you start a 24-hour stream? No, I had 2 hours. I had 2 hours break. I woke up. I played D&D for 4 hours. I had something to eat. I streamed for 3.5 hours. I had something to eat. I started a 24-hour stream. I had a break. That counts. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm just flooding your kitchen. End of the Golden Sun was good. The last boss, it took me 3 attempts to beat. I had the right strategy. Oh, no, sorry. I could have beat it first time, but I fucked up a rotation and basically swapped somebody out instead of reviving, and that cost me the match. So then I went in and tried it again using a slightly different tactic, a very defensive tactic, and while I feel like it could work and I was probably pretty close to killing it, he just had a couple of good turns of, hey, no, fuck you, and I lost. So then I went and checked out one of his statistics to see if it was physical or magic, and then I was like, you know what, actually doesn't matter. I'm going to rotate my people out, and I beat him on 3rd attempt. But it did leave it open. The game is not finished. There's a 3rd game that released on the DS, and it is very much a case of, yes, we lit the beacons, the lighthouses are now lit, but Alex is still about, he's still a threat, and we are not done yet. So there is a 3rd game on the DS that takes place 30 years later, which we've got to go and do at some point. Right, let's... Did we do all the guttering? Oh, no, we did not do all the guttering. But I enjoyed it. The final boss was actually a really fun fight, even though it was kind of hard. It was a really good fight. What am I stuck on? Why can't I move? Do this side. Hades? Yeah. Recognize Hades music. 30 years. Chat will be as old as the cat. I don't know if chat's even in it, to be fair. I imagine he will be, but I don't know. Right, porch roof is its own entity, so let's get that one cleaned. But yeah, no, it was it's a good little franchise. I think the only thing I would change about it, when I attack something with two people and one of them kills it, the other should switch target. That was a really, really weird choice. I didn't agree with that. And just be a little more. All it needed, especially once you'd got the boat, was the ability to go into the boat and talk to Kraden, and him be like, well, we better make a move over to XYZ, so that you could be like, okay, right, now I know what I'm doing. Because there was a couple of times where I was like, you've given me 6 things to do. You clearly want me to do it in a specific order, but you haven't really told me the order, or you mentioned it and I've kind of forgot. I'd like a point to go to where I can just be like, yo, dude, can you just refresh me? Where am I going? And all it needed was the Kraden on the boat to be that source of information. At least you'll get to enter another 90-character password. I wonder how that's going to work, because at the end of the game I did get to save it. And then, obviously, with it being a DS game, it's more than plausible that you could just put your game cartridge into the DS alongside the DS game and transfer the save that way. So I don't know how that's going to work. Right, porch roof done. Right. Right, let's get the long barrel on. Let's sniper scope this shit. There was a lot of talk. Yeah, there was... And some of it was like kind of inane dribble that you didn't feel like you should have to care about. But then interspersed with it was someone whispering, oh, and don't forget Magma Rock, kind of thing. I forgot all about Magma Rock. Completely forgot. I'd gone and done all 3 of the other rocks. Air's on its own, water and earth together. Found Magma Rock, realised I needed lift and carry to get through it, so went away. Did a lighthouse, met up with the other group, and then was like, now where do I go? I'm like, oh, and then someone in chat kindly said, oh, you need to go and do Magma Rock. I'm like, slaps forehead, of course. Completely forgot about that. So yeah, it just needed a little more direction. And I'm not sure if that's a translation issue or a they just didn't think about it issue, but it definitely punishes you for not paying absolute attention. And I don't agree with that. I think a little bit of leeway would have been nice. But, all in all, solid game. Probably a good 7 out of 10 game, that. Ah, accident at work. Accident at work. Oh, I've got over. Oh, I'm going to crawl to the van. I'm going to crawl to the van. Hang on, I'll jet boost myself. Whee! Catch you later, pilot. Safe landing, mate. Right, what else have we got to do before we finish the roof? Gutters. You're telling me there's dirt on that gutter? Is that counting as gutter? I thought that would have been roof. Yeah, despite all the back and forth, it was one of your favourite games growing up. I think I'd have hated it growing up. I think it was a little too asinine. I don't think it would have suited my tastes very much. But, having played it as an adult, cracking game. If you're in it just for the story, absolutely cracking game. Ah, there we go. A little bit around the back there. Right. We got another bit on there. See anything there. Well, it's glowing though, isn't it? Oh, I bet I haven't cleaned the top of that. Yeah, that'll be white. That'll be white. Who's painted a messaging roof? WWF. Bizarre. Who would do that? Right. Why can't I move? Again, I'm certain points I just get locked in and can't move. Really bizarre. Yeah, and especially as well with the fact that it's over the entire story is set over 3 games. I think that would have probably annoyed me as a kid as well. Another banger of an underwater theme from Donkey Kong. Right, well, what else we got? Porch posts. Let's do those. That'll be around the back. That's that one. Bungalow window frames. Roof, porch roof, posts. Just another one to do, apparently. There. None of you are flashing. Ah, there it is. It's that one. And we've got the window frames. Back's done. Side's done. Front apparently is missed. Okay. Just the roof to go. Left this one to last because A, I've written on it, and I don't want that to stay for a bit. And B, it's a big project encompassing quite a big area. So if you don't know you've missed a bit, you could be here a while searching for it. Let's switch nozzle to a 25 if we're going to be this close. Take forever. Need a bit of gunk over here. Get rid of that. Let's long barrel this. Right, I need to be a bit more liberal on the wider areas, I think. Like, there's kind of got to be an optimal distance where the cutting power is still decent, but the spread is better because you've got it at a range. And obviously, it's going to be different per nozzle, per attachment, per length of pipe, as it were. There kind of has to be one. Bing! Yeah. Yeah! Right. Close that. And plate. A lot of time with me just round the back there, isn't there? Shift tab. Add video clip. Where's the second run of that? Bleep. No, pause. What am I doing? Why am I doing that? That's silly. Like that. Whoop. Okay. We've got 900, so we can buy our medium power pressure washer. Haha. We should probably do that. Skints us out, but that's not a bad shout. And I think... where am I going? That will... bonus jobs. Oh, okay. That's part of the main story. And then the rest are bonus. Free play, challenge mode. Revisit your favorite jobs. Wash against the clock. No, not that. Right. I am going to take a quick BRB, as that feels like a suitable place to stop for a moment. Oh, dear. And appropriately, add start in 3 minutes. So I'm going to take a quick BRB while I go to take care of myself. As I say, it's a 24-hour stream. This is going to be a long one. So definitely don't want to be sat here all day. I should be back in a moment, folks. And welcome back, folks. Right, let's jump straight back in. If you're ever looking for good music, you're not sure, like video game music, you can't go wrong with checking out the Nier soundtracks. Nier and Nier Automata, amazing soundtracks. Hate the games, brilliant soundtracks. Right, Muckingham Recreation Grounds. Dirt Finder. I've got a frankly ridiculous situation on my hands. You see, some of the local children have been coming down with a curious and unsightly form of dermatitis, and a few fretful folks have been putting it down to the condition of the recreational facilities. It's all nonsense, of course, but if we could just humour them and give the whole thing a thorough hose down, I'd be most grateful. Okay. Why does that feel massive? That feels huge. Oh, that's red. Oh no. Yeah, that was not the colour I expected that to be. It is very colourful. Like all that, you think, yeah, that's red, that's yellow, that's red, that's blue. But this, I thought this was brown. I thought this was a brown chair. Okay. Is it bad that I can tell you we're in England just from what bins are being used? Just from the design of the bin. Anjanath kinship is terrifying. Just an angry T-Rex charging through the forest breathing fire. Have you teamed up with Cora yet? And seen Gravioses? Because Gravios and Basarios from the second game are my absolute favourite kinships. I won't spoil them for you. All I'll say is both of them are very Girls und Panzer. Which doesn't make sense until you see them. Pre-order Lego Custodes. Okay, pre-order Legio Custodes. I read Lego Custodes and my brain was like, we're getting Lego Warhammer? What the fuck? Neither company should be involved in that. And then I read it again and it was Legio Custodes. You've just got Eleanor. Right. Yeah, you're very close to opening up your first set of side quests. Highly recommend you do them. All of them are interesting. Some of them are fun, some of them are funny. But it lets you play with the other characters a little bit. And I urge you to take Cora with you and let her do hers as soon as possible. Because Cora, absolute frickin' badass. And I hope that they haven't changed the Basarios one. Because again, I haven't seen it yet. I only saw it from number 2, not number 3. I hope they haven't changed it, because it was phenomenal. Right. Get all the benches and the bins done. The entire park just lights up. Ragnarok Online. God damn it, I thought about that in a while. If I do just randomly start spouting stuff like that, I am reacting to the music that comes on. I'm not just being like, I remember back in my day, this used to be all orange groves. We used to live on the back of a giant turtle with the pandas. That's nice, Grandad. Let's get you back to bed. Then the goddamn Alliance came along. Let's see if you agree with this, Rain. When I first met Eleanor, I thought she was going to be an absolute pain in my arse. I really imagined she was going to be just super annoying. She isn't. I actually quite like her. Same with Thea, to be fair, as well. Right. Okay. You ever wanted to clean a Stegosaurus? Now's your chance, kid. Do well, and one day you too could... Don't give me that look. I know it was going to be a terrible joke, but you don't need to look at me like that. Stupid dinosaur. You're extinct anyway. Yeah, close your fucking eyes. And no wonder you went extinct. And while Stegosauruses are cool, could have been an Ankylosaurus. Could have just been cooler. Old man shouts at parked. Others having the same initial thoughts and changing after playing with them. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, they've done a really good job of not making them irritating as fuck. Stegoslide. Just see the name of it. That's a great name. Oh, I've leant forward in a stupid position. If I sit like that for very long, I'm going to hurt my back. You don't want to be sat like a cunt. I also, when I came back from the break, was like, right, okay, 2 hours down. We're doing well. We're going through this quite well. And then I glanced and it was 3 hours down. Apparently I've lost an hour somewhere. So that bodes well. I wonder if Monster Hunter, with Monster Hunter World, had such a negative reaction to the handler that they're like, right, we can't fuck this up anymore, we've got to make characters interesting. Okay, that is a yellow slide. You flash yellow. How am I meant to know what's clean and what's not? Think about it, game. Think about it. I can see my character's eyes behind my eye patch at certain angles. See, you should have gone with the hair. I've never seen my character's eyes. I've never seen them. To the point that when I was watching Misty play, and I saw her character's eyes, it freaked me out a little. I was like, oh god, she got eyes. It's like seeing Geordie LaForge without his visor. It was really weird. Right. Let's get up under the stego, shall we? We're probably going to want a short stop on this. I gave her a scar, found an eye patch, it was perfect. Well, so I like my RPG to have a little bit of story behind the characters and why I've chosen certain things I did. So mine was that I took the fringe that covers your eyes, and I took a scar on the left eye. And the idea was that during training with Rafa, he scratched me, and I ended up nearly blind. But was okay. But people were like, oh, you know, Sky Scale Ratha, dangerous, we've got to get rid of it, put it down and all this. So that Ratha doesn't feel bad and that people don't question her about it and, you know, cause problems, she wears her hair long down over her eyes to cover the scar. But you can just see it poking out underneath the left eye. I don't know why I did that. But that's the story of how my character looks the way she does. And I like to do that with RPGs. I like to be like, okay, if you're going to let me customize my character, I need a reason why they look that way. Just because it looks cool isn't enough for me. And I'm not saying it should be the same for everybody. People are, you know, never yuck anybody else's yum and all that. But I like to put a little bit of extra effort in, because it makes it more immersive for me. Oh, I say, mate, you've got loads of crud down here. This song's called Dirty Deal. Appropriate. I love Rainwave. You just get some really random music, but from games you've never heard of. But you're like, what is this? This is kind of cool. This has got a jaunty little beat to it. Sorry, I got your eye there. Right. Where is that? Do, 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 do. Don't mind leaving little bits on something this big, because I know it's not going to matter. When it's all one huge piece like this, rather than left side, right side, neck, Finn's Thragamites. It doesn't have any Thragamites. Oh, it is, they're there. Look down, put it into that. I think there's some kids watching me clean this that are like, yay, it's getting clean, woo, I can go to the park again. And some other kids that are like, ah, but the dirt was the fun. These things here, these are called Thragamites. And they're called Thragamites because they didn't have an... Well, no, these did have a name. I can't think what they were called. No, sorry, these ones didn't have a name. There was no technical name for the spikes at the end of a Stegosaurus's tail. And then a comic put out a strip, which was a load of cavemen stood around a Stegosaurus carcass. One of them's pointing at these with like a professor's stick, and he goes, "These are Thragamites. We call them this after the late Thrag, who was clearly impaled by them." And the paleontological community went, "Yep, they're Thragamites. That's it now. That's what they're called." Ding. Right. I'm going to clean the floor just yet. That's going to be a pain in my arse. Let's go and do this. Metal, 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 metal. Right. This is such a relaxing game. It's going to be a problem. It really is. In about 4 hours, I'm going to be asleep at my desk. I really am. I just like, zone out into cleaning mode. Get into a right easy little groove with it. Hang on. I've done 3 benches, 2 bins, and a Stegosaurus, and I'm 9% through. Feels like a lot of work for 9%. My eyes. I'm blind. I'm blind. I pressed tab. Reminds me, cool story. Guy had his catalytic converters cut off of his truck in the parking lot at work 2 weeks ago. We got to put our new camera systems to the test and got the license plates. Cops caught the guy a few hours later, and his car was full to bursting with the things. Unfortunately, the poor victim now has to figure out how to identify his converter. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, that's not fun. A friend of mine had his house broken into while he was asleep. They managed to get in the house while he was asleep. And basically take everything from downstairs, Xbox One, you know, a couple of things like that. Luckily, they left his NAS drive. And his computers were upstairs, so that didn't matter too much. So they lost a bit, but nothing they were, like, irreplaceable. Guy got caught. You know, CCTV, you know, it's pretty good with that kind of thing. So the guy got caught. He's had his initial hearing this past week or so. He's pleaded guilty to fraud for using stolen credit cards, one of which was my friend's, but has pleaded innocent to breaking and entering, which the prosecutor rightly said, "How the fuck did you get the credit cards?" Yeah, so it was a weird choice. So I hope that dings, because I have no idea where I started. We geeked out when the cameras came back with a license plate. Our old system would never have been able to do that. Yeah, it's one of the things that bothered me when I worked security. The system we used wasn't good enough to identify somebody by the face. And it's certainly not good enough to pick up a license plate. So what was the point? The police would come over and be like, yeah, we need this footage, and you'd get it for them, and they'd be like, yeah, we can't use that. That's not good enough. That will just be thrown out in court. It will not get even that far. So why have we got this security system, but we can't freaking use anything? My home security is better than that. Oh, each of those is their own thing. Okay. There we go. That's that one. Each one is a little slice of pizza. There's a Smash Bros. Medley? No, just Brainstar, apparently. Right, there we go. Under here. I can feel myself ducking my head down to try and get a better look. Roundabout seat cleaned. What am I missing on the roundabout? OPQ. Clean, 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 clean. Roundabout is clean. This house is clear. Right. Okay, let's begin tackling this job, shall we? I'm going to want the full distance on this one. I don't think kids could reach from that to that. That's insane. Like a 6-year-old is never... They have to jump and break the neck. Ooh, you're hunting your first invasive. The invasive fights are cool. The tutorial's nice for that one. Sometimes it feels like there's a little bit of sputter in the water stream. And while it's annoying, because what it is, it's basically, you know, disconnecting and not hitting anything. Kind of feels like you've let go of the water stream on your side for a second. It kind of feels a bit weirdly realistic. Because if you haven't got a dead man switch on this thing, holding this trigger really hurts your finger after a while. Rudy's great. I love Rudy. Like, it bothers me that we had to play 2 games with Navi when Rudy was there in the sidelines waiting. Could have been so much better. Hey. Okay. First little bit done. Right. Thought that was a Pokemon song then. From Saga. I like how you look at it and you're like, ah, nice and clean. And then you go to the other side and you're like, ah, shit, I missed the whole thing. Definitely going to need to get up on top there, aren't I? Right, let's not fuck about with that. That's going to be all day. Let's just get up there. And fall to my death. Let's get up on here. E. Right. I guess while we're up here, we'll start on the roofs. A lot of this I do feel a bit like Daddy Daycare, where he walks into the bathroom and there's the kids just shit everywhere. And he's like looking at the roof like, how did it get there? Shortstop. Yeah, I don't like the yellow on yellow. That's quite annoying. Can't quite see. Okay, don't need to go in there because I'm going to be able to get that from the other side. Right. Why is it stopping? I'm holding left. Why can I not move? Really frustrating. I'm caught on something, but there's nothing there to be caught on. Or it's like it's trying to stop me from falling off somehow. Let's get the mid-range on. Okay, so I'm guessing that that's the inside of that is also part of the quote tower roof. Sorry, give me a second. I've just a song. This song has just reminded me of another song, and I want to go search for one and see if I see it on here. Ah, I've only got 4 answer. Damn. That's a shame. Let's put a request in for that one anyway. It's not a bad song. Apparently, I coughed and muted, and I've been sat talking to myself for like a good 5 minutes. And I just had a whole conversation with myself about Yutari Hikaru and how it's going to be difficult for them to replace her as the singer of Kingdom Hearts, and if they do, it should be on the next game. I've been sat having an entire conversation humming away to myself. No one could hear me. You all thought I'd just gone into a haze, just like, oh dear. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Lydia's just been playing through this. Right. Come hither. Come hither. Let's have a look at our attachments. Have we got anything else? We're level 21 now. What other attachments can we buy? A spinning 0-degree nozzle that increases the area of effect while maintaining maximum pressure. A spinning 0-degree nozzle that increases the area of effect while maintaining maximum pressure. That's just an upgrade then, is it? Improves the range while still being able to be used at quite close surfaces. Cannot be used at short. Can't buy that anyway. Okay, so let's buy that. Oh, there is full body suits. Okay. Probably just buy all of the Zero Fund ones, right? Get those out of the way. Light duty. That's level 40. Okay, cool. Right. Equip a new outfit, gloves and washer modification at the same time. I don't know how to do the washer modification. It doesn't let me. There's nothing here to click. We haven't been using our tier 2. We haven't been using our goddamn tier 2. Oh, our tier 2 only has Stubby. Ah. Yangaruga hit like a frickin' freight train. Welcome to Yangaruga. Okay, so each upgrade of the handheld also requires an upgrade of the range extenders as well. Now we know. Right, let's... Yeah, Yangaruga is, he is known for being the hard hitter. It is certainly known, Khaleesi. I was surprised. Some of the enemies that they put you towards early, like Yangaruga, I was surprised they put you towards that early. I'm used to fighting those much later game. Do-do-do. Again, stuck. On what? What stuck? Why? I think that's stuck on the ladder, that one. That one made sense. I'm not mad when it makes sense. In fact, can you... I can't put it down. I can't put it down. Oh, there. Get out of my way. That's looking pretty good. Right, what level do I get my stubby enhancement? Because that is a very, very short pipe. Doesn't say. Annoying. Okay. Whoop. Back down to the ground floor. Okay, yeah, that is a pretty good job. I'm not going to complain at that. That's pretty responsive and nice coverage. Definitely an upgrade. Is this creepy music? Mass Effect? Another series of games I've never actually got around to playing. So that's not part of the slide. There's going to be a real dirty bit somewhere that I haven't found. It's right at the base there. There we go. Right. Where do we start? It's not cleaning itself. It's being a pain in my arse. Thanks very much for the resub, Enigma. Good morning, sir. How are you today? Hopefully you are having a good day so far. And as I've said, if people want to join me, even just to sit and chat in Discord, you are more than welcome to. You intending on doing another 14-hour stream today, Enigma? As is your Saturday tradition now? Need coffee first. Understandable. Come here. Up there. This sounds like Catherine music, but I don't think it is. Big bass fishing. Similar. Only one letter difference from what you do in that game. Sega bass fishing. I think it is a Sega game, actually. Keep seeing those knots in the wood and thinking that they're dirt. Right, let's go under here and get this cleaned out, shall we? This music is really bizarre. What's this? Uncharted Waters 2. It seems to change what it is halfway through a set. Saturday's my everything goes to shit day. Oh dear. What's happened? No coffee. No milk. Milk's gone off. Oh no. So many games I don't actually know. Rabby Rabby? Never heard of it. Right, that bit's not cleaned up. So much dirt in that gap. Be gone, be clean. So, Droid, you haven't actually explained what the exclamation was for. You have exalted, ding, and not explained your ejaculation. And yes, that is a correct usage of the term. Or people get on me. That's ejaculating. To ejaculate is to send forth. Or to spew forth. Can be used in many contexts, but was originally, or at least traditionally, used for somebody who screamed out. Sherlock Holmes was a fan of ejaculating. Did you know? Sometimes, without even knowing the game, having never heard of it, you hear a bit of music and you're like, Mega Drive, Genesis, that era. I've just seen all the bits I've missed on those blue lattices. I feel like I should have one of those idle games going for you guys. Like just one of those little screen bottom games that you guys can just chill and play while this is going on. Maybe I have to sort something out for that if we do this ever again. Okay, that looks good. Clean. Right. Outside. Can you back off? So I'm wondering where the loads left on the percentage. Wondering where it is. It's a massive glob at the bottom. Do you feel bonita? I do not know. I am unaware of what bonita is. I do not feel bonita. And when pressed, I will deny it in court. We cannot prove anything. These slanderous accusations shall be proven false. What am I missing there? Oh, yeah, of course, underneath. Always miss the underneath. Where are you? Oh, I see where you are. All the way around there. Which means also all the way around there. Oh, then no. I have never felt bonita in my life. I was my granddad when I was growing up. I mean, I'm not a handsome person. I'm fully aware of that. I know my limitations. And there was a joke my granddad once told me. When we were joking about it, we were having a bit of a laugh. And he said, "There's 3 things you need in life. You need to look good, cook good, and fuck good." And he looked at me, and went, 2 out of 3 ain't bad." Always stuck with me, that one. I was absolutely howling with laughter. We'd had a little bit to drink. No, there's no sadness. There's no sadness. Not everybody can be a movie star. Not everybody can be beautiful. If everybody was beautiful, or everybody was pretty, nobody would be pretty. Some of us uggos have to exist so that you people can be amazing. And if you accept that, you become quite happy with yourself. You kind of don't care. Like, oh no, other people don't find me attractive. Okay, cool. That means they stay away from me. Bonus. I said feel, not look. Ah, okay. But then Rain said I look bonita. Hydraulics in my chair are going, and I have to keep adjusting them. So if you hear me randomly moving around while the screen is stood still, because I'm hoiking my fat ass back onto the chair. Discord be funky? Why Discord be funky? Can you hear me? I can see you in Discord. I can see me lighting up. I can't see you lighting up if you are talking. Droid? Droid, having audio issues. It's more likely than you think. Right, let's see about moving the server. US East Coast. Change that over. I definitely got nothing. Edit channel. Permissions. Everybody. There's no restricted permissions on the channel. When you talk, is your portrait lighting up green? Then that's your system not detecting sound. So that's probably your audio device. If it's not, but the test works. The fuck? That is bizarre. But the test works. How? Might be worth a full Discord shutdown and come back in. Restarting Discord didn't work. You haven't... Oh, maybe you did before I joined in, before I realised you were there, to be fair. I mean, you've said you've tried a different channel, but let's try a different channel. Can you hear me now? That didn't work. You're not muted, you're not server deafened, anything like that. Try changing your audio source and then changing it back again. Give it the old off and on again. You mean you don't want to hear me twice? But hearing me twice is the best way to hear me. Have I? Yes, I've done on outside, that's why. Let's do it from this angle. Just notice the footprints in the mud are smaller. That is really bizarre. I don't even know what to suggest with that. So Discord is saying that it's working fine until you join a channel. Okay, well I suppose the other way to try this then would be to... You're not blocked, you're not ignored, there's no crappiness in place like that. Okay, can you hear me now? You're still not lighting up for me. How bizarre. Well, where were we? That way. Well, restart, yeah. I don't know what else to suggest. That is a very peculiar one. The only thing I can think is that when you're going into test mode, which you can't hear me right now, but I'll say it anyway. When you're going into test the microphone, it's unmuting the microphone. And then when you're coming out of test, it's remuting the microphone. But it shouldn't do that. It may also be Crisp not working properly. Crisp is turned off. What was the one I was looking at earlier? If you go into your settings and change your input profile, you've not got push to talk enabled, have you? Or has this channel got push to talk enabled for non... No, there's only one set of permissions for this channel, so everybody has the same. Unless it's the category. No, because then that wouldn't work for that, so that wouldn't work either. Missions are set for the category as standard. I don't think it's Windows. I don't think it's Windows. I'm just not sure what it would be. You're not on a laptop, are you? Silly question, but I'm guessing you're not. Right, you're going to do a full restart either way, so... Oh, it's already done. Oh, I've realised I've missed a bit from the top. That's going to be annoying to go back and get. Don't need it. Nice. Okay, that's useful. I'm not sure what you mean there, droid. You've just said that were my phone, hence hanging up, but I didn't hear anything come through. I never got a notification that you were ringing me or anything like that, so... I've done the outside of that one, that's why that's not ticking over. Oh, you're on your phone now. I mean, we still can't hear you, because you're not in channel, obviously, but I didn't hear you at all if you did join. You know, that'd be another, if we do, you know, for next year's charity event, if we do put another 24-hour stream on there, Stardew Valley would be a good one. Could easily get 16, you know, you can have 16-player farms with a mod. So that would be an interesting one to do. What I might do is just turn the volume down of the water because it is now just a hissing in my ear. So that's now inaudible by the fact I didn't set it that low. Oh, it's much more soothing. Octopath. Let's go finish that game as well. All this music is doing is making me realize I have so many more games I need to play. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a pain. Right, where's my ladder? Where did I lob that? Over there. What? The hell did I manage that? Yeah, I'm going to need to shufty about a bit here. Where is... There it is. That's...
Dost thou hear me now?
No, I still can't hear you, mate. It's weird.
Oh, that's the weirdest thing ever.
It's just bizarre, isn't it? Like, I can see you lighting up this time. That's... but just can't hear you. You did say
I
that
think that's a you
Saturday's
issue, dude.
You did say Saturday's the day that everything goes wrong for you. You did say that.
I did say that. He usually does. I hope this is going to be all the trouble I get today, because today they're supposed to deliver computer parts. So I hope that goes all right.
Are you building today, or are you just acquiring today?
I hope to build as well.
Roger
Depends
that.
on when I get the things. I'm getting a new motherboard and memory today.
So it's a full rebuild rather than a new PC.
Yes. It's new motherboard, new CPU, and memory. I needed to upgrade the CPU, but looking at the CPUs I can upgrade to, which are old and still expensive, some of them still cost 300 euros. I'm like, if I'm going to pay that much, I want a new, thing. So I ended up going for an AMD Ryzen 5 7600, which is dated, but
still reasonable.
Actually, I got the X version. Anyhow, that was actually it's way cheaper than the Intel processors and way more powerful. And at that point, I was like, if I'm going to upgrade, I'm going to go for DDR5, because there's no guarantee DDR5. Well, rather, this processor only works with DDR5.
Yeah.
So I had to.
If it's an AM4, AM5 now.
5, yeah.
Yeah, so if it's on an AM5 board, I don't think there are any AM5 boards that run DDR4. So that makes sense.
They're not. I looked for that because I was hoping to stay DDR4 for a while yet. Especially since yesterday I found out I still have a spare pack of DDR4 memory.
Oh. Yeah, just get that
another
on
32 gigs. Well, actually, you can get a lot of DDR4 still. It's actually fairly priced. It's the DDR5 that's an issue. It's the storage that's an issue.
Yeah. CPUs are going that way as well now.
Yeah. It's sucky. But what can you do?
Yeah, I mean,
not much we can do about it.
A friend of mine literally just bought a new computer. He's got it on finance. He was just like, you know what? Mrs. needs a new computer. She can have mine. I'll upgrade. She doesn't use it for much. Her biggest game processing wise is Jurassic Evolution 3. So doesn't need something top of the line. So she can have his.
No.
I can have a new one. And he was like, right, don't care on the price. I'm getting what I want. $6,000. He spent
Jesus
£6,000 on a new computer.
That's just the computer itself. It's not monitors or anything else.
Oh yeah, no, he's got the desk, the monitor, all that is set. This is case, motherboard, CPU, RAM, power supply, graphics card. Yeah.
Right. In that case, it makes sense. A desk alone can be $1,000.
Oh no, so to say he already had a desk. This is just the rig. No monitors, no keyboards, no headsets, no mice. This is the thing that goes under your desk. Nothing else.
So he went for a 5090 is what I'm hearing, because those go for about like 3,000 to 4,000.
Yep.
Easy.
I think I said
RAM.
to him, I reckon half of your computer's price is just your GPU. He's like, yep.
Yeah. And the half of the remaining bit is probably RAM.
Yeah.
Because it's insane right now. Motherboards have been stable in pricing. CPUs have just barely started going up.
Yeah, CPUs are the newest
And then there's
ones
storage.
to go up. Well, storage he didn't need. I think he got a low-level NVMe with it, but he's like me. He has a crap ton of storage anyway, so he'll have like a 500 gig NVMe with Windows on it and nothing else.
Huh. That's actually pretty nice. Let's see. I need to do all the things because I messed up yesterday.
What are you doing?
I don't even know how I messed up. Fuck. So what happened yesterday was I wanted to sign into Steam. So I opened up the app on my phone, which is the authenticator.
I think I know where this is
It
going.
logged me out.
Yep.
It logged me out. And I didn't know what the password anymore. So I had to reset the password, which is fine, but that requires you to turn off the authenticator.
Yep, which requires the password.
Yeah, so I had to do... I managed to get it done, but now all of my devices are logged out.
Yep.
And
that took me over an hour to fix when that happened to me the other month. And then I was joking about it to a friend, and then we went to Armski, and he wanted to log into something, and the same happened to him. And I'm like, right, seriously, you are about to be fuming. You are going to be so angry for the rest of the day.
yes.
And it probably took him about an hour to get it sorted as well. Howdy, Dirt Finder. Put everything on hold. My golf buggy's soiled like you wouldn't believe.
Jesus. That'll happen.
Yeah, Doc gave you the details of the colleague who needs a hand with a new place in the suburbs. It's the old Death place. No, I'm not from around here, mate.
I kind of want to see what you're doing right now, but I'm trying to fix my Steam still.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to... The app logged me out, so that's why I couldn't log in. Sorry, no, yeah, so the app logged me out, so I tried to use the authenticator on my phone, which had logged out.
Yes.
So in the end, I had to go through a browser that was still logged in to reset my password, to then force out the authenticator by going through the recovery process to say, I don't have this anymore, which then logged me out of the browser, but allowed me to sign into the app and set it up as an authenticator, which I could then use to sign into everything else again.
Okay.
Fucking ridiculous. I was fuming.
In my case, it allowed me to do things because I still have access to the backup email and the phone, which I both registered with it. So I managed to reset everything. It was just, why do I need to turn off the authenticator? I want to log into the authenticator. I need a password for that.
Yeah.
But no, you have to turn off all security in order to reset your security.
Yep. Yeah, I was fuming. And then, like I say, it's assigned to my phone. It's on my phone. They've got my phone number as a text authenticator. So why can't I just use that to say, this is me, and get back in? Nope. No, none of that.
Yeah. It's just painful. Other than that, though, I've been mostly pleased with Steam for years. At one point, I got robbed, like on the streets. They took my phone, so they took my authenticator as well. And they took an email from me. They were like, okay, you want me to you want us to turn off the authenticator? We can do that. Here you go. Which surprised me. Usually companies are known for being less than helpful in that regard.
Yeah.
So
yeah. There's a joke that goes around the internet about Steam's customer service. Like if your bank card gets stolen, your bank will basically blame you. They'll try and be like, oh yeah, well you're gonna have to cover some of these charges because it's your fault. You didn't cancel it quick enough and blah blah this and blah blah that. And they'll try and make it out to be your fault. Steam will phone you to tell you you've been hacked and it's already dealt with. You're like, what did you do to them?
Mm-hmm.
Some poor scammer just looks out his window and Gabe's there.
Pretty much. Oh man, yeah, that's awesome. Though to be fair, I kind of feel like the entire blame customer for X or Y is pretty much a UK thing.
Yeah.
Because like them blaming you for your internet problems. I was talking to a colleague about that, and because over here, I just got a random friend request on Discord. I'll deal with that in a minute. Over here, when that happens, I've gotten the best of service. There's some companies that are really bad with it, like UPS and anything foreign really is. They'll blame you for anything.
Yeah.
But if you got one of the national ones, they're like, well, just hang on. We're just going to check a few things. Oh dear. It seems to be everything is working on our end. Have you checked this and this and this? Yes, I have. Okay. We're going to send a mechanic to such and such point. We'll get back to you. Usually in like half an hour, you get a message saying, oh yeah, we did some maintenance. We flipped the wrong switch. Forgot to turn it back on again. Here you go. You got internet again.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's like just a British thing or if we Dutch people are just weird.
I can take an educated guess as to what it is because I've worked in the service, and a lot of it is like you say when it's abroad customer services. I don't give a fuck. Mm-hmm. What are you going to do? Come and nut them? It's not going to happen, is it?
No.
But a lot of the stuff in the UK, even when it is UK based, is outsourced. So I used to work for Vodafone, but I wasn't directly employed by Vodafone. I was employed by a company called WebHelp TSC. So what they say is we can provide you with X amount of man hours per week for this cost, which is usually cheaper than what Vodafone are paying for their own customer service anyway. And obviously on top of that, then TSC take a cut to run the building and all the admin and, blah, 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 make a profit. So the people working in the call center, even though they're not working directly for Vodafone, are earning less than the people who are working for Vodafone. So when we used to have two call centers, one was ours and one was Vodafone's, both were in Kilmarnock. They're like, you can see one from the other, and the people in the Vodafone one earned nearly 50% extra than the people in ours, essentially. We are so heavily regulated because we have extra security, and if a Vodafone rep comes round and sees you talking on your mobile, that's a breach of, that's not just one user who's breached confidentiality, that's a company who's let a user breach confidentiality, kind of thing. Okay. So everything is much, much more strictly regulated and scripted, and that breeds an environment where every single agent has A, B, C, D that they have to do, otherwise they get in trouble and lose their job, so they're not willing to do anything else, because why would you risk your job for some pleb on a phone?
Yeah.
Which means that the second you as a customer need to deviate from that script, the agent refuses. No, this is what I am here to do. That is it. You will get nothing else out of me. I am not here to troubleshoot problems. I am not here to be, oh yes, no, I can see that this system has done X, Y, and Z. Let me get on to that. No. We have done it. Me as an agent, I have done everything I can. It must be your fault. I have no other information to give you. That's it. So, I mean, to put it into context, I got told we weren't allowed to have a calculator on our desks because a calculator has a memory function, which means I could store somebody's phone number, take it home, and that's a breach of DPA. Meanwhile, the people working in the Vodafone office have built-in phone chargers on their desks so that they can have their phone open, read their messages, and listen to music all day if they want. We're not allowed a goddamn calculator.
Or paper, I'm guessing.
No, paperless environment. Pen and paper is restricted because, again, you can write something down, take it home. And ridiculous.
Even pens alone, because you could write them on your body.
Mm-hmm.
I guess whoever thought up those rules was really, really enjoying themselves and are massive sadists.
I mean, you can kind of understand it weirdly. Like the person who's in charge of that, they don't want to get in trouble for, they want to do everything they can to get more contracts. Because as an outsource, we didn't just work for Vodafone. Our company dealt with waste reclamation. We had British Gas in there at one point. We had a little bit of BT going on for the night shift. We had Medical 101. Non-emergency call line for medical issues. We had loads going on. But as soon as a standard is set, I mean, let's say Vodafone was one of our strictest, and then we got Medical 101, NHS come in. So they required stricter standards, which means everybody then was needed to move up to those standards. I didn't work with the NHS, but I had to abide by their standards.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
wow.
Bit silly.
But on the other hand, I can kind of understand a little, considering the data breaches we've had over the past few years and the effects of those for the companies involved. Like, it can kill you, straight out.
Yep.
So, it's hard to blame the companies when taking that into consideration.
But yeah, I mean, it just breeds an environment of not my fault, pass the buck.
Yep.
And that's why we get what we get over here. If you're speaking to a third party, you're not getting anywhere.
I kind of understand it. In my previous job, I had access to customer information. Mostly, I didn't interact with customers. It was so I could check up on stock movements. Make sure everything went properly.
Yeah.
And sometimes, a particular item is moving for a particular person, so therefore you need access to that information. But we often get, requests from people who'd lost their receipts and such.
Hey, Jenny.
Can we have our receipt? And there were times where we couldn't, because the data did not match it to any of their payment methods or even their names. Sometimes they used partners' names or partners, bank cards. And in which case we're like, yep, I'm sorry, you're going to have to talk to your partner about that. But even that is skirting the line. Officially not even supposed to say that. You're just supposed to say, I'm sorry, we do not have your data.
Yeah.
Or we cannot find anything with the information you've provided us.
Yeah, and all you can say to them is go and check your information and try again. That's all you've got.
Yeah, essentially, check your payment methods. Could have been a different account. You can give them ideas, but even that is pushing it. Hey, Rain.
Yeah, we can't do that at all. We can't even say, maybe it's a phone number, or we can't do anything. GDPR over here is really strict.
Yeah. Over our place as well. I remember when they first, started using that thing, and the company I worked at had a lot of copies, like physical copies of passports, which they needed for tax reasons.
Yeah.
But all of that was just a copy. So all the information of the passport was in there, including the things we did not need, because nobody ever considered that would be a problem.
Yeah.
So when GDPR happened, they had to, basically hide all the bits that weren't needed. So somebody had to sit there with a marker, going through all of those copies for over 10 years worth of, expensive sales. Because not every sale that required one. It was the sales above a certain amount in order to combat, crime and terrorism and all that.
Yeah, the money laundering limits and stuff.
Yeah, so, and they had to go through all those passports and just Mark. No, this bit did not. No. All we need is usually it was all we needed was the social security number essentially, maybe and some of the dates that were on that thing, but everything else had to be crossed out. I think somebody spent like. No, I think 3 people spent about 3 months doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it can get crazy. Like we can't give you anything on our side. I mean, it's not often I have to fail DPA on someone, to be fair. But I did have one the other day, and it was a case of they gave me the information. I said, "Can I take your name?" Obviously, that was right. I cheek it out and say, "Can I take your email address as well?" Because that's a free pass. Their email address is first name dot last name at company. You know, if you know the name and get the email wrong, that's a failure of DPA in my book straight away. And then I'll ask a third question. We have to do 3. And if they get it wrong, I'll go through and find some other ones. And this last got it wrong. She didn't. The problem is with us that they change jobs sometimes quite frequently. And if that information isn't updated on our side, I can't ask your job title, I can't ask your department, I can't ask your manager's name. That's all now irrelevant information. So if I ask that and you get it wrong, I've got to say, okay, just to let you know, you have failed DPA. And then that's it. You don't even get the rest of the sentence out before they kick off. What do you mean? It's like, oh, okay, right. So what's probably happened is this. I can't tell you anything more. Well, what have I failed on? I can't tell you that. You know, I can't tell you, oh, yes, you got your department wrong. Can I? I can't say that. That's just, I mean, assume you got everything wrong. You're probably closer. But luckily, in our case, this is something that used to kick off a lot at Vodafone. But here, all we say to them is, we can still get you back in the system. That's not a problem. All you need to do is have a manager raise a ticket through the self-help portal. Because it comes direct from the manager, they don't need to pass DPA. That's already done before we even get the ticket. And all they need to do is say, please unlock this person's account. You then don't need to pass DPA. And then you also need to tell the manager that your details are wrong. Can they have them updated for you? And of course they never do. They just get back into the system and forget about it. And 6 months later, they fail DPA again.
Because of course.
Yeah. There was a lass who... I have a very particular way of dealing with my passwords when I set them up for other people. I found that random numbers and shit don't work and no one ever remembers them, including me. So I do color animal 4 numbers exclamation mark. That is the format. You know, green cat. And I'm not going to give you the answer to this one, but the way I do the numbers is formulaic, and that's so I can work it out. So I set this one up, and let's say it's green cat 1 2 3 4 exclamation mark. Take my 4 days off. Come back. Woman phones up and says, this is happening constantly. I'm sick and tired of having to change my password. I've changed it every day this week. Blah blah this, blah blah that. It's never worked. All this. I says, okay. When went through and everything. She says, one of your guys changed it for me yesterday, and they changed it to green something or other. And I went, green cat 1 2 3 4 exclamation mark. And she went, yeah. I went, yeah, that was me. I changed it to that, and that wasn't yesterday. That was 5 days ago. So. When I said to you, here is your new password, please make sure you change it when you log in, because if not, it will lock you out again. Guess what's happened?
Wow. So basically, she keeps setting up new passwords and forgetting them?
No, essentially what's happening is, what I imagine is happening is she's typing in the password I've given her, it's worked, so she's gone... can't be bothered to change that. I'll remember to do it next time. And then logged in the next day. I'll remember to do it next time. And then logged in the next day. I'll remember to do it next time. And then, all of a sudden, it stops working. Because it's on a 4-day lockout. If you don't do it within, 72 hours or whatever it is, the account just locks, because that is a temporary password. That's a security risk. I shouldn't know that password. That's why it locks. So then she's gone, all of a sudden my password's not working, but I just had this reset. In her mind, That's just, I had my password reset, it was working, now it's wrong again, they have done something. How can this be my fault? And it happens all the time. And it is your fault. If you're listening, it's your fault.
Yes. Maybe I'm a bit of an autist, but usually when these things happen to me, the first thing I do is actually change my password again.
Well,
if it says change your password, that's what I do. But a lot of systems also force you to. After logging in, you get a pop-up stating new password.
The problem is that this particular company hasn't enabled that on their domain.
Oh.
So we can put user must change their password at next login, but all they have to do is just press escape and it just goes away from that menu. And it will prompt them to change it every single time they log in. But then what usually happens is they try and type a password and it goes, that is invalid, you've already used that one, you've typed it incorrectly, it contains the month or the season, therefore you can't use that password. So they just go, fine, escape, I'll do it next time. And then 4 days later, guess what's happened?
And that keeps on happening and happening and happening.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
So I physically sit there with them. I go, okay, let's test it, make sure it logs you in. Right, cool. Now let's change your password. Oh, what do I change it to? Well, here's the formula. It has to be at least 8 characters. It has to be at least 12 characters. You can't use a sport. You can't use a weather. You can't use a season. You can't use anything you've used before.
Anything.
If you set it up on these default settings now, Windows domains do not allow you to ever repeat the same password.
Oh, my previous job, it was set to the last 8.
Yeah. I've seen 3, 6, and 12 and all sorts of things, but now it's all. You can never repeat.
That is fucking annoying.
Well, I mean, the domain tech can turn that off. They can set it to whatever they want, but often they don't care because they're IT savvy. They think that's a sensible thing, which it is. And they don't mind that, we're just going to change the number on the end of the password. It really doesn't matter.
Yes, which is why I said it's just annoying. Add 3 numbers to the back of a set password and you can get there. But most people would probably only do 10.
Yeah. So that's the joy of IT. I mean, as I joke about all the time, if everything worked fine and people were smart, I wouldn't have a job. So, kind of got to be grateful for it, really.
Or you'd be having more work fixing all the things that the quote unquote smart people broke, because people like breaking things for fun.
Well, no, I said that's the line I always give when something goes weirdly wrong and people are complaining about it. I say to them, well, honestly, I don't know why it's broken, but if everything worked perfectly, I wouldn't have a job. If everything worked perfectly, you wouldn't need an IT tech, would you? So I'm not going to sit here and complain that everything's broken because I get to fix it, and that gets me money.
Yes, true. That was my previous job, though, fixing errors in the system. But my current job doesn't have any of that. I'm quite happy with that. My current job is just do things, you get paid, and nobody bitches at you afterwards, which is nice. And they don't care if I miss out on a day, which is also nice.
I got a bit of a bitching at the other day, but to be fair, it was my own fault. I've been a bit slack at work, and they finally caught on. Okay, right, I'll do some actual work then. They gave me the numbers, and even I was like, oh shit, I fucked that up.
Oops.
Yeah. But yeah, you take your chances, you get caught, it's your own fault, isn't it? So naughty.
He had some fun for a bit.
It was just, I got to the point where I was not working, essentially. I was sitting there for a 12-hour shift and not doing a damn thing. Because I was getting away with it. While ever no one was checking on me, of course I'm going to get away with it. So, fuck it.
Wow. Also, Jenny.
If a phone call came in, yeah, I'd take the phone call. I wasn't dodging work. I just didn't go out of my way to find any.
Yep. I mean, I'm kind of aware. I do kind of do that, the same thing some days, especially the ones when I'm really tired. But most times, I can find stuff to do. But that little line is so recognizable. The one from Jenny about they saying, just don't look at that.
Worked for a tech support company. GDPR came into effect. The amount of things the company did wrong in the beginning. By clicking the phone number in the caller ID, we could open their profiles, find all their info. Parts of the window were against GDPR, so they just said, "Don't look at that." That wasn't Vodafone by any. You said tech company, didn't you? Because that's very similar to how Siebel worked for Vodafone, where they were like, "Oh yeah, you shouldn't see that information, so you don't." Okay, wink, wink, nod, nod.
Oh god, yes. I've seen so many of that. I remember when the company I worked for, you could launch any program and do anything using shortcuts. The Windows shortcuts. Just add the command in there and it worked.
Bizarre.
Yeah, access to all drives, all things. It took them a while to figure that out and fix it, even though I told them for 2 years straight. I said, it's nice and all that. I'm enjoying myself, but it's not really what you want.
One of my favorite ones was when Siebel first came in.
Mm-hmm.
You could view people's... Vodafone have their own web-based profiling system that you as a user can go into, upgrade your phone, all that kind of stuff. So they integrated that into the system, which is a sensible thing to do. You can basically click a button and view the user's account in exactly the same way they do, without ever seeing their password or having to manually log in. It bypasses that and you just get in, kind of thing. It used a rotating code that was on an internal server. It was the same code we would use for verifying that you were talking to somebody else internally. You phone another department. Here's here's the current code. They verify it. They know you passed DPA. All that kind of stuff. Nice, really simple system. Worked fine.
Yeah.
Until somebody pointed out that once you get into that, you're on the internet in Siebel, which is fine. I wouldn't think much of it. You can use the URL bar to get anywhere. For some reason, it bypassed the firewall.
Yes.
So the reason they found this out was because a guy was playing old school RuneScape through Siebel.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that.
Fucking brilliant.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. I'm not surprised APIs can bypass anything if set up correctly or even incorrectly. It's why they're so dangerous.
Yep.
But the funny thing is, APIs are actually meant to prevent this sort of thing.
Yeah, they're just used wrong.
Yes.
Well, the other one...
Somebody fucked up the API. Wow.
This is one that was me, and I take full credit for this. When I worked, most of my shit like this is at Vodafone. I moved on to the pay-as-you-go team because it was slightly better job, and also I got a bit of commission on top of my wage, so I was earning a nice little tasty bonus each month. But it was when you were on inbound, it was a relatively dead end, not much to do kind of thing. So we started fucking around as a group, as a team. We started playing stuff on the web, with mini clip pool and all that, and IT found out about it and banned it, and so we try different websites and get around stuff, and they got really good at chasing us down and banning stuff. So I said, right, let's see if they can find this. And I told the team that here's a way you can play SNES, Mega Drive, NES, Atari, Game Boy games in your browser, because Google has an emulator. You can use an emulator in Google Drive. So they're like, okay, cool, no problem. So we basically ended up playing Mario Kart Advance, all of us together as a group, just chilling around and setting laps and times, and not linking into each other or anything, no actual verses, but setting quickest laps and shit like that. And obviously the IT guys found out about it and banned it. They banned Google.
Yes, I was going to say.
Company-wide, CEO was not able to get into any of his shit for nearly a month. He was fuming. They port blocked Google. The entire company, the company website, the one I was saying, the internal one where the code rotated, that was offline for a month. Nobody could do any internal transfers.
Because it was all based on Google, on cloud-based servers and whatnot. Yes,
absolutely beautiful. And
I can't tell because they blocked a port and not a name, so just a number.
And it was the guy who worked in our building who did it, who actually did the blocking, and he came up to me and was like, "I know it was you. You nearly got me in so much shit, but." Obviously, my argument to that was I was just doing my job. I got away with it. And he basically just went, well played. Can you stop it now? I'm like, yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. You want to play with me? I can back you into corners you don't know exist, my friend. It's beautiful. I'd love to have seen the look on the guy's face when he got the phone call. The CEO can't get onto Google. Why? You've port blocked it. What?
Just grown.
Well, of course I've port blocked it. People were using it for nefarious deeds. Yeah, he can't even get into his emails. Oh.
Yeah. Because everything you use for Google, again, API. So if you block the port, you block the API.
Yep.
Everything breaks.
Everything. And you'd be surprised what in a company runs off Google that you don't think it does.
Oh, so much. So much. It is so integrated.
Yeah, it's some crazy shit, man.
Unless you work like via the Microsoft things, even then, I do think the companies even use each other's services for some things.
Yeah. I mean, Cloudflare is baked into almost everything these days, as is Google.
Yeah. Because Google is a very good search engine.
There was a job I worked at. It was NHS adjacent. It wasn't actually NHS. It was a document management system, literally called DocMan. And when we were in the office, there was a day when I walked in, and as I was stood at the door, if you look through the window to the left, you could see our wall board, which showed, current calls waiting, tickets needing action, next person in queue for a call, things like that. And I put my hand on the door, and I glanced over at the wall board and saw 250 calls waiting. And I just turned around and went home. I didn't even walk in the building. I just got a phone call off my boss 20 minutes later, like, where are you? I'm like, I'm sick, mate. You've just woke me up. Just fucking turned. I'm not dealing with that. You can bollocks. Just went home.
250. Jesus.
Oh, that was a relatively bad day, but nowhere near our worst. We were near 1,000 calls waiting to one day.
As long as you're not in a room with like 10 or 12 different phones all ringing.
No, it was all headsets.
Because they're all connected to the same number and everybody's trying to call that singular number. So you're on the phone talking to people, trying to concentrate on what they're telling you because the line is bad. Well, all phones are just ringing around you.
It was pretty well organised, that office. You didn't really hear much of other people apart from the one person sat next to you kind of thing. Pretty decent.
That's pretty nice, yeah.
For the interview for that, I still talk to the guys. I was talking to him yesterday. He's in my D&D group, but they do something that I think everybody should do for a call center job, which is they actually make you take a mock phone call. But it's not it's not just talking to the interviewer. What they do is they say, you phone this number, someone will answer, they will have a query for you. The script is you're calling them back because you haven't managed to get around to their task, blah blah blah. And what you're doing is you're actually phoning one of the guys on the service desk. So you're talking to someone who, if you get the job, will be your colleague, kind of thing. So I guess this makes the phone call, and Guy answers, and I'm like, hello, my name's Adam. I'm calling from Docman or blah, blah, blah. Let me just clarify everything with you to make sure we're on the same page. Now, I did really, really good. I worked on the phones for years, so I'm gifted the gab, and I absolutely fucking nailed it. But he said, do you mind if I ask why it's taking so long? And without thinking, I said, basically what happens is when tickets come in, they're assigned a priority, and we work through them in order of highest priority. And without missing a beat, the guy went, oh, so my problem's not a priority for you? And I went, no, sorry, I may have misspoke there. What I mean is that things like server outages and, high impact things like that, we have to prioritize over things like password resets. But obviously I've got you on the phone now, so I'm going to run you through that, reset your password, we'll get you back in. He's like, okay, no problem. And the guy interviewing me went, that was an absolutely amazing backpedal. He says, as soon as you said it, you knew you'd fucked up. But you handled that brilliantly. And obviously when I got the job, I was in training with somebody, and I was telling them about it. He went, oh yeah, that was me. Like, you twat. And he still says it to me, like, this is 8 years later, and he still says it to me every now and again. I'll say something and go, oh, so what, I'm not a priority for you? Fucking shut up, dick.
But that's a really good simulation, because there's a lot of customers that would actually say that.
Yeah, that's, I mean, for me, that was a perfectly normal thing to say. And he just very quickly and correctly latched onto it. I shouldn't have said that. That was a stupid thing to say. But then a couple of months later, I was the one taking that phone call. So I went out, waited for the phone call. The guy's in the interview. And the guy who got me in mine, it was his mate who was coming in. So I get the phone call, and I'm gonna get this kid. I'm gonna get him back, kind of thing. Not enough to make him not get the job or anything like that. And this guy phoned up, and he gave me a really basic spiel about this, that, and the other. And I can't remember what I said, but it was basically the question, why is it taking so long or whatever. And the guy just basically replied, oh yeah, no, it's we're just a bit swamped right now. We're getting on top of things. We'll contact you when it's sorted. And just hung up on me.
What?
He just like, yeah, no problem. We'll get it. He kind of didn't answer the question. Said, well, as soon as we've got it sorted, we'll get back to you and let you know. And then just put the phone down. Never even said goodbye.
What?
Still got the job. Again, part of my D&D group, take the piss out of him that all the time. Whenever I'm leaving Discord, I'm just like, oh, Jamie, just before you go, and then hang up. I went back in and says to the other guy, I says, it's your mate who's interviewing right now, isn't it? He says, yes. I would not give him that job based on what's just happened. That alone would be, yeah, sorry, thanks, but no thanks.
Right? I mean, this being Swamp Thing is one thing, but just hanging up on them.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, first of all,
I think that's pretty much a no-go, isn't it? In any situation.
We were desperate for the staff. We were taking on anybody. Some of the people we took on were plebeians of the highest order. Jamie, not one of them. Jamie, genuinely, he knows his shit. He works at the same level as I do in a different company. He does know his shit. He's really, really good. I don't know why he fucked up that, but yeah, he deserved to get the job regardless of that kind of thing. But I think one of the other things that really helped with me when I interviewed for it was I got to the bit where it's like, oh, have you got any questions for us? And I said, yeah, I wouldn't mind knowing essentially workload. I'm used to a busy environment, but I'd just like to know what kind of call throughput we'd be looking at each day. And he went, okay, so problem. It's probably on a bad day, we'll probably be looking at about 300. But most of the time, it's like 150. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's reasonable. It's a bit more than I was hoping for, but that's it's well within doable parameters. And he looked at me and went, for the team, I went, oh, I thought you meant per person. Yeah, no, that's fine then. Anyway, as if anybody could take 300 calls in a day. I went, Vodafone's SLA is 8 minutes. Is 8 minutes a call. We quite frequently got towards 300 on a 12-hour shift. He's like, are you fucking serious? Wow. I'm like, yeah, my record in a shift is 400 calls, just shy. So when you said 300, I was like, oh, this shit again. You're telling me that 300 on a busy day is divided by 30 people, 10 calls a day? You'd sign me up.
Yes. That's really good, actually. Wow. I'd sign on for 10 a day.
Yeah. You could see I could see him look at me and the guy, he thinks he's got to take all of them. Like, yeah, that's what I'm used to.
Oh.
God, I'm lucky. It's been a busy week for me. If I take 10 calls a week.
That is so nice. I wish I had that.
Night shift.
Phone calls are the worst bit of my job.
Phone calls break up my job, so I don't mind them too much.
Well, more than half the calls aren't even something I can help with. So it's basically going like, you phoned the wrong number.
Yeah.
Again. For how many years now?
Well, what's the right number? I don't know.
No, like you've given them the number multiple times.
Right.
Like, they get through a tape, you know? This is this department, this is this department, this is this department.
Oh, the IVR, yeah.
They still always pick one. It doesn't matter who they need, they will always pick one. And then when you tell them, they're like, oh, really?
We were also hiring anyone when I started. We had people in the tech department that barely knew how to turn on a computer. I won't give her name, but we had a lass in our department like that. Just absolutely ridiculous. How do you even begin to train a person who doesn't understand the basics of a computer? It's I can't tell you how to fix a server when you don't understand a computer. That's
What are you even doing at that point? Yeah.
She went and got a job at McDonald's or KFC, I think, afterwards, when she got fired for being incompetent. And the story I was told, I'm not a witness to this, I was not part of it, I can't tell you if it's true, but this is what I was told. She was asked to fill the coffee machine up, so she did. And then for the next hour, nobody could have coffee, because nobody could figure out what the hell was wrong with it, until they opened it up, and she'd basically taken the bag of coffee and put it in where the filter goes. She hadn't even opened it.
Yeah.
So people are crazy.
Kudos for trying, maybe? Question mark?
Like, ooh,
oh, God.
You
Yes. Full marks for effort.
Yeah. People like that are why I hate the phrase, well, I tried my best. Okay. Your best wasn't good enough. So please leave.
Yes.
If your best is not capable of performing the basic functions, I shouldn't have to deal with the repercussions of that. Please just go.
Yes. That is fair. Oh,
I just got out. Adlan
so
got pulled back in for another 2 minutes. What? You shouldn't have done it. That's... You didn't refresh the page, or you didn't get an auto refresh, did you?
That's another thing I need to look into at some point. I've not messed with the ads at all.
Yeah.
So I don't even know what the standard settings are. I've not heard people about it, so it's fine. That could also be part of it, part of Ages and Jerry giving people subs.
Yes, yeah, that will certainly help. If nobody's watching ads, you won't get to know how bad the ads are. That is for sure. I mean, the way to look at it is, do you want the minimum amount of ads, or do you want the maximum amount of revenue? The advice I was given, which I've kind of doggedly stuck to, is if you're gonna run ads, you may as well get money out of it, regardless of how little that is. So run 3 minutes of ads every hour. If you want to split that up to one one ad every 15 minutes, sure, reasonable, no problem. But most people will just run it as an ad break, and I'm going to go AFK for 3 minutes. But the thing you are most aiming for is to make sure that when people join your channel, specifically on raids, they do not see an ad. Because 90% of people who raid into a channel and see an ad instantly leave. They don't wait for the ads to finish. They're just gone. So by not having pre-rolls on, you're mitigating that and increasing your viewer throughput, which is what you're after. So where's that?
Let's see. Where is that stuff?
Monetization, I think.
Makes sense. Ads. Right. View tutorial. Why not? Add density slider. You've overhauled stuff. You're in control. Nice. Enable automatic add length and frequency. That's probably not something I want.
Yeah, I set mine to the minimum amount of ads per hour that still gets me the 50-50 split. Pre-rolls kill rate, yeah, every single time. Just us bitching about people we used to work with. I'll be honest, Jenny, that's all you missed. The one that's bothering me.
Same as twice. Oh god, yeah. I've had that.
Well, my favorite. I was saying this to Droid the other day. My favorite thing at the moment is that I'm using a VPN for pretty much everything. I've been for years. But for some reason, Twitch is now defaulting to Netherlands, which means I get Dutch ads. And Dutch McDonald's ads are the best thing ever. I'm happy to watch them. Everybody in these ads is so happy and talking in this fake language that they call Dutch. It's just the best thing ever. I fucking adore Dutch McDonald's ad.
Oh, I don't even know them.
They're great. They're so good.
When I get ads, it's usually tax stuff and other stuff that I don't really care about.
Yeah.
So I just wait for it to end and then skip. The worst ads though I've ever had, they were Dutch ads as well. It was when Twitch started doing more localized adverts. Because before that, I only got American ones, which were fine, or international ones. But at some point, I got Dutch-specific ads, and there was this professional soccer player, that was doing some kind of thing. I don't even know what, but they had an ad. As I shit you not, an hour and a half long.
Jesus, that's mad.
So it's mad. The first time I had it, I didn't realize it was an ad. It just kept going and going and going. I'm like, what's going on? I still watched the full thing. And I was like, okay, I've been through that. I'm never doing that again. So I got the second ad because you get 2 ads in a row.
Yeah.
Guess what ad I got?
Same one.
Yes. At that point, I was just like, rage quit the browser and go do something else.
I remember, I didn't encounter this, but I remember being told and seeing a brief video about it, where when the YouTube adpocalypse happened, where the fuck is this? I'm looking for a flash and I can't see it anywhere. When the YouTube adpocalypse happened, there was a guy who decided to kind of showcase how bad it could be, and he paid for a YouTube ad that was 3 hours long. And it was basically, he set up a camera in his backyard and he went and mowed the lawn, he set up a deck chair, he read a book, he said he got his barbecue going, and he just had an afternoon. Yeah. That's it. But because it was one of these where it comes in, randomly, if you especially on YouTube Music, if you're just listening to music in the background, you kind of don't notice when it just goes away forever. And it just keeps playing and playing and playing, and he used it to showcase it. Yes, sealed bag in where the filter goes, where you put the filter, and then you empty the coffee beans in. She just put the bag in, and then was like, "Well, how was I meant to know it's not going to work?" Well, because you've got 2 brain cells to rub together, you daft bin.
I don't think she had to.
No, clearly not.
We don't know for sure she had one.
She
Jesus.
I mean, I didn't work with her. Like I say, I don't know if that's true, but that whole story is what I've been told. But when she did work with me, she latched on to somebody. She was one of those who was a bit of a somebody's gonna love me kind of people. She was very much a bit forward in that regard. But the one person she latched onto, just because apparently he paid her a little bit of attention, was the only person in the entire building who was married. Like I say, team of 15 people at its absolute lowest, 30 at its largest. The only person who was married, and that's who she decides to flirt with. Moron. To be fair, she did briefly try flirting with me, and I shut her down straight away. Came up with her idea of a chat-up line was, I heard you talking about Pokemon. Are you into it? And I just went, please don't talk to me, and turned around and walked away. No, I'm not dealing with you. You can bollocks.
Oh, wow.
I stand people like her. It may sound hard, but she was a lot.
No, I can kind of picture it. I've had colleagues that were similar. I had one that was fired for a job. He worked at a KFC. He was caught having 2 frozen chickens in his backpack.
Oh, Jesus.
His next job at a Taco Bell,
somehow still chickens.
He was first caught in the toilet smoking underneath the smoke detector. Didn't even bother to cover it up. Yes. Second bit is those kind of places, they have really strict rules about closing shop. After a certain time, you're not allowed to use certain entrances because they're linked to alarms and whatnot.
Yeah, understandable.
Guess what he did? He did not want to wait for the shop to close up because he wanted to get to catch the bus, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So he left via the rear entrance after the time everything had been locked.
Yep.
I've never seen a manager run that fast to get the guy and beat him up.
Used to work with a guy, and I won't name him, but this man is an absolute legend to me. I was a little bit in love with this man, I'm not going to lie. And I've definitely told this story on stream before. Again, Vodafone. I got to know this guy when I was working on contracts. And he was on a crediting department. So I only ever spoke to him if someone wanted a contract and I didn't sell them, so I put them through to him, kind of thing, for credit checks and stuff. And he's first time I phoned him, he was like, "Oh, are you in Dunscroft? Not Dunscroft, in Barnsley?" I'm like, "Yep." And he'd like wave to me, kind of thing, and I could see him across the room and wave. And we'd only talk to each other like once a month if I ended up phoning through. It was really weird. But eventually, we ended up working in a similar department, and we got to know each other quite well. And in the 3 years he worked there, he was in 32 disciplinaries. But he knew the system inside and out. And they just could never nail him with anything. Everything he got away with. And I was coming into the building one day, and he went, "Oh, are you free?" I'm like, I'm a little early, but, I've got to log in. He says, "Run up, log yourself in, tell your manager you're going to be in this disciplinary with me." I'm like, "What?" He says, "I'm allowed to bring somebody in as a silent witness, essentially. So I want you there." I'm like, "Okay." So went up, told my boss. She's like, "Yeah, okay, I actually can't stop you. It's company policy. If he's asked for you, you are going." I'm like, "Okay, fine, fair enough." Logged myself in, put myself in meeting, went downstairs. "Right, okay, so this is a meeting for blah blah this, gross misconduct. You've been heard swearing on a phone call." He went, "Okay, absolutely fine. Obviously, I've already had a week's paid leave because of this while it's been investigated. So first thing I'd like to know is, can I listen to the call? Because I'd like to know that it definitely is me, please." And they went, "Oh, it's definitely you." He went, "Yeah, that's fine. Can I listen to the call?" He went, "Oh, we don't have a copy of it." He went, "Cool, this is over then," and got up and walked out. Left me sat there like a right plum idiot going, do I leave? Like, what do we do now? And the reason they got him in the end is as he was leaving one day, he wanted to prank a friend or something, so he jumped over the turnstiles instead of swiping out. Gross misconduct, on camera, fired on the spot. That's how they got rid of him. 32 disciplinaries, and that's how they got rid of him.
They must have been so happy.
Oh, they were
They
chuffed.
must have been so happy he did that under a camera.
I says to him, like, I called him a couple of weeks later and we're like, how of all the things, is that the thing they got you for? Man was a fucking
Okay, this is
legend.
the kind I love, though. That guy is smart.
Yeah.
Smart enough actually to get away with stuff.
Yeah.
So I can appreciate that.
Everything he did, he was like, by the book. Those who live by the rule book die by the rule book kind of thing. And he just that one slip up and they got him. Gutted for him.
Was he the type to go like, fair, well played, or
Not
was
to,
he really
not
angry
to their
with himself?
faces, but afterwards he was like, yeah, no, that was just stupid. I can't believe that's how I went out. Yeah, I miss that man to this day.
Oh.
He told me the two most offensive jokes I know. And I'm only willing to tell one of them on stream. That's how bad the other one is. If you do not like ridiculously offensive jokes, please do not listen to this. Please mute me for the next 30 seconds. What is worse than finding 12 dead babies in a box? Always a good start to a joke. Finding one dead baby in 12 boxes.
I put them all in one box?
Yeah. What's worse than finding 12 dead babies in a box? Finding one dead baby in 12 boxes. It's not even funny. It's just there for the shock factor, and you're like, wow.
Yes.
And I cannot tell you the other one. I will get banned from Twitch if I tell you the other one. That is how bad it is.
I mean, this is bad enough, to be fair. Jesus. I'm pretty sure you've told me this joke before. I erased it from memory and probably will do so again.
It's a joke I will only ever tell in person, and only to specific people who I know are not going to be knee-jerk offended by it, because it is offensive as fuck.
Yes.
Yeah, it's we always called it a joke so good HR wants to hear it.
Yeah. Yeah, they'd have a field day with that. Oh my god.
Yep. Hey Twitch. Anyone else got any really offensive jokes they want to get out of the chest?
I just send it over to YouTube. Ah, Jesus.
Yeah, no,
Running late.
That's the kind of crap you get in call centers where people are just monotonously doing the same thing every single day, and to avoid brain rot are just everything and anything is game.
I've worked one day in a call center, and that was enough for me to go never again. And I think I skipped out on half of it.
Nice.
I've never had that many smoking breaks.
Yeah.
Before I even started smoking. Or I went on toilet breaks. I just hated it. Also, the job was actively me sat behind a computer that's ringing random numbers. And then,
outbound sucks.
And then selling them porn mags.
Oh, wow. I'd probably have a laugh with that.
And it gets old real quick.
Yeah.
Especially since some of the people you get on the phone are not people you're going to do that with.
Yeah.
Like
hello?
children.
Is that you, Betty?
That kind of thing. Or even the worst one I had, and that one got me done for a while, was I got a really assistant guy going like, where do you get this number? Where did you get this number? And I kept explaining to him, I'm sat behind a computer. I do not know where the number comes from.
Yeah.
Only that, I have you on the phone right now.
When a mummy number and a daddy number love each other very much. I don't fucking know.
Exactly. So in the end, I just asked him, straight up asked him, why are you so insistent on this? He said, I bought this cell phone 5 minutes ago. You're the very first person calling me. I was like, yeah, that's shit.
Yeah.
You know, your very first phone call on your brand new cell phone. This was like 2000, 2001. It's poor Max.
Yeah.
I do get that. That's not fun.
The worst we had, and it wasn't me, but a good friend of mine. We had a system called Vampire, which was specifically designed to track down premium numbers, tell you what they were, how much they cost per minute, how to cancel them, all that. Vodafone's own software, they built it themselves. Really, really useful for getting people out of trouble with that kind of stuff. Great software. Guy phoned up. I want to know why my bill's so high. Okay, well, there's a lot of premium numbers on this line that have been called. I doubt that highly. My 12-year-old son uses this. Okay, well, if you're giving this phone to essentially a minor, you have to be aware that without a parental lock on there, they can do pretty much anything. And we'll put that on, we'll make sure, blah, blah, blah. Okay, what are the numbers he's been calling? And the only way I can describe this, which my friend had to explain to what was soon to be a grieving father, was extremely violent gay chat lines. Like threatening violence, physical violence, beating up, that was a service you could pay for. And his 12-year-old kid has racked up a 300 quid bill on these things. So it's not one phone call. This is multiple phone calls over the multiple weeks, having to explain to this dad that his 12-year-old son is either involved in this, which is probably illegal, or into this, which is very much something you need to have a word with him about. No customer service agent should ever have to tell a dad that. That's not you're not qualified for that. That's fucking crazy.
This is kind of reminiscent of that leak where this phone company, this call center, shared to the world that they were reviewing recordings from all the voice agents for phones and such, and them describing some of the things they heard. They were forced to hear, including murder,
I think I remember
domestic abuse. Yeah, it was a call center. They did it for multiple companies. I think the biggest offender was Apple, but both Microsoft and Google were also, involved in it.
Yeah.
Though I think Google actually did a little bit better, but that's when people found out that the Nest device that a lot of people had in their homes, in order to to control all the devices in their house, were constantly recording their voices and sending random chat bits for review. So they even managed to catch some criminals in the end through those, which is insane. I don't understand how that's possible. In the country where I live in, that would be inadmissible in a court of law.
Yeah, that would be
because
ill-gotten, essentially.
Exactly. It's ill-gotten. It's illegally gained. Therefore, it's invalid in a court of law.
Yeah.
But they managed to get around some of it in the US, I know.
Yeah, I suppose by buying the device, what you're agreeing to is that this information can be recorded, and therefore it's not technically gained illegally because you've agreed to have this. You just didn't understand what you were agreeing to, but it's still fucking shady.
Yes. Yeah. It worked for the US. It did not work for the rest of the world because I think actually that particular clause caused it to be inadmissible to Europe. You were not allowed to. We could not buy those things in the beginning.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that's one of the things they got hung up on, which is,
understandable.
A good thing. But yeah, they heard some really nasty things over those calls, which is ultimately why they came out about it, because there was no support. People were half the office was ill. Crap. Yes, very much so. There was snuff stuff in there, you would not believe.
Yeah, I mean, again, Vodafone, a lot of my data comes from there because I spent a lot of time there, and this kind of shit happens. They do really well with that kind of stuff in that they have if somebody phones up and asks for the police, we have a department you put them through to that deals directly with the police. If somebody phones up and says that they are suicidal, we have a department that deals with that. It would, you know, that shit is good. All companies should do that.
Yes.
Yes.
As much Jenny, as you can, at least.
That's relatively common, Jenny. A friend of mine used to do something similar where he would only work for 6 months of the year to get enough money to live on comfortably, and then deliberately not work for the back half of the year so that he always had 6 months off every year, and all of his earnings were tax-free the next year. He did that every year. One of my favourite ones was, again, using that vampire system. Woman phones up and she's fuming that there's charges on her account. And I'm like, okay. I can tell you what they are. No, I don't want you to tell me what they are. I want you to remove them. Well, I can't remove them. They appear to be legitimate, you know, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. But because you're not the account holder, I can only tell you so much, kind of thing. No, this is unacceptable, and she's screaming down the phone at me and blah, blah, blah. And eventually the husband takes the phone off her. He's like, yeah, all right, mate, sorry about that. You know, I'll deal with it. I'm the account holder, past EPA, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, no problem. And as I'm trying to talk, in the background, I could just hear her pipe. You're screeching in the back. I'm not paying it. This is ridiculous. They always do this. This is what they try and do to people. And after about a minute and a half of this, me trying to talk and him going, yeah, no, that's all right, love. And just, sorry about that, mate. Sorry about that. He turned around and went, will you fuck off outside and get cancer? And I'm just sat there, fucking gobsmacked. Like, I've heard everything on this phone. And this is the one that's got me. This is the one that's absolutely shocked me out of my seat. And it quiets down and I went, sorry, I'm gonna have to ask, because it'll kill me if I don't. Did you just tell your wife to go and get cancer? He went, she smokes and she knows I can't stand it. I'm like, oh, thank God for that. Oh, Jesus Christ.
So, he was basically telling her to go smoke. Okay.
He was telling her to go outside and calm down. But he also wants her to stop smoking.
Yes.
Like,
but you got women like that. It's
men
people like that in general.
Worse
I remember this neighbor I had when I was still living with a roommate, and at one point we could hear them like yell at each other, and then at some point the door opened, slammed open. He walks out. You know, he needs to calm down and everything.
Yeah.
And she walks after him.
That's what bothers me. When one party walks away and the other pursues. At that point, you're just a problem.
And they just keep on going.
Yeah.
She kept on following it and, you know, raging at him. As he walked down the street, we could hear them 2 streets away.
Yeah.
And at that point, we're like, if he smacks her, of course, it's wrong. You should never do that. But we kind of get it.
Yeah.
Like, what do you have to do to, you know, have them leave you alone for even 5 minutes?
Yeah, they're not looking for a resolution. They're looking for a fight, and they're gonna keep at you until you give them a fight, and then they're gonna get you arrested for hitting. And they said that works both ways. As Jenny says, I've seen both men and women who are like that. You know, there was an advert on TV in the UK. It's a bloke in his lass walking down the street, and the lass is on him constantly, this, that, and the other, chiding in his ear, in his face, slapping him on the arm, pushing him, and all this. And everyone's walking past and laughing and pointing, oh, look at him, kind of thing. And then it just stops and goes and cuts to a scene and goes, if that was a man hitting a woman, would you have been laughing?
Yep.
You're like, that's the advert. You're like, essentially, that's an advert for domestic abuse, is what that is. And obviously, they're not advertising it; they're raising awareness. But yeah, it's fucking crazy.
I've seen stuff like that happen on the street as well. Like this girl raging, like you said, actually attacking the guy who's just trying to get her to calm down.
Yeah.
It goes both ways. There's both sides. There's parties that are just maddening. It's insane.
It's one of the few things I always had a bit of respect for my dad for. If there was anybody, we lived on a throughput from essentially one of the local pubs to the main street and cul-de-sacs. So we got quite a lot of, not as much as you could have done, but we got quite a lot of people coming through, and there was noise and all that kind of stuff. And if ever there was anybody who was throwing hands, my dad was straight out there. He would, regardless of who it was, why it was, and when it was, he was out there in between it, putting a stop to it. Which is odd, because he's a fucking abject coward. But that's one of the few things I remember as a kid thinking, he's a good man. That's a good thing he's doing, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I was always like massively respectful of that. But he did tell me something when I asked him about it one day. Because it was a woman who was at a bloke, and he put her on the floor. He didn't hit her, but he pushed her hard enough that she went down, and she was utterly shocked. And to the boyfriend's credit, he jumped to her defense. He was like, "Hang on, mate, no, you can't fucking do that," kind of thing. And I remember that so clearly. And I remember saying to him, like, because I was like 8 at the time. Maybe, no, in fact, I wouldn't have even been 8 because he moved out when I was 8. So I was younger than 8, and I remember saying to him, "I thought you weren't supposed to hit girls." And his response was, "You don't hit girls. You don't hit boys. You hit enemies. And when you do hit them, you make sure they don't ever hit you back." And that is something that has stuck with me my entire life. When they strike you, their gender is irrelevant. You put them on the ground, and you make sure they never hit you again. If that's just a show of force and intimidation, perfect. You've done exactly you've done the minimum that is needed to make sure that violence is stopped. And it's just like Jenny says, that is a brilliant way of explaining that. When they touch you, gender is irrelevant. You put their ass on the floor. And admittedly, when I was a kid, obviously you don't understand quite, as brilliant of a line as that is, you don't understand. And I probably took that too far in my youth, and I did certainly put people on the ground and then stick the boot in. I am making sure you never touch me again, kind of thing. So maybe a bit of context would have been appreciated, Dad, but we got there in the end.
Yep.
I mean, I'm proud to say I was only ever in 3 fights at school, and I never lost one of them. I never started one, but I never lost one.
I was always the last one standing, but...
I still have the issues with my little finger on my right hand, because one of the guys ducked in a way I wasn't expecting to, and I fractured my little finger, and I couldn't tell my mum because I'd been in a fight.
Ow. That hurts.
Still bothers me to this day.
Different. I never really had that because I wasn't one for punching, mostly just grabbing and throwing or holding them.
Yeah.
Using my size to my advantage mostly. Also, I was always trying to keep myself under control, not going overboard.
Yeah.
Because my rage was pretty nasty.
Red mist. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd always be trying to control myself while actually going at people, which Ugh.
And that's the way it should be, Jenny. Never start a fight, but never lose one. It's
Yep, that's the way to do it.
But yeah, it's. I mean, I had rage as a kid. I don't have the patience to be angry anymore. But I used to be bad as a kid. But yeah, no, that was something that always stuck with me. It's a line I will. Should I ever have offspring? Should I ever spawn? I will definitely teach them that with a little more context than, what in my head equated to get them on the ground and curb stomp them.
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, Nicholas Dawson never attacked me again. Once I walked away from that fight covered in his blood, he never bothered me again.
Oof.
It sounds worse than it is. I hit him a couple of times in the face, got him to the floor, and never let him up. But by that point, I was white shirt covered in red, kind of thing.
You probably hit his nose.
Yeah, I got him in the nose.
Can come out. Yeah.
And because I was the one who walked away from the fight, he was deemed the victor, despite the fact that he was sent home to go to hospital, and I carried on my lessons. I'm like, nah. I didn't lose shit, you can bollocks. Scoreboard, motherfucker. It's written all over me.
Oh wow.
I went to a rough school, though, to be fair. I was attacked on my 4th day of that school.
Oh.
There was a family. I don't want to. Nicholas Dawson's a dickhead. He can fuck off. I'll name and shame that twat any day of the week. But there are certain people misunderstandings of things you don't want to name and shame. It's not. There might be different people now, kind of thing. But there was a family where I lived that were the cock of the walk, shall we say. Somebody who had a similar name to me, first name matching, surname definitely not, had apparently flirted with somebody's girlfriend, the typical American bullshit.
God.
I was walking the back fields way from lunch to school, and somebody... I heard people behind me. I was a little bit behind most of the group with one other person. Thanks for abandoning me, Richard. I heard these people, turned round to see someone say, "Is your name Adam?" I went, "Yes," and then ducked a punch and knocked the kid to the floor. Wasn't a fight. He swung for me, I got the better of him, knocked him to the ground and walked away. At this point, I turn around and the entire group of 6 people I'm with have bolted. They have left me entirely on my own. They are now 500 yards away and accelerating, kind of thing.
Huh.
So I'm like, I've been in the school a week. Eventually catches up, I'm like, what the fuck was that about? They're like, do you know who that was? I've no freaking idea. They're like, it's Kyle's surname here. They basically own the village. Okay, so I turned around, walked back to the kid, basically picked him up off the floor, and said, right, you swung for me. I don't know why. I got the better of you, but that was something, but you started that. I've just been told I'm probably now marked for a dead man, essentially. Do what you want to me. Just remember, one day you'll be alone. And I turned around and walked away, and I never saw that kid again in my life, and I was hitting myself the entire time, because that was the biggest bluff I have ever pulled. I later found out that who it was they were after, another friend of mine, and they did find him, and they hospitalized him.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, he was out for 2 weeks. So I really fucking looked out.
He must have, been amused by you or something.
I don't know. I've always kind of put it down to the person who was with him probably didn't take the piss kind of thing. It was more of a, what the fuck was that about? It doesn't matter, we've got a mission kind of thing. Had his friend who had seen the entire thing taken the piss, I can't believe he got knocked down, blah, blah, blah. Ooh, he threatened you, are you scared kind of thing. I reckon I'd have been hospitalized. And knowing obviously I was in that school for 4 years, knowing what I know about them now, I might not have been walking again.
Oof.
It was rough as fuck, that school.
Oof. Oof, oof, oof.
Yeah.
Well, luck is also a skill, they say.
Yep. You max out luck and charisma, there's nothing else you need.
That does help in most D&D sessions, unless you're a dumbass. It's this. I remember when my middle school sent notes home about fights. My dad read it, looked at me, said if they start it and they're in the wrong, you finish it. Didn't care what the school said.
That's
lucky you.
That's exactly
That's
the
not
kind
how
of
things went for me.
No, that's exactly the kind of mentality everybody should have. But I think again the context is missing. That by finish it, you need to min-max that fight. You need to end that fight with the minimum amount of injury and the maximum amount of this ain't happening again kind of thing.
Yep.
And that's where things go wrong, where people like me get far too aggressive and see, oh, you hit me first, as an open season to do what you want to them.
Yeah.
And it's not.
It's not.
Or at least it should.
With me, it went the other way around with how I was raised. It was basically, if you're in a fight, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you started it or if you're defending yourself, you're in a fight, you're wrong. You should have done everything to, not do it. It takes 2 people to have a fight. Otherwise, it's just it's one person beating on another one.
Yeah.
And so basically every time I got into a fight, I got punished. They threw the book at me. That was my entire school experience. Every time I got into a fight, that would cost me at least a day. Most times longer. 40 consecutive streams. Jesus.
40? Get a life, Jerry.
40.
Get a life.
Wow.
How you doing, bud? You having a good one?
Oh. I think it's a decent Saturday. It is Saturday, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
It is, yes. He says to the man who's already been awake for 20 hours. I don't know what fucking day it is.
I mean, it's a weird one. I know why. I'm slightly hungover, not because I had that much to drink, because I had a drink that I know usually gets me a hangover the next day, even though it's not very strong. I just keep forgetting about it. It's a really nice drink. It's beer lemonade, but the next day I always feel it.
Yeah.
Just stop getting these things.
We call that a shandy.
Yeah.
Yeah, shandies are tasty. The problem is shandy tastes like pop, and it ain't pop.
No. No. So, yeah.
If you start a fight with yourself, you're beating yourself. But if you hit it more than 3 times, it's playing with yourself. So stop it.
Yes, we do not stand for that kind of content on this channel.
No, we sit down for it. I've taken martial arts classes at the time. Dad was pretty confident I could defend enough that I'd be standing in the end. Never did get in a fight. The notes were because kids were leaving school at the end of the day and beating the shit out of each other. School district said that the school was responsible for you till the moment you stepped in the door. They tried that with us. It didn't fly. The school was like, okay, now give us some money to enforce it. And the government went, yeah, we're all right, thanks.
Jesus. Wow. But
dear,
that's pretty killer, though. In a lot of countries, if you're taking martial arts classes and you get involved in a fight in any way, shape, or form, even if it's as much as just holding a person down, or to prevent them from hurting themselves or the others, you're already liable. They can charge you for that stuff. Manslaughter, even.
Manslaughter is... It doesn't matter how it happens. Manslaughter is killing someone without intent, essentially.
Yeah, I think in the US it just elevates it up a level higher. So even just hitting a person once is already manslaughter charge.
They tried to do the same with us in the UK, but someone quite rightly pointed out and won in the defense of, how can you prove that what I did to this person was because of the martial arts? You can't prove that I used martial arts to win this fight, therefore you can't say that I had an unfair advantage, or, blah, 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 blah. And that passed. It was very much a case of, yeah, no, that's reasonable. If you just punch somebody, you can't exactly say it was because of Taekwondo, can you? Kind of thing. So the rule they came up with instead over here is, once you reach a certain level of competency in any martial arts, you have to get a license or stop taking lessons. And if you get a license, any fight you are in is using those martial arts.
Yeah. That is a lot more honest. But yeah, over here it was basically, if you're taking martial arts seriously, we're not talking about once a week for maybe a few months. We're talking consistently and getting, belts and all that. Then your body's essentially a weapon.
Yeah.
Therefore, you using your body in any way, shape, or form is you using a weapon. And using a weapon elevates the crime.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took Taekwondo for 2 years, I think. Hang on, it's white belt, yellow tag, yellow belt, green tag. I think I hit green belt. I don't think I ever hit my blue tag. But because of my size, I was quite frequently fighting red and black belts. So if someone said to me, yeah, you've got an unfair advantage because you know Taekwondo, I would have a real hard time defending myself with that. And, saying, actually, no. Well, who do you practice against? Oh, this black belt. Fuck off, you dickhead.
Yeah.
Which is fair.
Oh, God. I remember there's this martial art. It's called Krav Maga. Have you ever heard of it?
Krav Maga is crazy cool.
It's crazy illegal over here.
Yeah.
Because they're the epitome of what you were describing earlier. You never let them get up again.
Yeah.
But like permanently.
Yeah,
so
you're talking
over here,
about
there was
crippling people.
Crippling or even killing.
Yeah.
Like, one of the standard moves is taking a knife off a person and keep stabbing them until they stop moving, which is, well, it's murder. So over here, they were like, well, you're training to people to murder. You're not even, teaching them to defend themselves. No, you're teaching them how to murder people. Yeah. This ends now. But apparently, there's a weaker form of it, because 2 years ago, a driver instructor I had, he told me his daughter was doing Krav Maga. So I've seen schools about, so I'm guessing they mellowed down a little.
Yeah. Or they found some legal loophole for it, maybe.
No, in this country. Essentially, the police have a monopoly on violence. Anybody else is not allowed to use violence in any way, shape, or form. If they do, they're liable for, what do you call it? Being charged for stuff.
Yeah.
Which doesn't always happen, and even when it does happen, the judges do take into account the situation, and even if you get found guilty, you may not get punished for it. But yeah, it's basically to stop vigilantes and all that sort. And yeah,
makes sense. I know something.
Yeah, because
fascinates Americans over here, especially. In America, you have control over crimes committed against you. So if I robbed your house, you could say, "No, I'm not pressing charges." In the UK, that's not a thing. The police are the one who press charges. You have no control over that.
Yeah, same over here. At least the criminal the criminal law. Other law cases you do have control, but when it comes to criminal law, nope, that is the police. At best, you may be able to force the police to reassess whether to press charges.
Yeah.
Which I'm guessing is similar over where you live, in the UK?
Not so much, no. They don't really have control over what level of charge is pressed. The crime itself determines that, and then that goes to essentially an argument between prosecutor, defendant, and judge. So... the police go, here is what we found, here is what we're submitting, we're now out of it as well.
Yeah. What is that? Brazilian Tai Chi. Something like that. Elbows and knees are the primary striking points. That sounds like what's it called? Kickboxing, not kickboxing. The thing it's based on. Muay Thai. That sounds like Muay Thai.
Isn't that a Rammstein song?
What, Muay Thai? Possibly. They've got a lot of songs. I don't know all of them by heart.
Mein Teil, I believe it's called, but yeah. Das ist mein Teil.
So you're talking about Muay Thai. Yeah. So that sport is, I think it's a national sport of Thailand. And yes, it has been known to kill the contestants. There's a reason elbows and knees are outlawed in a lot of other contact sports.
That's why we only use heads, shoulders, knees and toes.
Yep. Joking aside, the forehead is a really good way to break fists.
Yeah. If you can get a decent shot against your forehead, that is a goodbye fingers.
Yes. I think that's actually a trick that boxers learn. When to lean into a punch.
Apparently, I've just had a message in the game about the graffiti here. And apparently, according to Jenny's research, this is Enochian. I didn't know you knew Enochian, Jenny.
Now?
an ancient language. Devil sect worshippers and shit like that.
Oh.
Which makes sense for Jenny,
Oh, wow.
to be fair.
For her to know or for...
Things could be two things.
Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it. Oh, God. Where are my parts? They're overdue. Well, one of the parts I don't really mind waiting for too much. But the other parts, especially like the memory, that stuff expensive. I'd rather have that sooner than later. I also need to sign for it personally. So if they don't come today, I'll probably have to take off a day at work coming week, and I'd rather not. I'd rather use the day for something fun, you know?
Yeah. Archipelago.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those things when you're building a new computer. A lot of it you can be like, yeah, I'll just lob that in whenever. But if it's a new motherboard, that's a day's work. That's 3 hours sometimes when it just does not want to work.
Yes, indeed. I'm curious to see how this goes. I just hope there's not going to be any duds in the parts this time round.
Yeah,
what happened before.
Having to RMA stuff is a pain in the arse.
Yeah, also because it also often leads to you have to rebuild your own computer, your old computer.
Mm-hmm.
That's just
stress you don't need.
Exactly. And I had a little bit stressed yesterday when I was trying to remember what I did to a spare M2 drive, NVMe drive. And this morning I finally remember what I did with it. I was like, why did I not remember yesterday? I spent at least an hour and a half trying to figure out what I did with the thing. I put it in my laptop.
Oh, right.
I decided to save my money when I bought the laptop by not getting the drive, just putting it by myself.
Yeah.
It could have easily been 2 hours, Jerry, because let's be honest here. I spent at least 3 hours just talking about tech yesterday, possibly 4. I think I started actually playing the game after midnight.
Jesus. Actually, thinking about it, while I was playing D&D, I had you open on the side, and I do remember seeing a lot of computer parts going by.
Yeah. I was trying to think through things I was going to put together. Yes, we went into the things you can do with an NVMe drive, which is apparently quite a lot. You can run off pretty much anything except for AMD graphics cards. Those apparently just don't work.
Okay.
But which is not surprising, really, because most AMD tech requires interaction with the memory.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing their graphics cards are the same. And if you do that, then you're going to need all the bandwidth you can get. And NVMe has less bandwidth than a PCI Express slot.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's about, I want to say 80% or something. Well, yeah, it's so, like, for instance, with some of the older motherboards that had NVMe slots, they used a PCI Express lane and shared it with a SATA drive.
Yeah,
so either you would have both the SATA drive and the NVMe drive hooked up and the PCI Express slot didn't work, or you had the the SATA drive and I think the PCI Express slot got like throttled to a half speed,
right?
Or something like
that. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. PC hardware is not my forte. I'm definitely more into the software side of things with my role.
It's always been a thing that. All right, man. Good night, Rain.
Catch you later,
next time.
I'll be here when you wake.
Every time I build a computer, I've got like these requirements. So it requires me looking into it. Yep. One of them was oftentimes having enough SATA connections, right? So I did all the research and I found out that a lot of like motherboards, it was like this asterisk behind, how many SATA drives you had.
Yeah.
And that mentioned it. I was like, oh, interesting. Oh, so the EMD GPU does work through the Steam Deck's NVMe drive. Huh. Mad. Mad.
You can connect to MTG. Right, okay. I'm guessing that's a
That is
workaround rather than native, though.
definitely. And why would you want... Well, I think it's also part to the fact that the Steam Deck runs an AMD GPU natively.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got AMD tech in it, because AMD tech is a lot cheaper than NVIDIA or Intel tech, so...
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what they do with the Steam rigs. Obviously, we don't know when we're going to get them. Probably 2027 now, but I'd be interested to see what kind of power they put out. And
I mean, I imagine it'll at least be on par with the PS5.
yeah, they've said they're looking at console spec. But for me, that's perfectly reasonable. For, if I'm going to use it as essentially a secondary stream rig, that's all it really needs.
Oh, I'm being called. Be back in a minute.
How dare he? Do 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 do. Ding. Take that, house. Take it. Right. Oh, okay, what are we going to do next? Let's do the wall around it, I suppose. Oh, I'm going to lean back in my chair, because again, I'm sat forward like a twat, and it's going to hurt my back. Gotta stop doing it. Take care of your back. AMD does have better support on Linux. Yes, a friend of mine... He runs Linux now pretty much on most of his stuff, and he was saying that he would never go Intel on Linux. It's just not worth it. So what's that plan today, Jerry? Are you working this after, or are you a day off today? Imagine you probably work most Saturdays with your role. I'm going to do that. May as well switch to that. Getting ready for work as we speak. Well, nailed it. I assume Saturday's your busy day. Left click spasm. Ding. Yeah, RNG, as you said, can be a pain in the ass. Okay, that's that bit done. Let's go into that. I like to make the lines neat. I guess that one... Yeah, I guess that extends past there, doesn't it? That would make sense. This one does have crossplay, so if people have it on Xbox or Game Pass, they'll be able to join you through a code. Yeah. Yeah, anybody who wants to jump in and play is more than welcome to join me.
Ooh, nice. I am back.
Oh, no.
It was indeed a memory being delivered, so...
Nice.
It's the tape removal in one go. Huh? Whatever. I have my memory. Now it's just waiting for the motherboard to arrive. I'm not sure I'm going to do the rebuild today, though. It's already like 2 o'clock. Might do it tomorrow, then. Ooh. I play it with 2 friends on Steam. Ah, okay. So you're talking still about... Is this PowerWash Simulator you're talking about, then?
Yes.
Ah.
Yeah, I think the first time I played it was like that. I think the friend who was hosting everything was on Steam and I was on Game Pass.
Ah. I don't have Game Pass. Felt like a waste for me at the time. Still does, really.
Yeah, there's nothing on there that I have time to play that I don't already own in another way kind of thing. And
yeah, that's the thing. All the games on there are either ones I'll buy or you get for free on other services.
Yeah, and I think that was a lot of it for me, that it was like, yeah, okay, I can get this game on Game Pass and I can play it. But then if I like it, I want to buy it. And I can't transfer my save. So what's the point?
That's annoying. But yeah, that's usually how it goes. I think that's how they're trying to force you to get multiple versions. Wait, there is 40k stuff in PowerWash Simulator?
Yeah.
Ha!
Yeah. Yeah, it's great.
That is fun.
Once we run out of campaign stuff, I'm going to start going through DLCs. There's Shrek, Wallace and Gromit, SpongeBob, Warhammer, Tomb Raider, Final Fantasy VII, some Christmas stuff, Alice in Wonderland.
Ooh. Wasn't there like Back to the Future stuff as well?
Possibly. I'm not aware of that, but that would not surprise me. And I do have all the DLC, so...
Ooh. Got lots of stuff to work through then. Are you sure 24 hours was going to be enough?
No, no. Honestly, I think the 100% completion for this, when I looked at it, was something like 46 hours.
That sounds legit. But it might be a tad much for your marathon stream.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is I play for 24 hours, not I complete PowerWash Simulator.
Is that going to be the next charity event?
Well,
watch me play through the entire game every bit. Or a Final Fantasy marathon.
I'd be down for a
till I play through all of them. I do not recommend that, by the way.
No,
don't do that.
I mean, it took me a year. I mean, I could have done more, but it took me a year to do 1 through 6. No, I've said if I do another 24-hour one next year, or this year rather, what I'll probably do is Stardew Valley. I want to try and pick something that's like chill and casual, but also that allows a decent multiplayer. And there's a mod for Stardew that allows, essentially, if you can put a house down, you can have that many multiplayer. I had it up to 16 at one point.
I mean, there's a fair number of games like that. Satisfactory kind of works. You got Victorio.
Yeah.
I think Lightyear Frontier now has multiplayer as well. So
it does, yes.
Though I don't know how it tracks it. Is it all kept in the host's save?
No idea.
AKA the host can keep playing on it.
For Stardew it is. I don't know about the others.
Fair enough. I've sat watching, not watching, looking at the same screen for, I want to say an hour now. Just chatting away with you.
Yeah, I wonder what that's like. Only an hour.
Well, you're actually doing stuff as well. I've just been sat here staring. You're watching a building. Yeah, you're getting more done than me. Oh, I should get back my energy in a bit. I just took some migraine killers.
Yeah, fair.
It is not going away.
Back to bed with the...
No, fuck no. That'll only make things worse. Why is it 22 degrees in here? Why you keep heating when I tell you max 17 degrees, please? Thank you. But it doesn't take 19.
So it gets to 17, and then the sun comes out, and it can't cool down faster than it's heated up.
It's just the radiators just kept going. Not entirely sure why. I'm guessing the thermo thing is in the wrong place or something. Don't know. Don't understand that, because I was pretty certain that the control device is the one that tracks the temperature. So, and it's listing as 22 degrees. Just gonna open the door for a second.
Roger that.
Which is like 2 steps away from me. So, go. Door has been opened. That should cool down in a bit. That should also help. Are you wearing like a special suit, like a modified your own version kind of thing?
Not modified it myself, but it's one of the custom ones. If I go into clothing, it's the Alice in Wonderland adventure suit.
So you pick one you like rather than messing with the colors and designs yourself.
Yeah, it's in-game currency. So if you go to the shop and clothing, you see all the different gloves and 50 quid for a pair of gloves or 50 quid for a suit. They're different colours, but a lot of them are free with the DLC, so each DLC comes with its own little suit kind of thing.
Yeah, still don't know how I feel about that bit. It's a lot of games have it, the DLC stuff just added in for free, and then I find I don't use them, and I only get annoyed because they're blocking the ones that I do want to use. But that's just me being me.
Well, in this case, they're free, so you can't exactly complain too much, and it's only in-game currency anyway. It's not like you're spending real money on cosmetics, so...
Ooh. I'm just looking at the trailer for the Warhammer stuff in PowerWash Simulator, and they're treating the chaos sign as graffiti.
Yeah, you got to get rid of all the heresy. Is it a
I like that.
Is it a dreadnought and a rhino you've got to clean?
That's the one I've seen. Yeah.
Yeah. Someone did joke that you should have to clean the Golden Throne, and then others were like, "Yeah, but that's blasphemy. Surely that's heresy."
I mean, there's an ass settling all the time. It needs some cleaning everything.
True. No fucking wrong.
No, I imagine if you word it like that, you're definitely gonna get killed by the Inquisition.
Look, all I'm saying is the Emperor's got stankass.
Yes. That doesn't make things better. Oh god, heresy.
Big E sat there with a big swampy backside.
Yeah. Oh my god. Have you ever played the Rogue Trader game?
No, it's on my list, but it's another one of them it's going to be a long playthrough, so I've got to actually sit down and play it.
Yeah, fair. I think they've done a decent portrayal of the universe, which is cool. Especially when they go to. No, I should stop there. I don't want to spoil anything. So no, definitely worth a playthrough. Is all.
Especially when they go to hell.
Well, everybody goes to hell. It's called Warhammer.
It's called the Warp. That's how we get around. It's
even outside the Warp, to be fair, you can fight demons everywhere.
Yeah, but they're coming from hell. They're not bringing hell with. They're trying to bring hell with them, to be fair, but.
And in some cases, they turn in. Well, I say they, but it's mostly the cultists and the weak humans that bring chaos to a world that becomes a chaos world, which is literally hell in the normal dimension.
Yeah.
Oh. jeez, there's so much stuff in. And then there's the second game as well.
There's a Rogue Trader 2?
No, well, there's going to be. I was just
PowerWash,
looking at
right.
PowerWash Simulator. Sorry. Yeah, I switched too quickly. Now, the next thing that's coming out from Alka, I believe, is Dark Heresy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
And I've also got the expansion one, Expanse one on the list as well. So I'm looking forward to that
Expanse.
too.
Oh, no, the upcoming Expanse, Osiris.
Yeah. Also
that
by
looks
Alka
really
Games.
good.
It does. Very different game from what they've been making so far. But it looks really nice. It feels a bit Mass Effect, which is not a bad thing. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Like that kind of like play style. But yeah, but set in the Expanse universe. I like some of the plugs from the Alcat people as well.
I was talking to Essa about Expanse the other day. It's such a good show. And it's such a good set of books.
Yep. Very much so. Well, not gonna lie, there's some bits I could do without, but that's because some people annoy me. Other than that, the writing and story is great. Like, for instance, the on the Earth side, the head of government,
Avasarala?
the lady, yeah, Avasarala.
I fucking love her.
She annoys me.
I love Avasarala to bits.
She's got character, she's got sassy, but I don't feel like it fits the actress that well. But that's just me. So I ended up skipping most of that.
No, I think they absolutely nailed it with her. All the, I mean, there may be people, I know S is hanging around, so I don't want to spoil anything for her. But the interactions between Avasarala and Amos are absolute peak.
I mean, any interaction with Amos is absolute peak. That guy has nailed that role.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it's difficult to pinpoint somebody that's cast in that show that was a bad cast. Miller's great. Yeah. Naomi's probably the worst. What's the pilot's name? I can never remember. Ash?
Tex?
Yeah, the Texas guy.
I don't remember. He's amazing.
Yeah.
That guy is very...
Even given the problems that they had with him and how they dealt with it, which is all I'll say, he was still a brilliant cast. I don't think they could have really got anyone that was better. I just wish he hadn't have been a little bit rapey, you know?
Yeah.
Miller was brilliant. James fucking Holden was amazing.
He's easy to hate, but his character makes so much sense. Well, considering his background and how he's gotten there.
I do maintain that is his full name. His name isn't James Holden. It's James fucking Holden.
Yes. Like, yeah. All the characters are just amazing in that show. Kudos to the casting team.
Even the bad guys, like the season 1 bad guys are relatively rough. But even then, like the guy who's dealing with the government side of things, I quite like him as a bad guy. He's not top tier, but he's there and he does what he needs to do. Tries his best, bless him. But the guy when they go down to the planet, the guy from Game of Thrones, is the character I'm thinking of, the military commander. He was so good. And it's kind of weird because I know him from much lighter roles. I know him from Torchwood, where he's a good guy, you know? So then to see him as being an absolute wanker in Game of Thrones and The Expanse and play it so damn well.
That is amazing.
I think me and you are going to end up bloody. Free now.
Oh, yeah, there's so many brilliant characters in that show.
It was just so well done, so well cast, so well converted. And I was saying, like, they don't do the last 2 books in the show. And I'm glad. Because as much as I think the last 2 books are the best books in the franchise, they do not I don't think they translate well to TV at all.
Okay. Gotcha. not enough visual stuff going on then. Rather, the bits that make it good are hard to put into imagery, I'm guessing.
It goes from being Marco Inaros to the patrician from Discworld. It's all suddenly very subtlety and subterfuge and sabotage, and it's much less war for the fate of the universe as it is stop this man kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's probably a good explanation of how it is. It's less Marco Inaros, more patrician.
Yeah, I didn't much enjoy Inaros, to be honest.
Really?
I'm not saying the actor is bad, but
we have different opinions on what makes a good bad guy, because goddamn, I hate that man.
No. Like, I've got no issues with that character. It's more like what he's trying to do is I just wasn't really getting it.
He's a dog with a bone.
Like,
he doesn't know what to do. He's angry for the sake of being angry. What he's doing isn't some grand plan. It's just
lashing out.
Yeah. He's fallen into a position where a very angry man can do a lot of damage, and he's not stopped to think about it at all. I mean, what happens with his son shows that.
Yeah. Though I'm not even sure he actually cares about that bit.
No, he doesn't. That's kind of what I mean. The fact that he's willing to use his son to his own ends, and then forget about him the second that he's no longer of use.
Yep.
Everything's a game to him. Everything's a ploy and a plan and a. He's what I call a Del boy. Do you ever watch Only Fools and Horses?
No.
Okay, so it's basically somebody who is always so determined to make it big, make it rich, and that they're so focused on the next big plan and how it's going to be amazing that they don't stop to look at what they've got now, and everything that goes right is their fault and everything that goes wrong is somebody else's.
He's thinking of game to game to game. Whenever he's trying to get the game done, and after that he's looking at the next game, but he's never actually stopped to look around.
He's always concentrating on the next con.
Three-wheeled van. Oh god.
Yellow three-wheeled.
Those are a thing.
Yeah, yellow three-wheeled van in an English TV comedy show.
Oh, most comedy shows I know that have three-wheeled vehicles tend to be British ones.
Yeah,
Mr. Bean.
They're reliant. Mr. Bean did have a three-wheeled vehicle, but it wasn't Mr. Bean's. He had a Mini.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, but every time he drives his car, there's a Reliant.
A little blue Reliant.
And it always suffers. Yes. It's always getting crashed or toppled or whatnot.
Yep.
I should wonder if... I mean, Mr. Bean hates the freewheelers, but I'm wondering if the show writers were the same and they just hated the thing or something.
Well, it's never really explained why either, because, does he hate three-wheelers, or does he hate that three-wheeler? It's never explained, because there's only 9 episodes of Mr. Bean. If there are 2 Mr. Bean movies, I think it is, and one of those movies is longer than the entire series of Mr. Bean.
Yes, they're very short. I know Rowan Atkinson hated the character, absolutely despised it.
I think he did when he began, but I've seen interviews with him where he's like, there's a lot of me in that character.
Maybe that's partially why he didn't like it. I think one of the things he used to say was he just didn't think Mr. Bean was funny.
Yes, that was something he did always say, that he didn't find it funny. He played him relatively seriously.
Yeah.
But Rowan Atkinson is a man who can make the word Bob be funny. So, what do you fucking expect?
True.
He, sir, he. You're laughing already.
I loved him in Rat Race as well.
It was such a weird part in Rat Race because he was barely in it.
I mean, exactly. But he was just going la 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 la, so happy. And
I'm in nice.
Sleep. Narcolepsy. I wonder what he would have said when they told him, we want you to play a character with narcolepsy. Wait, what?
Honestly, I reckon he looked at the roles for that job, for that film, and was like, this guy's got narcolepsy. That's mine. The rest of you can fucking back off.
That's very much possible as well. Oh, that show was... That movie was so much fun.
I don't think I've ever seen anything with Rowan Atkinson in that I didn't enjoy. He's just a funny man.
True. He is that. I haven't seen everything though. I know of the Johnny English films, but I haven't actually watched them. I imagine they're great though.
It's either early this year or late last year that I watched through them because I'd seen 1 and 2 before, but I'd never seen number 3. So I went and watched them all, and they're just shit fun. They're great.
Yep.
The first one's a little rough around the edges, to be fair.
Makes sense. They probably had a bit more funding for the other ones.
Yeah, and as much as I'll say this, and I'll get some hate for this. This will be the thing that's clipped from this stream. The problem with number 1 is it's got John Malkovich in it. And while I adore John Malkovich, he is a shit actor. And he is the first person to say that. John Malkovich thinks he is a terrible actor.
I mean, John Malkovich is John Malkovich.
Yeah.
Pretty much like the what's that James Bond guy? He also did Qui-Gon Jinn.
Oh, Liam Neeson.
Yes, Liam Neeson is always Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson wasn't in James Bond. What are you talking about?
Okay, he wasn't Liam Neeson. Oh God, yes. No, it's the other one. Taken.
Yes, he was in Taken. I was like, Liam Neeson was never in any Bond film. What are you talking about?
I don't know why my brain went there.
My brain
I was thinking of Taken, and I went with James Bond.
My brain had a bit of a spasm. I was like, okay, so he clearly means Liam Neeson because he said Qui-Gon Jinn. But he was, but he was never in James Bond. So which James Bond has he mistaken for Liam Neeson? It can only be Pierce Brosnan. And I can't imagine Pierce Brosnan as Qui-Gon Jinn.
No. It would have been more like the latest one who was in Casino Royale and everything, but that's not Liam Neeson. Daniel Craig, yeah. But still, Liam Neeson is Liam Neeson is Liam Neeson is Liam Neeson.
Yeah. He only plays one person, and it's Liam Neeson.
Yeah, though, admittedly, he does play him well.
Yeah. He's had a lot of practice.
Exactly. Which makes it really so interesting with John Malkovich. He claims he's a bad actor when he always plays himself.
Yeah. I mean, I think the best John Malkovich
he's playing himself badly as well.
Yeah, that's how bad of an actor he is. He can't even play himself. I can't think what film it is, but it's Matt Damon is in it, and Liam Neeson. Not Liam Neeson. Fucking got me going in it now. John Malkovich is a Russian mobster in it.
Oh God!
And there's a scene where he's come to claim the money, and the way this is Matt Damon telling this story, and he's like doing an impression of John Malkovich, and he comes on stage and he sets up and he's in this Russian-looking tracksuit, and it does not fit him at all, and he looks absolutely stupid. And he goes, "If you do not have my money," and delivers the line. And I am trying my hardest not to laugh in this man's face because this is John fucking Malkovich. And they cut the scene and they're like, "Oh, they're brilliant," everyone's clapping and all this kind of stuff. And John Malkovich leans over to me and goes, "I'm a terrible actor."
Oh God, Jerry.
Bad.
Jerry, you failed again. I do not
Jimbo.
see a train going. Once again, you
it's
failed.
probably turned off again. I fucking know.
Either that or I'm getting all the ones that are meant for you, because that's crazy.
Is that showing a hype train for you? Because I've... Oh, no, it has. Yeah.
No.
My first train. Woo! Mark the date, people. We finally have a train.
Woo! Yay!
Thank you very much, Jerry, man. Enjoy work and take care of yourself, bud. I shall keep Jimbo company for you until 7 a.m.
Take care, man. Have fun. Oh. Mark the date.
Hey, Dedros.
It was the 21st of March, 2026, that Katie's Ender got his first hype train.
It was at this moment. He knew. He fucked up.
That he was fucked up. Yeah.
But yeah, my favorite movie with John Malkovich in it is it's a shitty action / not quite spy with Bruce Willis. It's called Red, R-E-D.
Yes.
Stands for Retired
There's a Red
Extremely
2 as well.
Dangerous. Red 2 was fine. I have no problem with Red 2, but Red 1 is definitely better.
Yes.
It's one of those for like this. He's just he plays the paranoid lunatic so well that I worry that that's not acting.
Oh. It's hilarious that man, even though he claims he is shit, still gets roles offered to him.
I think it's because he's now such a established name that nobody's willing to accept that he's shit because they've cast him. Yeah. Spielberg can't exactly say, "Oh, Malkovich's a fucking nutter," can he? He's been in 3 of his movies.
I mean, we're talking about Spielberg, so he might still actually do so.
True.
I'm not sure that man is all there either.
There's no, that's definitely true. There's an image of Steven Spielberg on the set of Jurassic Park, crouched down next to the quote sick Triceratops. You know, the big animatronic and everything. And someone posted an image of it on Facebook, like, this is fucking ridiculous. This is an endangered species, and he's posing next to one he's killed. Endangered? What the fuck are they dead? It was not long after the Cecil the Lion thing, you know, where the dentist posed with it and he got a load of backlash. And someone tried to throw Spielberg under the bus for hunting a Triceratops. And I think the top part comment was, "Do you see a gun in this man's hand? If he was able to hunt a Triceratops with his bare fists, he's allowed." Because I certainly ain't going to be the man to tell him he can't.
Nope. Oh, wow. Endangered species, the Triceratops.
Yeah.
Or were they talking about Steven Spielberg, perchance?
Yeah, could be. These movies are dying hard these days.
I can't remember the last one I've seen, really.
Yeah, no, I couldn't tell you a recent movie of Spielberg's, to be fair. I know he had some involvement in the Halo TV show, apparently, but that's nothing to write home about, so...
I haven't watched it. Not really that interested.
Yeah.
I've seen one of the Halo films. It was interesting because it was not from the perspective of the Spartans. It was a regular soldier.
Were they on a beach or were they in a desert or were they in a school?
School.
Forward Unto Dawn. Great movie.
That was actually really good. And it drove home to me how, well, I want to say inhuman the Spartans really are.
Yeah.
Like, you never really pay attention to it when you're playing them in the games, but those guys are massive.
Yep. You can kind of see it alongside the UNSC if you're looking at them. But one thing the games don't do well is show you what the Marines are capable of. You don't see them getting into long ass fights. They're there to die to the Covenant rapidly. So when you actually see them putting up a fight and holding their own, you're like, okay, these are pretty good. And then there's Chief.
Yes. Yes, the Chief is just a force of God unto nature.
Yeah.
Or a force of, yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason he wears Mjolnir. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he just nuts everything he doesn't like, and lightning is everywhere.
But that's one of the reasons I think that all the best Halo games, in my opinion, don't have Master Chief in them. Because the Spartans are fine. You know, I like the Spartans, they're great.
Mm-hmm.
But ODST showing what a regular trooper had to go through during the Mombasa incident, or the initial attack on Reach from the perspective of I can't think what the name of the squad was now. Noble Squad.
Noble, yeah.
Just watching them get, these are the best of the best of the best, and they are getting dropped left and right. One of them survives. Literally, one gets off the planet.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a thing. It shows off how scary these guys can be.
Mm-hmm. It shows what the UNSC were up against when they were fighting the Covenant initially, before they figured out all the slipstream tech and stuff.
Yeah.
It's
also in the movie, like all the footage they keep seeing, you know, that coming back from the front.
Yeah.
They thought they were fighting, what was it, pirates or something like that?
Insurgents.
Insurgents. And then suddenly massacres and hearing nothing, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I really like that film.
That was kind of the point, that the Spartans were pacification. They weren't designed to fight Covenant. The Covenant didn't exist when the Spartan program was put into place. They were designed to take out humans. They were a pacification tool. They were there for the insurgency. And the insurgency war hadn't ended when the Covenant turned up. It was just a switch of focus.
Yeah.
Yeah, what Halsey did to those kids is fucking horrifying.
Oh yeah. To all of them. Not just the surviving Spartans, but
well, I mean,
how many died before they even made one Spartan?
I mean, technically, all of them. If you buy, when I went and got Halo Reach, I got the Black Box Collector's Edition, and it comes with Halsey's diary, minus 3 pages that were ripped out for censorship. So everybody who bought that diary has 3 pages missing, except for 10 copies, which included one of the pages each. So it was, it has been since put together. But it's a full diary of everything she did from start to finish. And one of the things that they don't really tell you in the games, though it is kind of mentioned in Halo Legends, is that every single kid who was in the original Spartan program was kidnapped. They were taken against their will, but so that there was no government outcry from the parents and things like that, they cloned them all as inferior copies with a degenerative decay disease, so that they all died within 3 years.
Yeah.
Like, every single kid who was recruited into the Spartan program died within 3 years at home. They had a clone that just snuffed it. Horrifying shit going on.
Yeah. So the parents would never find out their kids were taken.
Yeah. So just so that they wouldn't be found out. Yes, it was. That's what I said. It was. I can never remember the name of the other one, but if it's got the school, it's Forward Unto Dawn, and it's an amazing movie.
It is amazing. Yeah.
That scene where the warthog breaks down, and there's just darkness, and plasma shots firing, and then Chief just looms out of the fucking darkness.
And just flips the thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I didn't like the series. Weirdly, I didn't watch it because I knew I was going to hate it. But I caught the last half of the last episode when a friend was watching it. And all I can say about it is, when you get hit by a plasma grenade, the way you seal that wound isn't by going to the Pelican, ripping open a plasma conduit, and cauterizing it. If plasma cauterizes it, the plasma grenade cauterized itself.
Yes.
Silly.
That's not how plasma works.
That's not how the Force works. So yeah, as soon as I saw that, I was like, whoever made this clearly doesn't care enough about the source material rather than the spectacle, so why should I?
Yeah. Now with the Force, you can actually argue that it is magic, so therefore it can do anything and work in any way.
No, it's not magic. It's midichlorians.
It's space magic.
It's space bugs.
Even the dude that dreamed it up calls it magic, so it's magic. Halsey alone had them cloned with the disease. Oni actually was pissed about it and thought it was needlessly cruel. Oni was cool.
Oni was ready for kicking her shit out when they found out about that.
Yeah, the disease was... Well, I suppose if you really want to be absolutely certain people don't find out, it was necessary, but still.
From an OPSEC point of view, fucking A tier. Yeah, no, that's SSR tier super rare pulls.
Yeah.
But holy crap, woman.
Yes. Yes. You know, villains could take lessons from that woman.
And then she had the nerve, the absolute fucking barefaced gall to be outraged when she found out there was a second Spartan program. I'm sorry, did you want to murder another 100 kids?
I don't think she actually is bothered by how many died. More about the things learned, the things achieved. That kind of person.
Yeah, no, in
sociopath, that's what they call it.
In Reach,
she's a sociopath.
You find out that Noble Squaddy's only George was one of the original Spartans that she made, and she had no clue that the others even existed. It mentions it in her diary that, like, I found out there are some Spartans on Reach. Who the fuck are these people? These aren't my kids.
Yep.
Waste of a ladder.
Yeah, she's a thing.
Yeah, they're like you say, there are super villains who could take fucking notes from this woman. Even the Joker sat there like, all right, love, calm down.
Yeah, he's already fairly far out there. Oh, Jesus. Saw it as giving them closure.
Yeah, that's how she rationalized it to herself, that she wasn't stealing these kids from them and, you know, letting them have this horrible life. She was letting them see the end of their kids. I'm like, woman, you killed 100 children. Justify that any way you want. You killed 100 children.
I mean, I can get it as, like, tying up loose ends, but calling it giving them closure, it's just... That's a reach.
She was justifying it to herself. She wanted to sleep at night. That's all it was.
Horrible. Like Rain says, it's actually forcing the parents to watch their children die slowly.
Yep. Especially for the one who survived. One of the 100 didn't die. Wheelchair bound. Ended up working in the Oni program, finding out about it all, if I remember rightly.
Oh, that must have been a mind trip for them.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, by the way, you're a clone.
Yeah. Where's the real
the original
me?
She died in an experiment.
Died somewhere. We don't even know where. We sent her on a mission. She never came back. We don't even know what happened to her.
Rough. Also, we're to blame for your debilitating disease.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're in a wheelchair. Thanks for the work, though. You're doing a good job. Yikes.
Thanks for coming to work for us. Hey, shit. We crippled you. But...
It's all for the good of humanity. We promise.
Who beats Vodafone?
Oh, God. Spartan Freeze were Covenant War orphans that the UN... Yes, I remember that. Chance for revenge. But they were meant to be expendable. Oof. The first wave all died. Yeah, I remember that. Phase 2, only 2 survived. Wave 3, the majority died on Reach. Only 8 survived Onyx.
No, that can't be right. Oh, yeah, no, that is right, yeah. I'm thinking, my thinking was that Reach was the first encounter with the Covenant, but it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. No, that was the first glassing that they ever witnessed, but it wasn't the first encounter.
I don't even know what the first encounter was. I think they just dropped in on a battle between the insurgents and the regular forces.
If I remember rightly, it was a planet, and the first they knew about them was when a Prophet's mothership turned up and said to them in full English, "Get the fuck out of our galaxy. You will be cleansed," kind of deal. Harvest, yes, thank you.
There was a planet called Harvest. It's
Yeah.
been a farming compound or something. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that's always hard to express in media. It's the size and terror of things.
Yeah.
Because you don't really realize it, but the ships in Halo are massive, especially the Covenant ones.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not fucking tiny.
No,
The
they're
one that was
reminiscent
above
of
South
the-
Africa was nearly as big as the city.
Oh yeah. I was thinking also about. Have you? There is. Oh, you're watching through Voyager, right?
Yes, season 4 at the moment, I think. Kess has just done her backwards time jump. Yawn.
Have you seen the? I don't know if that's in the first one, but the ship with the lizards, the dinosaur people.
I'm aware of the episode. It's a relatively good episode.
Yes, but that shit is massive.
Yeah. Yes.
Like, it's insane, and I feel like there's Covenant ships that are that size as well.
I wouldn't be surprised. That tracks in my mind.
Like, I've always gotten the impression that with the human Covenant war, the Covenant isn't really focusing on the humans. We're like just one of the many things they're doing.
They treat us as a plague, that we're just insects to be crushed.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Halo 2, the Prophet of Regret, is it? No, second one's not Regret, first one's Regret. He's just... He doesn't even care about us. Like, we're just in his way.
Yeah.
So not only are they superior in most ways, they're also religious zealots. So they believe we are there to be purged.
Yes. Yes, that's probably the scariest bit about them being Covenant, not Coventry. Are you sure about that?
I hated it when Coventry attacked Harvest. It was horrible.
Right? How dare they?
Bloody football hooligans.
What they didn't know was the relics were reclaimers.
Yeah.
The humans were the relics, but the Bruces killed them all.
That's why the Covenant all have weird names for us. Or have a few different weird names for us.
Huh. Oh. I feel like truth learned the truth about humans and covered it up, declared them a scourge to be destroyed. Wow. To try and hide their crimes, essentially. How they fucked up. Oh god. Oh. What is this then? Who pinged me?
Yeah, I like the Halo stories, but I know everyone says that Halo 3 is, oh my god, it's the best, you're not allowed to hate it, but honestly, I found Halo 3 pretty shit.
I've never played it.
And Halo 4 put me off the franchise completely. I played Halo 4 through and was like, if that's what you're doing with this, I don't want to know. And never touched 5 and never touched Infinite.
Well, with me, I played the first one when it came out, partially because Microsoft was putting out a shooter. I was curious about it. I did not like it. I played through it because I wanted to finish the game. I just didn't like the gunplay, the movement, and I hated the fact that you couldn't jump. For some reason, that really bothered me with that particular game. You could not jump, and I hate it. But I did try the second one because when it came out on PC, couldn't play it initially because it didn't. I think it was a PlayStation, Xbox exclusive for a while. And then it came out on PC. I played it. I remember getting to the point where you play the Covenant dude. Yeah. And just noping out at some point. Never touched the series again. I have the war chest thing. I've played Reach through. I think I've actually finished Reach. I'm not entirely sure about that. But yeah, not terribly interested in playing the games. I do find the story and designs interesting though.
Yeah, it's a great universe with Master Chief in it.
Yeah. No, I don't hate Master Chief. I don't hate the characters. It's just I just didn't enjoy it.
No, I don't hate Master Chief. I think that's the wrong way to look at it. It's that they're forcing him into situations where I'd be happier if they just killed him. You know, if they'd have killed off Master Chief and had Bucky take over as the new Spartan in 5, and you know, it feels like they're inventing problems for Chief now. Like going back and doing Reach was fun. Going back and playing Halo Wars and seeing Harvest and Arcadia and things like that, that was great. Because that's stuff that we'd heard about. But having the Covenant be done and the Halo ring be fine and all this kind of stuff, and then it's, oh, we found another planet, and by the way, there's these robots on it, and they're actually the original Forerunners. Oh, oopsie. It's just, oh, I don't care. You're just stretching out the story. You don't need to have content. Yeah, you don't have to have this here. It's not interesting. You're just making it so you've got a Halo, not because you had a story you wanted to tell.
It's like them making a new Mass Effect after 3 that has Shepard in it. Yeah, I kind of get that.
Yeah, it feels very shoehorn.
Yeah.
People messaging me all of a sudden.
People will do that. Also, speaking of messages, did I get anything about the other package? Nope. Oh, it's Amazon that's delivering that one, so who knows when it'll arrive. Or where they will put it. Because I've caught them putting down the packages on the street, literally outside the door. Bastards.
I'll be honest, Rain, killing Cortana off screen doesn't bother me. She should have died at the end of 2. She couldn't have even been in. I get why she was in 3, and I'd have been happy if they killed her off in 3 as well, but having us go through all that and not killing Cortana felt like a real slap in the face. Like, this is a major problem that has killed off so many fucking AI, and she's worse than most. She's gone absolutely freaking crazy. She's also, you know, grave-minded and all this kind of crap. But now she's fine. It's okay. We figured it out. No. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised to find out that Halo 4 was a completely different franchise. They were wanting to boot a new franchise about, you know, similar super soldiers fighting this robot menace kind of thing. Similar to what Destiny is.
And reskin it.
And they were just like, nope, this is Halo now.
I mean, it's not like that's never happened.
Yeah.
I want to say 2001, there was a pirate game that eventually got sold as Pirates of the Caribbean. Initially, it was not Pirates of the Caribbean. It was a game called Sea Dogs Free, the third installment in a series. But I could get extra money by branding it as, you know, Pirates of the Caribbean, because the movies were hot back then. It was literally a reskin. They already had the Flying Dutchman in it, because it's just a legendary ship. And then they just added a single quest line and called it done. Like, everything was already done because they were only making a different game. The first version I got of that game was literally called Sea Dogs Free. And then suddenly, it wasn't Sea Dogs Free anymore. It was Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh.
So yeah, that happens a lot with games.
Yeah.
Where they just take existing ones and just reskin them.
Yeah.
Usually due to the investors.
Some executive sat there going, why isn't this a Halo?
Yes.
I don't want to make Halo anymore.
Yeah. It's just why I always rather appreciate when devs go like, we've been doing this for so long. Yes, we're really good at it, but we want to do different stuff. Yes, fair. Understandable, you know? can't expect people to do the same thing for 20 to 30 years.
Yeah.
Because at some point, it's just going to feel like reskins. But, yeah. Oh. I'm still looking at the same screen, pushing me through the tutorial for ads. Let's click on next now, shall we?
Still doing your Twitch setup.
Yeah. Well, interesting enough, the standard setting is for the ads to be 3 minutes long.
Oh, they changed that now.
Yeah, it shows as 3 minutes. That is recommended. It gives you 30% revenue share. But pre-roll ads for incoming viewers is turned on, so I'll need to turn that off in a minute.
Yeah, you can, even though that's there to turn off pre-rolls is on by default. You've got to manually turn that off.
There's
the cheeky dick waffles.
This is ad length and frequency. It's currently set to run 1.5 minutes. Ad break every 30 minutes. Okay. I want to change that as well, because once every hour is fine. 3 minutes is not that bad. Gives people an excuse to go to the bathroom, get a coffee. Advanced settings, what do you do?
Why do you keep your coffee in the bathroom?
I don't.
Why
I store my coffee in my stomach.
So why do people? You said people need to go to the bathroom and get a coffee.
Oh, right. Well, some people, like, they have really small homes, so they're struggling to find places for the coffee machine, and they can get really creative.
You can save quite a lot of space by putting the bag of coffee in the coffee machine. You don't even need to open it.
Yep. And you can store the coffee machine, and as well as all your pots and pans, in the shower. You know, makes it a lot easier to clean as well. While you're taking the shower, you just do the dishes as well. You know, you're already using the water.
It's an old film starring Paul Hogan called Flipper. And that's what he does. He jumps in the shower and washes them with his feet.
Oh my god. How do I turn off the pre-roll ads? Oh. By activating the ads manager, you automatically turn off the pre-roll ads. Okay. Let's run. How about do this manual as well? Do the 3 minutes every hour. I kind of like that, so let's do that. Ad delay, auto snooze ads, notifications, and more. What does that do? First ad delay is 5 minutes. After your stream starts, how long do you want Ads Manager to wait before they automatically run ads? Hey there, Jenny.
Yo.
Hello.
How's your Saturday?
I don't know. I just got out of bed.
That's the mood.
Just got out of bed and I'm regretting it already.
Yeah. A little like that.
Let's see. Oh, there's snooze ads. Automatically snooze ads during high engagement moments. Oh god, that's probably something.
So how do Can I join and get rid of your filth?
Ooh, I don't know about that. You might bring more filth than we're willing to clean. Yeah, Koshka. I don't know if you're on my friends list, but you should be able to just join straight in if you are. If not, I might need to get you an invite.
Subscription
Code. Is that a thing?
I don't think I have you on Steam. No. I did not have the game installed.
Dare you?
Well then.
So your stream starts. Already did that. What's this?
They moved it all too. That is my friend code. Should be able to go from there.
Okay.
You get all the super cool stuff for having already completed it, or are you kind of locked to my progress?
I have not completed it.
Ah, fair.
Well, then, I'm gonna drop out, get some food in a bit.
Roger
I'll
that.
Catch you guys later.
Enjoy.
Okay.
One in, one out.
I get here and he just runs. I see how it is.
Smart man. I like the ding sound it makes. It makes the happy brain juice when the clean thing goes ding.
Yeah.
So how you been? It feels like ages since we've actually spoke.
Yeah. I packed down my entire life, and now I'm slowly unpacking it and questioning why I have so much shit.
Ah, yes, the inevitable.
And where I'm
Why
supposed to
have I
put it
got
all.
this?
And I threw out a bunch of stuff before I moved as well.
Yes, I am hoping to
Yeah.
be a long time before I have to move again, because it's such a pain in the arse.
Yeah. Like, if it's worth it and all, but it's not been fun.
Yeah. Time are we on? Ooh, 2 o'clock already. We're doing well. Right, well, I think Droid has had the right idea. While you get that side of things sorted, I am going to quickly run the next set of ads and lob some chicken burgers in the oven, I think. And I shall be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be able to just join straight in, even if I'm not actually physically here. I'll go hide behind this tree. Back in a moment.
It will not save you.
Hello again. I am back.
Welcome back.
Right. I'm looking for my gamepad. I'm not playing with the gamepad. That's not going to help. And now back to our regularly scheduled cleaning. It feels so weird to say I've been like playing this for like 6 hours already. I feel like I've done hardly anything, and it's like, nope, 6 hours have gone. You have been at this all freaking day so far.
Did you accept the friend request I sent you?
I didn't think I needed to because you use the code. Huh, apparently you do.
Apparently you have.
Should be done now. Seems silly that I can... yeah, I guess if someone gets your code and passes it on, that makes sense. Waiting for you to sneak up on me somewhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to find you in the list.
I can probably...
Not wanting to add you.
Invite there and there. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Is there not in the list? Is there not a friends only thing?
Currently trying to figure out how to... Why is it not be him?
Catch you later, Rain. Have a good night, mate.
So I have done a really weird thing, because it was gonna take 40 minutes to download the damn game.
Okay.
So I am streaming it from my Steam Deck
Nice.
to my PC. I've never done it in that direction before.
Does feel weird doing it that way around, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm currently loading dirt.
I was clearing out some files the other day. I was like, why will this game... Why is there no option to uninstall this game? This is really weird. And then I realised because it wasn't actually installed on this PC, it's just installed on my laptop upstairs. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Hey! Got bubbles.
Hmm?
When you sprayed me, you had bubbles. Oh, no, just a weird graphical effect. I thought you had a fancy one. Yeah, pick a wall
I
and
don't remember all the
crack on.
key items.
Right, I'm right. I'm going to put the ladder. I know it's around here somewhere.
Hey.
Yeah, I can move you. What attachments have you got? Have you, if you press A on gamepad or keyboard,
Mouse and keyboard.
yeah, press E. Have you got access to the Prima Vista and the Urban XU2, or just the basic one?
I have the Urban X shooter.
Okay. So it looks like it's giving you the stuff that I've got then. Which is good. Unless you're exactly at the same point of the game as me.
Yeah, I've done like 2 missions. The game is real slow on the Steam Deck.
Oh, is it a bit chuggy?
No, it's more just like it's very much a mouse and keyboard game.
Right, I see.
The aim don't get quite the same with.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. How do I flip the head?
Romeo.
That made sense. Why didn't I try that?
Just put some chicken burgers in the oven. It suddenly occurred to me that...
Never struggled with handling the head before.
if you lay down on the floor, I'll get you all wet.
I have to lay down for that?
Helps.
Yes. Burgers?
Yes, I've lobbed some chicken burgers in the oven, and it suddenly occurred to me that I don't actually remember the last... I felt the last time I... It's what I call shit food, you know, it's just something you lob in the oven and it's done in 20 minutes kind of thing. There's no prep involved, There's no actual cooking. It's probably been like a good decade since I've had shit food. I'm so used to just cooking now that I bought some random stuff just for easy access while I was streaming. I was like, I don't remember the last time I've actually bought you. It's 25.
Yeah, I cannot say the same.
I used to live off it.
I'm really struggling with finding the energy to cook.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be like that. The slow cooker helps with me because you don't have to do a lot of prep. You just
I can imagine.
throw it all in and 6 hours later eat the tasty foods.
I don't know if I could handle the amazing smell for hours on end though.
It is
I
absolute
would get
torture.
so hungry.
If I spin round, if I 180 in my chair and the door is open, I can see the slow cooker. It is so good smelling all the time, and I'm just like, I want to eat it now.
I'm kind of happy that I realized if I push myself back from the desk, I can see the oven. So I can do things in the oven while being in here, and just go, okay, you can be in there a little longer.
Yeah, my sister used to live with me, so I had all my office stuff was upstairs. There was my bedroom, she had the master bedroom, and I had a tiny little bedroom for me, and then a tiny little bedroom for my computer. It was fine, just a little office space kind of thing. But when she moved out, I decided, well, I don't particularly want the master bedroom to myself, because that's just a lot of space I'm not going to use. I can use that better for something else. So I actually went and bought a bed, because I sleep on a tatami mat on the floor. It helps with my back. Originally, it was just a really cheap thing when I first moved in, and then actually, this is really fucking good. So I thought, I'll be an adult and I'll buy myself a bed, and I really got a nice bed and a mattress and everything. And then before I had a chance to set it up, went to Armski, not this year, last year. And I slept in the bed at Armski, and I fucking hated it. I missed my tatami mat. So I got back, I set the bed up, and then never slept in it. I've had this bed for 2 years nearly. I've never slept in it. It is completely never used by anybody kind of thing. So, okay, I'll leave that in there, and I'll still have the little bedroom. But I moved my computer and everything downstairs. So it's all in the living room now. So it's a lot more space and a lot more light. And it's so much better. I feel like I've actually got space to turn around, and I can do things, and obviously a bigger desk, and it's great.
The way I did it here is that the bedroom is the office.
Yeah.
I sleep in the living room.
Oh, fair. Is it a flat you're in, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2-room, one living room, one bedroom, one kitchen, and a bathroom, and a tiny hall.
Yeah, a little one bed. Yeah, I've lived in one similar.
So the living room was somewhat big. So I just put the bed and the couch in there.
Yeah. One of the things that started it with me was 2011. I moved out of a little one bed and into a house with me and Mrs. at the time. I was in the one bed because we'd had a bit of a falling out, and we weren't exactly getting on very well. But we decided to give it another go, and we moved into this house together. And we had this tiny. It was a 2-bedroom, but it had a decent living room. So we slept in the master bedroom, and then we had both computers in this tiny little box room, where I couldn't move my chair back unless she moved out the way first, because it was so tight. It's awful. I said, like, I've had enough of this. I'm moving PCs downstairs. I've had enough. And we were like that for about 6 months. Like, it's not rate good if you have people over and stuff like that, and it makes the living room look cluttered and blah blah this blah blah that. Okay, fine, we'll move them back upstairs, but I'm not putting them back in that box room. So what do you mean? I'm like, right, the double bed is going in the box room. The computers are going in the master bedroom. Like, well, that makes no sense. It'll be really awkward when we're sleeping. I'm like, the bed is the bed. It is as big as it is. We don't stretch out over it. You know, we don't suddenly get up and wander around the room in the middle of the night. The only thing we use that master bedroom for, that biggest room in the house, is we walk in, we climb into the bed, we go to sleep. We wake up, we leave that room, we don't go back in it all day. It is an absolute waste. So I put the...
Yeah, I've never understood the whole biggest room has to be the bedroom thing. It's always messed with me.
It's bizarre. And since I've started doing that, I find I've got a lot more space for things. If I sleep in the smallest room, I've got a lot more space for other things. So much better.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it if it's you and your partner and you've got a kid and that. I mean, yeah, it starts to make sense. I live alone in a 2-bedroom house. No, that's wrong. I live alone in a 3-bedroom house. I don't need all that fucking space.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like, in the old place, originally, I had computer and stuff in the living room. And it just spread clutter throughout the entire apartment.
Yep. Yeah, that's what we found.
Made the entire place feel super messy. So then, while I still lived there, I did the swap of the bedroom and the office space. And that made it way better.
Yeah.
It was still really annoying because of the layout of the apartment, so I had to walk around my bed every time I had to go into the office. Because that living room, the way they were getting away with it being big is that the living room was technically part of the hall as well.
Right.
So to get to the bedroom, you had to walk through most of the living room. So it was super awkward to furnish. Well, this one is actually 3 rooms. It's not just a bunch of connected rooms.
Yeah. Actually feels like it's separate, so when you walk from one to the other, you've got a little bit of separation.
Yeah. The only hallway thing is through the kitchen, but a kitchen you normally lay out to walk through anyway.
Yeah.
So it works.
Yeah, and that was something that, I say, the feeling of it all being in the living room was, it just feels off. So we had it so that as you walked in the front door, that was our living room. We had the computers up against the side wall, the next house in the terrace kind of thing. Hers was at one side near the kitchen, mine was at the other side near the door, and in between us was the TV. And the biggest thing that annoyed me about it was how we were always in the living room, but we never used the sofa. So as you say, things just got cluttered. The sofa just got things, I'd walk in and throw something on the sofa. And that's where it lived now. But the TV was always on, even though we weren't watching it. And there was so much shite on the TV, like Storage Wars and Come Dine With Me, and it was awful. There's so much crap on the TV that we ended up watching just because it was there. But then we moved it all upstairs and it was way better. And we got to have the chinchillas in the bedroom, in the office with us, which was nice. Until one of them chewed through my power cable. Shit. There's a shadow of a tree on the roof, and I keep thinking that it's dirt, and I keep trying to clean it, and it's not real.
Yeah, that tripped me up the first time I did this house.
So much quicker with two people. Right, what's we got on the shops?
That's what she said.
How dare you? in my Christian PowerWash Simulator server.
Uh-huh. Sure.
I am a young, innocent man, and you are trying to corrupt me.
Not to be like that, but I don't think you're neither of those things.
There was two statements in there, and both of them were wrong.
Yeah.
I can confirm I am a man.
Yeah. I do believe that.
Well, one out of three ain't bad.
I really thought this thing would be separate.
Yeah, a lot of the
what is
roofs
this
seem
thing
to
called?
be just all in one. And you're like, okay, I'm going to leave that till last because it's going to be a pain in my ass. I don't know what this song is, but it sounds like a song I know from 80s pop music. It's weird.
Gonna make me unmute your stream just to hear what you're on about.
It's one, but the song's called Joanna, I think, and this one was particularly Emil Chronicle Online, which is definitely not a game I've ever played. Never even heard of that. I was like peak Chinesian.
Yeah, I do not recognize that whatsoever.
It's just that one little trill where it goes like, Joanna, Joanna. You'd think that would be a relatively noticeable thing about a song to remember the name of the song, but I'm assuming it's Joanna. Unless it was Susanna. Something like that. I don't know. The car over there keeps flashing its window at me, and I keep thinking it's a police car for some reason. I don't know why a police car would be relevant, but like, oi, get out from that roof. Well, it's my roof. I'm paid to be here. Switch that over. I must admit, I'm starting to feel the lack of sleep now. Starting to kick in.
Already?
Well, it may only be 7 hours into the 24, but I've been awake for 12 before I started, so.
Well, that feels like a bit of a dumb.
Yeah, I kind of messed up. It was... I had D&D, so I woke up for that. And I had a bit of a lie-in, to be fair. So I woke up for D&D and
You
played
had a
that.
lion?
A lion, yeah. A whole lion. Tasty. So I finished D&D just before midnight, and then I had a bite to eat and did my night shift stream. Was hoping that I was going to get through that relatively quick so I could maybe go for a nap. That didn't happen. So I jumped in the shower, then started this stream. The problem with that was I was going to start at 7 p.m. today, so in a couple of hours, and do 24 hours from there. But then I realised I've got a Daggerheart game tomorrow that starts at 6, so I can't do that. So this was kind of, you start now or you delay it kind of thing.
Hmm.
And the other option was to...
Are you at least going to get some sleep in before then?
Yeah. It would only have mattered had I started at 7 p.m, because then I would have finished at 7 p.m, and the game's at 6. Whereas now I'm going to be finishing at 7 a.m, so I've got like 12 hours to sleep. And I could have maybe moved it forward and done like 5 till 5 or something like that. But then I'd have been knackered for learning how to play Daggerheart, and that wouldn't have been very fair on the DM, so I thought this was the better way around.
Yeah, makes sense.
So there was some thought put into it, even if it was stupid.
Mhm.
I can think and be stupid. I'm capable. I'm a man. I can fuck up 3 things at once. Multitasking.
Yeah. But they never asked for the man to do multiple things at once. Well, just if they could. Yeah, you do have a point.
There's an old TV show. It's like a British version of Friends. It's called Coupling. And there's a couple of really good one-liners in that for stuff like that. And my favourite one is, "Hey, don't push me off the roof. I hate you." My favourite one is, "There comes a time when a man is faced with a choice, and he can do the right thing or the wrong thing, and he only misses by one."
Yeah.
Jesus, I mean, the white stuff is obviously bird poo. What is the yellow stuff on the roof? What's been happening up here?
You don't want to know.
Yeah, I retract the question for the sake of my own sanity.
It's a very sticky roof. I keep getting stuck on it.
I don't want to know.
Yeah.
No,
Well, there's white stuff with the yellow stuff as well, so you know.
I hope the white stuff is bird poop, but
Are you sure it's purple?
I just hope. Yeah, I found that roofs and anything with a decent slope on it, it's really difficult to walk around on for some reason.
Yeah, like, forward and back seems to work fine. Left and right is where you get stuck.
Yeah, you get kind of caught on the edges. Walking along this gutter is definitely an OSHA violation.
Hey, what they don't see, they don't need to know that.
Why is that not clipping that? That's really weird. It's back at the house.
I've also realized that I really need to buy a dock for my Steam Deck. Got to use my friend's dock recently, and realized that it then gives what's that protocol called? Like when you can use the TV remote to control the thing you plug it into.
I know what you mean, but I'm not sure the name of it.
Yeah, well, whatever. It gives that control for the Steam Deck.
Oh, nice.
Which was actually really nice for, like, you could just show people the games and everything without having to go get a controller first. And like, hey, do you people want to play this? And then we get the controllers together. It was nice. And the current solution I have for my one does not let me do that. Yeah.
I never bothered with a dock for mine because it's. But I have a hub that works on my laptop and things like that, and it's all the same connection, so I just use that. Never even thought about it.
I had a simple one, which has like one USB port, one power port, and one HDMI port.
Yeah.
And it's worked. It's fine, but I have now seen enough function out of the proper docks that I'm leaning towards getting one.
Yeah, that's fair. How much are they?
Especially with how much I actually use it at the PC. The TV.
That was one of the reasons I ended up loaning mine out to, unfortunately, probably never get it back at this point. But I found I just wasn't using it. The hope was that I would start playing games and sit on the sofa and use the TV and stuff like that, but I just never did. I lent it to a mate and not entirely sure what happened to it or if she still got it, but like, okay, well, I'm considering that one lost because at this point asking for it back for a third time and her making an excuse is just getting tedious.
Mm-hmm. Well then.
I imagine it will be stinking of fag as well. British usage of the word fag, not American. Cigarettes.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Yes, I've given.
I know about that.
Yeah, but not everyone in chat does. There's some Americans and they'll be like, "You can't say it smells like that." I'm like, "Hang on, let's just clarify." I mean, you'll know that there's certain times
you say
stuff.
To be honest, if it was gonna smell like that, I would say it smells quite pleasant.
Well, I mean, each to their own.
If we're gonna play on stereotypes.
I think it's more that you're attributing a smell to them, regardless of whether it's good or bad.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I think you'll know as a streamer. Sometimes you say something and you're like, "Hang on, let me just rephrase that. Let me give you some context."
Yeah, I mentioned not seeing a pole dangled in my face the other day, and then had to just go, nope, hey.
Yep.
Not what I meant.
One of my favourite ones was on Monster Hunter. I was fighting a Kezu, and it screamed and knocked me to the floor. And I said, I thought I'd blocked that, but I got roared from behind. Yep. Somebody in chat was like, "You what?" I'm like, "Wait, what?" Oh, no. Yep. I don't think about things in that context.
Well, that's the thing, though. I do.
You do.
So it's extra awkward when I fuck up like that.
One of my favourite ones is when someone.
And don't you go? You do like you. Yeah.
I'm pleading the fifth.
You're not American.
Was it? I think it was Droid said to me the other day, I plead the 15th. I'm like, you plead the right to not be you plead the right to be allowed to vote or not excluded from voting based on colour? What? The 15th Amendment is one of the few American amendments I actually know. seemed like that wasn't 90%. That felt like about 60%, and then it just dinged over and was like, yeah, you're done, fuck it.
Yeah, it's good enough. Yeah, it does that a lot. On some things. It's like, I've done half of it, and like, that was apparently 90%. Sure. Hey, I have quite the day planned today.
Oh, what you got?
I'm gonna binge all of Haspin Hotel with a friend.
Hespian Hotel. I'm not sure I know that one.
Has been, as in, been previous,
Ah, okay.
or
Still not aware of it.
failure. Yeah, well, it's on Prime.
Okay.
It's a adult animation, not that kind, but
Like Rick and Morty, that kind of adult. For adults, not wink wink adult.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it is a bit wink wink adult as well. There's a lot of sexual hinting and
Yeah.
There's a quote used once that no better friendships than the ones formed for bondage, and yeah.
Yeah.
It takes place in hell.
Doesn't sound like it. The old one, Sticks and Stones.
I think it's really good. It has a lot of good music in it. It's I guess, musical-ish. They sing at least once every episode.
Yeah, I'm well behind on my TV at the moment. I'm kind of just watching stuff that I've seen before. Because that way I can just have it on in the background while I'm working or something I don't need to pay too much attention to. So I'm doing Star Trek Voyager at the moment. And then the anime I'm trying to catch up on, but I'm hating every second of it, is Gundam Universal Century. Currently watching Gundam Double Zeta, and it's possibly one of the worst animes I've ever seen ever.
Yeah, I need to get into watching more Gundam stuff.
I recommend you never do
Which I know is a
anything to do
dangerous
with
thing to say over
Universal
here.
Century.
Ah.
I'm gonna grab it burgers out of it.
So if I respond, I'm talking to nothing. It's just gonna make me feel insane. Okay, chat. I am talking to Katie's, but you can apparently not hear him. I am not insane. Not in that way, at least.
She's lying!
I don't think it did. Hi, Yeri. The Katie's is currently unavailable. Please hold. The amount of times I've been tempted to add and kindly fuck off to my voice message. Jenny's currently not available. Kindly fuck off.
I'm not slacking again. How dare you? How dare you? Getting a chicken burger. Now I'm slacking while I'm eating the chicken burger. How you doing, Jerry? You having a good one? Oh, that's this guy.
Hey. What the? Where are you? There.
Pew, 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 pew,
And I got
pew.
stuck on the roof.
New job's kicking your ass, so you've not been able to stream all week. I kind of expected that to an extent. Hey, push me off the roof. Yeah, I think any new job is always worth, even if it's not kicking your ass, just taking the time to let your feet settle, essentially. Have you found out what your new role is yet? Because I know you were unsure what job they had created for you. Commercial Operations Administrator. Sounds like one of those phony titles that they give to people. Oh yes, he's an executive manager. Oh,
yeah, it's like my dad. Before he quit his like the job he had for like 30 years. At the end, they didn't really know what to call him, so they basically just said, "Here, fill this out and write down what your title is. Make your title."
You tell us.
Yeah, basically, because he was like the. If no one else was set to do this thing, like to take care of it, it was his job, kind of thing. Not quite handyman, because he was still a boss. It was just like, if this department doesn't actually have someone in charge of it, it's yours, kind of thing.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was a good position. He got paid real well for it. But then life and things happened, so he had to quit to move. But I find it interesting that he's just like, he made it up, and he was like, I think it was 4 words, his title. And it was very much that whole like initiative to executive thing, like words like that, and then manager at the end.
Just a word
like,
soup
okay.
that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, sounds cool, but it's just gibberish.
I'd do it. I'd be like a Premier Communications Oversight Engineer. None of those things go together, and thus no one can ever actually know what I do.
Yeah.
Treat yourself to Crimson Desert. Nice. I'm a little unsure on that one. I've seen a couple of people play it, and it looks interesting. But I'm glad I didn't dive in on... I'm glad I was too busy to dive in on day one. Because I think now I'll be happy to just wait for it to come on sale, kind of thing.
Is it just me who's annoyed that these progress bars are backwards?
I see what you mean, yeah. I've not thought about it, but yeah. Especially since the
They
ring
go
one
down.
is forwards, and then the other one is backwards.
Yes.
Only advice would be to use mouse and keyboard. Well, the thing there is, though, my counter to that would be that the friend I saw playing it, he tried the mouse and keyboard, and the bit where it was saying it was teaching him how to reflect light with his sword, if that means anything to you, relatively early, or pretty much straight away, to be fair. And it's like hold control and left click, and no, press control and left click, and then hold left click to reflect the light, and it just didn't work. It would not work for him at all. And then he did it again, and it did work, and then he did it again, and it didn't work, and it was like, okay, so there's a lot of clashing controls here. So yeah, I think it's...
Oh my god, game, let me move.
I think it's definitely... You can tell that it was originally going to be an MMO, just by how much crap is in it, because there's a lot of things to do. But it does look decent. I think my only real complaint about it, from a visual perspective, was the waterfalls. The waterfalls look like their PS2 era. They're really bad. But if that's all you can say about a game, that, oh yeah, it's got terrible waterfalls, not really that much of a complaint, is it? They are garbage. I'm glad you agree. It's do love some PowerWash Sim. All 2 games I've got gold medals for Steam. This is not my first time playing it, but it is kind of my first time playing it. I think I played it like 4 hours on Game Pass or something. And all I did was the Final Fantasy stuff. And a bit of the Tomb Raider stuff. What the hell is this bit of dirt? Whee! There. I've got the fascias flashing so that I can find the... Oh, I see it. I find the dirt on it, and I just cannot see it anywhere. There we go. So we'll clean that window up there. That's a shocking display. Oh, there's me.
Stubborn dirt in this corner.
I can't see that. That's not flashing for me when I press tab.
It's going away though.
"11 wooden trims to do." Where? Select those so they flash up. There's a window frame somewhere that's supposed to be needing cleaning. I can't bloody see it. Window on the side. I thought I'd got that. Oh no, you're right. That has got a little bit on it somewhere. Ah, there you go. Right. Wooden trims. That could be any part of this house.
Yeah. Oop. There's something here.
Oh, why have I not done underneath any of them?
Yeah, I found some.
Yeah, it seems to be the horizontal ones round the bottom where it changes
Yeah.
colour.
Didn't clean the bottom?
No, I completely forgot.
Oh man. Gotta wipe down the bottom.
Which fine, it takes care of
Just
itself.
leave it a blubbering mess.
No one looks down there, so why bother?
You.
Yeah, fair. just a bit. Imagine if you're walking down the street and you saw me laid in in your neighbour's garden, just sniping the underside of the gutter in. Okay, 3 left somewhere. Problem is, I'm looking for white that flashes white.
Yeah. Not really helping that much, is it?
That's not where I'm aiming, is it, game? Means that's not going to help, because when I'm thinking I'm aiming at the thing, I'm not. Ah, it's the garage door. Up on top of it.
No.
Well, it's one of them anyway.
Oh, wow.
I'm really struggling to find which one it is. It's round here. On the top here, I got it. Yeah!
Well,
Ain't we pros?
I like how your stick freaks out when I get near it.
Always does.
Hey now.
I can't help it. It's a natural reaction. Back a bit. It's me running around the house like a madman, then all of a sudden you just randomly appear. Right, we've got 900 to spend. Level 35. Can we get any cool equipment? No, that's level 40. Ooh, I can upgrade the soap nozzle. Right, so we can either do a big shoe or a skate park.
Skate park could be interesting.
Skate park it is. Looking for a black button on a black board that lights up black when you press it. Yep, that's about right. That Ford Prefect is one hoopy fruit. He really knows where his towel is. I'm not speaking in tongues. That is that does mean something.
Yeah, no. I have read the books.
Don't press tab. It's depressing. The soap in this game really doesn't seem to actually do much.
Yeah, no. I never felt like it was worth using.
You've just got to be really close to it. Yeah, no, I don't rate that at all, to be honest. One of my favourite lines from that book series, quite early on in book 1. Like, travelling through hyperspace is unpleasantly like being drunk. What's wrong with being drunk? You ask a glass of water.
Yeah, that one's good.
I think that and the Vogon ships hung in the air in exactly the same way that bricks don't.
Yeah.
That's... Both of those are early enough in the book that you're like, yeah, I think this is for me. I think I'm gonna like this. I forgot my controls for a second there.
Got out of control.
Always. Can't go out of control if you're never in control.
Yeah. I was subby on you.
I think I like this one because there's a lot of really, really flat surfaces. It makes it easy to see how far you are.
Yeah. I actually like just how colorful it is, so when you get the gram off it, it looks really nice.
Yeah. What gets me is every place we work is absolutely caked in filth. But everywhere just next to it, pristine, not a shade of dirt on it.
It's because we've already been there. Only explanation. So how do you get rid of graffiti?
On the last one, it was just a case of get really close to it. But I think soap helps on this one as well. Yeah, if you... I'm using the 15 nozzle, the yellow one. As long as you're close enough, that seems to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, or just a continuous spray for a second. Too bad. doing it again. I'm leaning forward in my chair like I'm pro FPSing or something.
Yeah, come on, gotta lock in.
We used to call it getting your zoom on.
Yeah, I think we had something similar. Yeah, the current lingo is apparently lock in. So I've been told.
I stopped trying to keep up with the kids and their lingo when I was about 6.
Yeah, I don't keep up with much. I use some of the ones that kind of make sense. Lock in kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'll get that. All the rest is just no, please no. Stop it.
It's something that makes me laugh because, like, a lot of my generation and people my age are like, oh, it just don't make any sense. It's all on fleek and riz and all this kind of shit. It's just gibberish. It don't make any sense. I'm like, I have so many memories of you saying to me, "Wicked man, it's buzzing." Like,
Yeah.
you cannot talk about how language doesn't make sense anymore when you were saying buzzing.
It was like the whole number thing. Everyone's losing it over that, like, yeah, that stuff.
6, 7 doesn't make sense to me, but I think that's the point, that it's not meant to make sense, so...
Yeah, but it's like 21. For us. Well, I mean, my generation.
Yeah, I'm aware of the 21. I was never really in a crowd that experienced
Yeah, I don't even
that
remember
one.
what it's from. All I know is that you say it in a weird way. It's like...
21? Yeah, you stupid.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just
Oh, yeah,
literally
that's where it's
it's just a YouTube video where some guy says, "What's 19 plus 1 or something, or 18 plus 2?" and he goes, 21. You stupid.
Yeah.
We still say that in our
But, like-
D&D group. Every time someone rolls a 21, we still all reply in unison, "You stupid."
Yeah, but like... So we can't really give the new generation shit for their
Yeah.
number one, because we did it first.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just
It's like, well, I
every
don't think we did it
generation.
first. It was probably number one before that.
I mean,
But, you know.
I remember being at school and when I was a kid, a really young kid, and everybody was singing Mr. Fucking Plow from The Simpsons. Just
Oh.
before that, it was Monty Python quotes, and it's always been a thing, and people are just... I don't know, it seems to be that people hit 35 and then anything new is wrong. Bizarre.
Yeah. I guess it's also just a bit more exposure with the internet and everything, but like, still...
Yeah, I've always said the internet didn't make idiots... Didn't make people idiots, it just made the idiots louder.
Yeah.
Like, if you wanted to, in our generation, if you wanted to interact with an idiot, you had to phone them after 6 when it were free. Now they're piped into your living room constantly, all day. So of course the world feels stupider. You're aware of it. What was the tallest mountain on Earth before Mount Everest was discovered?
No idea.
It was Mount Everest.
Oh,
Just because we never found
Yeah.
it. And that's exactly what it's like. The idiots were there, you just didn't know. Florida man still existed.
yeah. It was just only Florida people that
Yeah.
knew about it.
All this celebrity worship and stuff
Sounds
like
like they've been
that.
locked in here, by the way. It's like an actual, like, gate.
Oh, you're physically locked in. Clean or die. Would you like to play a game?
Yeah.
Yeah, and all the the celebrity worship and that with Taylor Swift and stuff like. There used to be a website called Mr. T versus Everything, where it was comic strips of Mr. T from the A-Team taking on pretty much everything and winning because he's super strong and he drinks lots of milk. And if he needs to race something, he gets in his van because his van's hella fast full.
Yeah.
This shit existed.
Yeah.
And Chuck Norris is a good example. Died yesterday, bless him. But
Yeah.
how many Chuck Norris jokes are there?
Yeah, how many more are there gonna be now?
Yeah.
Not that I'm against Chuck Norris, though. I think it's funny, but
Yeah, they were
still.
alright.
Already heard a few about it. Like, about him passing. It was like, he let death get him,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
The one I heard was that he's taken over. Death's retired and Chuck Norris has given it a go.
Oh, yeah.
The
Yeah, the one I watched, they mentioned some, like some really horrible person that should be in hell. So, like, he's going down there to kill him twice.
yeah, he's gonna knock him out again.
Yeah.
Get to super hell. So for Judas and Hitler.
Yeah, kind of, something like that. It wasn't them, but there was, like, some... I can't remember who it was.
I think who's died recently. The only one I can think of is that pedo. Can't think of his name. Who were in prison near me.
He doesn't deserve to have his name remembered.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with that. I'm happy not having his name on my stream. Yeah, just a dead pedo is a good pedo as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I don't wish death on many people, but...
Oh
you
no,
know.
I'm quite liberal with that. Many people need to die and get the fuck out of my gene pool.
Yeah.
I used to be a lot more conservative, but nah, sod that. Plenty of people on this planet who should be forced by law to carry a plant around with them and apologise to it every single day for wasting the oxygen it's producing.
Wow.
What? Too harsh?
No, never heard that one before. You surprised me, is all.
He didn't die. He chose to leave our plane of existence. Hey, Sean.
Yes, exactly.
My favorite, one of my favorite Chuck Norris jokes is he was hiking through the outback, and he was bit by an adder. After 3 days of intense pain, the adder died.
Yeah.
It's just shit. I love him. At night, the boogeyman checks his closet for Chuck Norris.
Exactly.
When Chuck Norris does push-ups, the earth moves away from him.
He killed, what was it? Two stones with one bird.
I've not heard that one. That's good. I like that one.
He slammed the revolting door.
Chuck Norris can divide by 0. Obviously that was one of the first generations of it. I assume there was stuff like that before about celebrities I'm unaware of. But I love that style of joke. And some of my favourite ones are about Queen Lizzie. Rip. Like I miss my queen. The monarchy is officially dead and I miss my queen. And it was basically a man travels back in time and goes to the dawn of creation, and he sees God creating light and the planets and all that, and he's like, wow, I can't believe it's actually you, kind of thing. And this is it. This is the dawn of creation. He's like, yeah, this is everything. I'm just getting started. And he turns around and sees Queen Elizabeth in the distance, and he's like, who's that? He goes, I don't know. She was here when I arrived. Or
Nice.
a crack opens in the earth and turns out hollow earth is real, and that's where the dinosaurs went. And
Yeah.
T-Rexes, Stegosaurus, Ankylosaur, they all come charging out. And as one of them runs past Buckingham Palace, he's like, "You all right, Lizzie?" It's just shit jokes, and I love them. Like, they're great.
Yeah. Stuff like that is so stupid.
Chuck Norris didn't die. Didn't die. We did and don't know. Oh, shit.
Oh.
I mean, weirdly, now I think about it, there's one I haven't heard, and I'm surprised I haven't heard it. Chuck Norris didn't die, he just went home.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's probably my favorite Elvis one.
I think it was a relatively generic one when I was a kid. But then it was made awesome by Men in Black. You do know the king is dead, right? King ain't dead, son. He just went home. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
The alien hunter is telling us the king went home.
Yeah, well, in Hitchhikers, they meet him.
Yeah, I love that it's not even a
On a
big
planet.
deal, and it's kind of like 2 minutes later you think, hang on, was that Elvis?
Yeah. It's like, don't mention him a single point by name the entire way through, just the king. And then when he starts going through CDs in the ship, it's like, hey, do you like Elvis Presley? Like, yes.
No, we're not going to see
Yes,
a
I do.
king. We're going to see the king. There's one of his other books, Dirk Gently's Holistic... No, it's the second one. It's Long Dark Tea Time of the Soul. I'd read that book about 3 times before something clicked in my head. And it's all the way through. It's the basic story is that Thor has lost his power and is trying to get back to Valhalla and can't. And he's getting help off people and all this kind of stuff. And he tried to fly. He tried to fly across the Atlantic, and was intercepted by 2 British fighters jets. And there was an accident. Is all it really tells you. And then all the way through the book, there's random stuff happening, and his powers aren't working properly. And every now and again, one of the characters, just different characters each time, just gets attacked by this eagle. And I've read this book 3 times, and I couldn't work out what the fuck this eagle was about. But even at the end, it just turns up at the end, and then a house blows up. You're like, what the hell is going on? And the way it describes it is, every time it meets somebody who thinks this eagle thinks can help them, clearly, it raises up on its legs and spreads its wings, which obviously scares the person to death because it's a frickin' eagle. But the pattern on its wings is 3 concentric rings. And there's a bit in the back of my head every time I read it, like, what does that mean? That's got to mean something. Yeah, it turns out the eagle was the plane. It was one of the British fighters. It got turned into he lost control of his powers and turned it into an eagle. The 3 concentric rings is the Royal Air Force logo.
Oh.
3 times I read that book before I clicked on what was going on with that bloody eagle.
Interesting. Well, that's interesting.
So,
This ghost suspects your microphone power mute switch is on. I was talking!
I could hear you.
Yeah!
Or at least I think I could. I'm doubting myself now.
Plus, I hate that they made that a thing. I haven't found a way to turn it off.
No, I
The old one, like the you are muted. That one you can turn off.
The worst is TeamSpeak. If you don't set that up right, this is old TeamSpeak 3. Every time you talk, it goes... boop, boop, boop. But yeah, I know. I've muted myself for a reason so I can talk to me dad or something in the background. I've got a phone call coming in. I don't want you every time I say something, please.
Yeah. I remember that.
I'll point out the elephant in the room. But why are you up this early and late? 24-hour stream, buddy. This is what the kind people who donated to WWF asked for. Or rather, demanded of me, because I was stupid enough to suggest it. Also, who the fuck brought an elephant? Yeah, started at 7 a.m. We will be finishing at 7 a.m. or when I collapse. Whichever comes first. I've still got 3 other incentives to arrange a time for, yeah. A game of Monopoly to play at some point. Yay.
Woohoo.
Step Monopoly.
I'll play many board games, but not that.
Yeah, when we went...
Not anymore.
When we were on the plane to Armski this year, my mate who was with me, we were on one of those planes that has the TV in the back of the headrest in front of you, and you can play games and shit on it. So he was like, I'm going to play Monopoly, and all the way back he played Monopoly. And even just watching him play, I was angry.
Yeah. Have you ever finished a game of Monopoly?
Many. And that's most of the problem, is that I've been forced to sit there until that goddamn game is finished. When all people do is add in ridiculous house rules that do nothing to make it more fun and everything to make it longer.
Yeah, I can't remember a single time my family finished it.
My record is a 12 hour.
Like...
Yeah.
Of something fun. Yay, of that. No.
I mean, bear in mind I'm saying this during a 24-hour stream. I can't imagine playing a board game for 12 hours. I can't imagine ever looking at a board game and going, 12 hours? Yeah, I'll crack on with that. Like, that's by choice.
I played Wings of Glory for 12 hours once. That was awesome.
I think I could probably stand a 12-hour game of Risk. Simply because if it's gone to 12 hours, you are in some deep tactics on Risk to be going that long.
I finished something.
Yay! Wasn't a game of Risk.
I finally got to finish. It's been so long.
What else have I got? I've got the Lego build I need to do as well. It's crappy knuckles. And
yeah, I'm really pissed at Lego right now.
Go on. Which one?
Now when I'm broke as fuck, they're releasing a bunch of Lego sets I really want.
Jerry, not Jericho's Mitazaki, he linked me last night to a place in Glasgow that specialises in retired Lego sets.
Cool.
Okay, great. Now I'm going to spend a lot of money. Luckily, most of it was sold out. I don't have to spend anything. But there was a couple on there.
Yeah, I found a local place that had a few sets that are not available anymore. And it sucked. Because I couldn't buy any of them.
Yeah. I think the kit I want at the moment, which I know I'm not going to be able to get, is the shuttle from the Enterprise D. I'm not too fussed about the Enterprise itself, but I would love the shuttle. But most of them are on eBay for like 150 quid. I think lowest I've seen is 110. And I'm not paying that. I'm not paying that for essentially a freebie that comes with a purchase.
Look. This person loves a mother fluffer.
Oh. Well, good on you. You know what? I'm happy for
the other
you.
letters.
Oh, you've cleaned around it. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I removed other letters.
selectively removing stuff so to commit libel. I see.
Hmm. But yes, that will probably be it for me today.
Roger
My
that.
friend has woken up and is poking me.
I say.
I have definitely not drawn things all over the place.
Oh, I'm going to find penises everywhere, aren't I? Well, thank you very much for joining me. Haha, I win. It's been a pleasure having you.
Yes, I will catch you later.
Enjoy the rest of your day and your creepy adult cartoon.
It's not creepy. It's cool and awesome and fun.
I will take your word for it.
Thanks. Yes. Bye-bye.
Enjoy. And then I was alone again. Everybody leaves me eventually. Nice to have Jenny in chat. I think that's maybe the first time we've had a one-on-one chat. Now we've been in the Armski Farmco Discord. What I might do, I might switch to my pad because 6 hours so far of pressing that same button and moving your wrist in the same pattern is definitely starting to tell on my cartilage. Okay, that cycles through. That's ooh, okay. I'm trying to figure out which button puts that on permanently, or do I have to do it on? Because I can do it on the mouse and make it permanent. But then there doesn't seem to be a way to do it on the pad. Stops it, that crouches, jump, accessories, switches. Is there no perma doodad? Whoa, why are you so bizarre there? Controls. Use lower tablet, use washer. Ha, toggle washer, left on the D-pad. Haha! Now we're cooking on gas. D-pad left, but thank you, Aegis. You were very close. Thank you very much. I thought I'd pressed all the D-pads. I must have missed that one. D-pad right is make everything glow. And welcome in, Aegis. I hope you are having a good day. Yeah, I see what Jenny meant. It's not as intuitive, and you're very fast when moving. I wonder if I can slow that down. Is there a control for how fast you dash around? No? That is a shame. That one. The button you need to remember to switch is left trigger. So fast when you're moving. Feels really quite uncontrollable, to be honest. So what we all got planned today? I keep asking people because new people keep coming into the chat and I'm interested. I obviously have this planned. Yeah, so we're not even at 12 hours yet, and I must admit I am flagging. I don't know if this will go the distance. But we will do what we can. We will get as far as we can. And any time lost will be made up. Doing as close to nothing as I can. That is a hell of a Saturday. I approve. Well done. It's annoying me at the moment. I've got a little bit of a tickle at the back of my nose. And I'm really hoping that doesn't develop into something worse. Not that I'm going anywhere that it will be a problem. I'd really rather not be ill. Not very accurate when you're doing it like that. What's down do? Down doesn't seem to do anything. No, wrong button. Well, at least we've got good tunes. Regardless, we've got a little bit of music to chill to. So come on, chat. Talk to me. Keep me awake. What have you got? What have you got? What's coming up that you're interested in? I have a lot of people playing Crimson Desert. Who has been playing Crimson Desert? I know Jerichos has. I know he's probably playing it right now. You got coffee. I've got an energy drink, but the problem is they don't seem to keep me awake. They just make me tired and faster. And I also do need to pace myself because too much caffeine now will make me crash later. Oh. What have I done? There we go. Let me... What was it? It was that one. Energy drinks don't keep you awake. They just make your body forget you're tired. Well, either way, they don't bloody work on me. Problem is, I don't like coffee, so that's a problem. But tea's too mellow. Plus, the tea I keep in doesn't really have much caffeine content in. It's all fruity teas. Because I'm going to have a nice flavour. I've actually got a lovely... It was cherry and apricot, I think. Oh, the turn speed on that is actually really slow, isn't it? That's insane. Right. Whoop. Quite work. Don't actually know when or if I will jump into Crimson Desert. Looks like it misses the mark by a hair. Yeah, I mean that's what I've been hearing from a few people is that it's good but not quite. Right. Is there? There is. Pick up. That's what down does. What's the point in this if I can't place it anywhere? Hell? Doesn't fit anywhere. Well, you're no bloody help, are you? That's probably the best place for it. No, you can't. It's just too slow turning on a pad. It's ridiculously slow. Right. And now I forgot my controls. 2, no, 1. Short, mid-range. On the wrong nozzle, that's why. Stop. I wish I could... This is one of those moments where I wish I had the left half of the pad and the right mouse. Because I'm moving ridiculously fast, and unless I aim at my own feet. It's fine sometimes. Not all the time. Oh dear. I am really feeling it. I'm kind of thinking this is not going to happen today. That this 24 hours is a bad call and I've just prepped it entirely wrong. Might finish this level and bail and do it another day. Or, you know, we'll pick up and do a full 24. Because, I mean, what I have been awake 20 hours now, and I'm really flagging. I think the bad planning and putting it in front of, well, behind D&D and in front of Daggerheart has really, really made the difference. PowerWash Sim is a strong game for a 24-hour stream. I normally play it to fall asleep. It's not the game that's making me fall asleep. I can feel my body shutting down. I've just been awake. Like if it was another 4 hours from now, I could do it no problem. That'd be absolutely fine. But knowing that in 4 hours, I've got another 12 hours to go, I don't think I'm going to make that. I really don't think I am. It was... I don't know why I thought this, but in my head... Daggerheart was basically 12 hours after I would have finished this stream, instead of an hour before I finished this stream. So I've kind of shifted it forward rather than delaying it, and I just should have delayed it. I mean, I don't really know when I'll do it, because I need to book days off and stuff, but we'll have to sort something. Plus then I think if we do it another day, a little more planned. I know Lydia wanted to join in and Sliver was going to as well, but they've got a wedding this week. So I think I may have to bail on this one and call it a... we'll call it a prep stream. I mean, like I say, I have done 20 hours. I've... not of stream, but I have been awake for 20 hours, so I think I've done pretty good. And with Droid and Jenny joining me has definitely helped. So with a couple of people jumping in every now and again, it certainly will be easier. And we'll plan it a little better, I think. But what I will say is I'm not bailing out on this. This was a charity incentive. So when I say 24 hours, I'm not going to be like, well, we already did 6 last week. No, I am doing a 24-hour stream. If we finish PowerWash Simulator, we'll do something else as well. Or we'll do like challenge mode or something. But I am definitely going to give the reward. We should have done the Lego today. We should have done... Yeah, the Lego would have been I should have gone, right, okay, cancel the 24-hour. We'll do the Lego tonight. And we'll do that another time. I need that one. What was that? That was a message from my sister. I best check that. Okay. Silly lady. Do-do-do. One of the weird things is one of the other people from that I met through the charity, it was their birthday recently, and they did a 30-hour stream, one for each year. Like, that's fucking mad. A 30-hour stream. And the entire thing was just chatting. I don't think there was any games played or anything. I assume they were, like marbles on stream or something like that. But 30 hours. Props to you for managing that, but nah, bruv. To put it frankly, I'm alright, thanks. Yeah, props to him for that, though. At what point do you look at a 24-hour stream and go, not enough? Right, yep, my eyes just started going then. I am, even with the caffeine in me, I'm done. My body is completely out. So, I am going to unfortunately bail. We'll call this one a failure, but 30 is well doable. I mean, I've done 72 hours before. I've been awake for 72 hours, but I was a lot younger back then. A lot younger. Yeah, and that's the thing. I am forcing it right now, and I don't want to be. I don't want to be pushing myself beyond what I'm clearly able to do right now. A bit better prep, a bit more coordination with properly timed, and we shall definitely come back. And with more people, like I say, it's easier when you've got people with you jumping in and out, and if it's a bit more organised, more people can be ready, and we'll jump in. So, thank you very much for joining me. It's been a bit of a crazy one. It's been a bit of a weird one, but I've enjoyed it. I have enjoyed it. It's been good. So, I'm going to go get some sleep. I will not be back tonight, obviously, because I'll be asleep. I'm not getting up in 3 hours to start again. I don't believe there's going to be anybody for me to raid you into, but I'll have a quick look. So yes, this is probably going to be the end of the this week's streams. Next week we will be back on... Let me get my calendar up. Next scheduled stream is going to be the 26th. I don't know... I'm thinking of adding a little bit of a change into the rota, but I'm not entirely sure yet. So I don't know what games will be played on the 26th, 27th, 28th, and 29th. 28th, did we say? No, 29th is going to be Monster Hunter. So for those of you who are wanting to join me in the Monster Hunter MMO, I'll get something up in Discord tomorrow. I'll get all the details and everything, and it's free to play, so don't worry about that. No subscriptions or anything. It would be an interesting bash to at least have a couple of sessions of running through that. Re-Retro will be back. No, Saturday the 28th was going to be... That might be Monopoly or one of the charity things. So yeah, we're back 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th. All I can guarantee at this point is Monster Hunter on the 29th and Monster Hunter Stories on the night shift. So plenty of Monster Hunter. In the meantime, it has been a pleasure. I thank you very much for trying to keep me awake through this one. It's been a little bit rough, but we'll give it another go next time. Catch you later, folks. Bye-bye.